particular that's really caught my imagination, and that's the James Krause match fight, if you will, and we will talk about that in a little more detail. But there's so much to go through. There's still a few things to set up as well. I still haven't quite finished putting my predictions along the bottom, so I will try and do that now. So I think Jones is going to win. I think Valentina is going to win as well. I also think... Hello, everyone, by the way. Let me just drop this in, and then I will get round to saying hello to everyone. We've got Tafa, who's going to be competing tonight. Bektic, I think, will get the victory as well. And Derrick Lewis. I think Lewis could get the win, although I'm not massively confident on that one. But... yeah, there we go. I'll add this. It's not on the main card, but I am going with James Krause. That James Krause fight, the reason why I say that's really interesting is because he is a last-minute replacement. He was not meant to be fighting, but I think it was like yesterday. There was a gap. The original opponent for Trevin, Giles, had to pull out, and so they needed a replacement. And James Krause has stepped up. He was going to be actually working in someone's corner. He was going to be a corner man. And he was like, I'll take it. And so, he is an MMA fighter. He's got a record of 27-7. So he is a very good MMA fighter. But still, this is a massive stage for him. A big opportunity for him. And they've been singing his praises as a result. What a guy to just put your hand up and say, yeah, I'll do it. So he is going to be the main event of the prelims, and I can't wait for that. And then on the main card, we've got 2 championship matches. The rest of the card looks quite interesting as well. Of course, we've got the likes of Derrick Lewis that's going to be in action. There's a lot of excitement around Bektic and Ige. So that fight is what a lot of people are saying could be fight of the night. And that's on the main card as well. So this thing from start to finish is absolutely stacked. Absolutely stacked. So plenty to talk about. Plenty to look forward to. And I think we might be pretty much done. I need to just send a tweet out. I need to do all of this kind of admin stuff now. Because, of course, the early prelims will start in around about half an hour. So we've got half an hour to make sure everything's set up, everything's right, and then we can rock and roll. So let me just send this out. Hello to everyone that's in the chat. Let me jump into the chat. Shout out to NWA Kid. Hello to you. Let me remove that. Shout out to famous KJ Carter. Shout out to Power 2000. I've said before that you guys can talk about whatever you want. If you want to talk about wrestling, we can talk about wrestling. If you want to talk about NWA, we can do that. If you want to talk about WWE, Firefly Funhouse, UFC, I am literally here to talk about whatever you want to talk about. We should be in for a really great night tonight. I'm really looking forward to tonight's show. John Jones, for those of you that don't know, we should touch on this because I appreciate there's a lot of people watching this that maybe don't normally watch the UFC. We've got a really strong community, and I really appreciate people joining us for these watch-alongs. What you need to know about John Jones is he is regarded as the greatest of all time. They do call him the GOAT, the greatest of all time. He is one of the longest reigning champions. He's had a very checkered history, though. He has had failed drugs tests. There was a whole car crash incident that was really bad. This guy is far from perfect, but in the octagon, he's as close to perfect as what you will find. What makes him so dangerous is that he's just got a really solid all-round game. He doesn't have that many weaknesses in any department. And what's going to be really interesting tonight in regards to John Jones is we don't know what kind of fight he's going to bring. He can bring several different techniques and fighting styles, and you just don't know which one's going to turn up. Probably the most interesting is he going to fight at long range or is he going to fight close up? because that's obviously going to be a difficult thing for Reyes to prepare for. He needs to know what Jon Jones is turning up tonight. When you prepare for a Jon Jones fight, you've got to kind of prepare for every fight, and there's no way of preparing for every fight and every style. And do you know what I mean? Like, normally it's easier if you go in there and you watch tapes, you know the style, you can see some patterns, you can maybe work people out. You can't work Jon Jones out. That's what makes him the greatest. You cannot work him out, because as soon as you do, he'll switch it up and do something different. You know, as soon as you figure out, right, he's fighting at close range, I'm going to do this, I can start to see a pattern. He'll take it long range and he'll use his reach. He's got a really good reach advantage. He's great with his hands. He's great with his feet. If he needs to take you down, he can take you down. It's just, you've got to prepare for everything when you fight Jon Jones. That's why he's regarded as the greatest. It's why I can't see Reyes doing the job. I think Reyes has the ability, because the thing is, can you work out Jon Jones before he changes? That's what it comes down to for me. Can you get through? Is there a power shot that can get through? Is there a takedown that can get through before he realizes that it's too late and he's got to change it? The transitions between his different fighting styles, fighting at long range, fighting at close quarters, the different techniques that he's got. You know, he can do like oblique kicks and all this kind of stuff. But before he has to like completely change his fighting style, can you get to him first? And what's really interesting about tonight is Dominick Reyes has definitely got the skills to do that. He has definitely got the skills to do that. He could definitely find a way through, and he could find a way through before Jon Jones switches it up. But you've got to say that it's unlikely. You've got to say that Jon Jones is one of the greatest of all time to have done this. Whether you like the guy or not, I don't think there's anyone out there that would disagree with that he's one of the best of all time. It's such a special occasion when you get like a Jon Jones fight, because it's one of those that you just don't know what you're going to see. And you can just sit back and just literally take it all in and enjoy it. And it's like watching one of the greatest painters just paint. It's like watching one of the greatest sculptors sculpt. Watching a Jon Jones fight is one of those real pleasures in life. So really excited for that. That's our main event. And we've got Valentina Shevchenko as well, who is so dominant. That's the word that keeps coming up when people talk about Shevchenko, is just how dominant she is. She's kind of cleaning out that division. The only stumbling block for her is Nunes. Maybe that's another fight because they've already fought, I think, twice. So, yeah, maybe they're going to be on another collision course, because I don't think tonight's going to be any problem for Shevchenko. She's taking on Katlyn, and I think she'll win quite comfortably. Right, rather than sitting here and rabbiting away, I do have a few things I need to do, and I need to speak to you guys as well. So shout out to Nails and NY, shout out to Jackson Oak, shout out to Days. Did you know that both of Jon Jones' brothers play in the NFL? No, I didn't. And actually, whilst we're on the NFL, this isn't UFC related, but the XFL got so much love today. I didn't watch it, but I was obviously on Twitter a bit, and yeah, the amount of people that were just saying this is incredible. This is like, apparently, I don't know much about American football, but apparently the XFL have like changed a couple of rules. Like, I think the lineouts or something. So like, is the quarterback moved quite far back now? I saw an image. Everyone was talking about this line out, right? Where you had 2 rows of players, and then I think the quarterback was like a fair distance behind. And apparently this is some kind of a change to do with concussions. And people were saying this is really good. It's a brilliant change. It makes sense. People are asking, is this something the NFL might actually bring in? But I wasn't seeing people hating on it. I wasn't seeing people saying, what's this? They've ruined football. It was like, no, this kind of makes sense. Now, I can't comment because I don't know anything about American football, but and I'm quite happy to admit that. But I really liked the fact that this was well received. because this has clearly taken a lot of money. We know that. In fact, the predictions are that Vince McMahon is going to lose $400 million in the next 3 years because of the XFL. So Vince really has put a lot of his eggs. Vince McMahon is a billionaire on paper. So for him to invest, I know he's already invested $200 million. This report that I read seemed to suggest he was going to have to invest another $200 million. So that's a lot of money. I really hope it succeeds for him. He's took a gamble at his age. Yeah, with his money, he doesn't need to take gambles like this. I do think it's very interesting, and I hope it works. And seemingly people have enjoyed day one. So there we go. Days, are you streaming free enterprise? I don't think so. I didn't actually know it was on, to be honest. I know it is coming up, but I didn't know. Is it on Fight TV, is it? I'm not sure. Hello, NWA Kid. I am good, thank you. I'm really excited for tonight. I'm really looking forward to tonight's UFC show, which I know is very different to wrestling. But I think what's quite exciting is certainly in the past few years, we've seen quite a bit of crossover between the two worlds. Obviously, CM Punk, Jake Hager, Alberto Del Rio, all going into the world of MMA. And obviously, there's many examples before that. And then out of MMA, we got Brock. I know he was in WWE before, but his comeback was such a great moment. And then he was obviously teasing going back, and he did go back, actually. Was it against Mark Hunt? I think it was. Brock, Ronda, obviously coming over, Matt Riddle coming over, Shayna Baszler, Jessamine Duke, Marina Shafir. So the two worlds, there's a lot of talent that's kind of like moving around a bit now. We know that the wrestling world has got a lot of respect for the UFC and for MMA. And certainly large aspects of MMA have got respect for WWE. I think there's aspects that don't, in truth. But I think large aspects, large parts of the UFC do respect wrestling. We've seen that with like Dana White being at WrestleMania. And we've seen it with the likes of, different superstars saying that they've had enough and they're going to go to WWE. And there is a bit more of a crossover now, which is why I felt quite comfortable doing these streams. Like, I think we started like last year, maybe the year before. We've been doing it for about 15 months now. I've been watching it for way, way longer than that. But since around 2010, actually. Around 2010, 2009, that's when I started watching the UFC. And I didn't watch all the fight nights. I tried to watch all of the big monthly shows. I might have missed a couple, but by and large, I pretty much saw them all. And it's not something that I ever really thought about streaming, but it makes sense now. The two worlds really do kind of cross over quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to tonight. I really am looking forward to tonight. Shout out to Chalmers. Shout out to Wrestling Master. How are you, buddy? Welcome back. What do you think match of the night's going to be for New Japan? Yeah, that's a really good point. Obviously, we haven't started with UFC yet. We've just got a video package that's on at the moment. We haven't started with that. But in regards to New Japan, we're going to be streaming that straight after. So we're in for a crazy night tonight because we're actually here till, for the next maybe 7 hours, maybe 8 hours. I don't know. It depends how long tonight goes. But I'm fully prepared for a long evening. 7-8 hours this stream is going to be. We haven't got to the first fights yet, the early prelims. Then we've got the prelims. Then we've got the main card. And obviously John Jones is going to be at the very, very end. And as I said, John Jones really is the man. We're just seeing some numbers about Shevchenko as well, who's the co-main event tonight. 10 takedowns, most in UFC women's flyweight history. 2.16 significant strikes absorbed per minute. That is fourth best amongst active female fighters. They're just kind of running through some of her statistics. She really is very, very dominant. She is the champion in the women's flyweight division. She's making her 3rd title defense. She's taken on Katlyn Chookagian. Always struggle with the surname. I always just call her Katlyn. But yeah, she's taking on Katlyn, and Katlyn is ranked as the #1 contender. And honestly, there's nothing here for Shevchenko to worry about. They're just kind of going through how she's picked up victories in her previous fights, and she's looked very dominant in those previous fights, and I think she's going to look dominant tonight as well. So, Shevchenko in action tonight. In regards to New Japan, I think that Kenta versus Naito will be the match. I think that there is potential for Takahashi versus Ryu Lee to steal the night. I just wonder if they're going to be a little bit careful, because Takahashi actually broke his back. I don't know if it was his back or his neck, and he was out for over a year. And the person that did that was Dragon Lee, aka Ryu Lee. So I just wonder if they're going to take it just a little careful. I mean, it would be natural because, man, I mean, he must have felt so bad after that fight, Dragon Lee, Ryu Lee, that I could completely understand if he now decides, to kind of put the brakes on a little bit tonight. So, yes, I do wonder about that. So I think match of the night is, for me, going to be the main event. That will start after this stream. So this stream's 8 hours long. Then we go straight over to a New Japan stream. Madness, I tell you. Madness. Days, didn't Okada once call his finisher the Acid Rainmaker? I've definitely heard that, but I can't say that I heard that being used on a regular basis. But yes, I do. I definitely heard that. So, but I don't know if he had. I don't think it was like a long-term thing. I don't know if it was when he was just in a feud, because obviously he's feuded with Okada quite a bit. So it might have just been when he was going in a feud in that. The card kicks off with the early prelims on ESPN Plus. Yes, they do. The card will then switch to ESPN 8. Main card will be at 10 Eastern, ESPN Plus on pay-per-view. We're quite fortunate here in the UK because it's not pay-per-view here. As long as you've got BT Sports, then you are able to watch Jones versus Reyes, the whole thing. The only thing that it doesn't cover, which is really annoying, is the early prelims. The early prelims are not on BT Sport, just the prelims and the main card. Now, the reason why I say that's frustrating is because it means I need to try and find them now. So I'm going to try and find ESPN Plus. I think I found it on my phone last time. In fact, I might have to do that again. Let's see if I can find that again. Let me know, who do you think's winning that main event? I'm guessing a lot of you will be watching UFC. I'm guessing there's a few UFC fans around in the chat. So let me know, do you think that Jon Jones, the GOAT, is going to get the job done again? Or is Dominick Reyes the one? Is Dominick Reyes the person that is going to stop Jon Jones? Let me know. Just put a name. Just put Jones or Reyes, whichever way you think it's going to go. Jones or Reyes. That fight, honestly, isn't going to be for another 5.5 hours. So we've got a long way to go till we get to that. Let's have a look, see if I can find ESPN Plus whilst people are putting in their predictions for tonight. I feel like I found it on here last time. It's like a TV app thing that I've got. And it's got a lot of channels. But does it have... Oh, I should probably just search it, shouldn't I? Rather than sitting here wondering out loud. ESPN Plus. Where are you? There. Boom. No. Well, you're not helpful, are you? Let's go... Have I got a different app? Have I got a different app? I should have a different app. We are falling at the first hurdle here. Oh, there it is. Jones, definitely Jones. Krusty Red Flame says Jones. William says Jones. JD Maudlin says Jones. When is the early prelim starting? Should be in around about 10 minutes or so. Around about 10 minutes. Jones. Everyone's saying Jones. So, yeah, I think we're all pretty much in agreement that Reyes... I don't think it's time. In fact, I think it was Dana that came out and said if Reyes had just had maybe a little bit more warm-up, then this fight would have been absolutely huge. So I think that Dana is also kind of... I don't think Dana is expecting Jon Jones to lose, but equally, this is not a set-up fight. This is not someone just being fed to Jon Jones. Reyes definitely deserves this. But I think Dana might be a little bit disappointed that it's happening so soon. I couldn't quite tell if Dana had, I don't know if Dana wanted to make this fight so soon. I saw an interview with Dana where he was saying that he just wishes that Reyes had had 2 more fights, 2 big profile fights before having this one. So yeah, a little bit early. If you place $250 on Reyes and he wins, you get $875 back. If you put $500 on Jon Jones and Shevchenko winning, you get $150 back. Someone said that Reyes has got huge KO power. He does. He definitely has power. He definitely has the ability. We were talking about this earlier, in the sense of, I think the only way you can beat Jon Jones is you're not going to know what his fighting style is going to be because he can mix it up. So we don't know what Jon Jones is turning up. So with that being said, the only way you can beat him is by getting him to, or forcing him to change his style. And can you get through before he does that? So whatever style he comes out with, you're going to have to try and figure it out. But can you figure it out quicker than he changes it? So, and I feel like Reyes has got the tools to do that. He's got the knockout power to get through. If he can get through, he does have the power to hurt Jon Jones. But there's so many factors that have got to be perfect in order for that to happen that you would have to look at it and say, it's unlikely. It's not likely that Jones is going to get caught. So I'm not expecting that. Jon Jones is going to brutally destroy Dominick Reyes. The other thing that people might not know is that Reyes really is like an up-and-comer. Reyes really is someone that there's a lot of excitement around. So this isn't just someone that they're throwing in there. This is someone that's undefeated. This is a guy that's 12-0. So this is what we're saying. I think Dana, I don't know if he was like, yeah, this is the fight that needs to be made now, or if it's just played out this way. But he was saying in that interview, he just wishes that Dominick Reyes had another couple of fights. He just feels that if he had another couple of fights that built him up that little bit more, then this fight would be huge. Because Dana reckons that everyone isn't really giving Reyes now the respect that he deserves. I don't know. I do think this is very dangerous. I've watched a lot of prediction videos on tonight, and there's a lot of people saying that this is closer than what people think. And these are from, like, YouTube channels that have got no connection with the UFC. These are from, like, just different people that don't work for the UFC, not getting paid by the UFC. They're just giving out their thoughts, and so many of them saying, oh, don't sleep on Reyes. Don't sleep on Reyes, because this guy has looked good in his previous fights. Undefeated. He's got the tools and the skills to put Jon Jones away. I don't think he does. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he does. But he's got the tools to put Jon Jones away. Reyes by knockout, says Amateur Wrestler 21. Interesting. I think you're the first person that I've seen that's actually called it for Reyes. He's definitely got a shot, but I'm still saying it's John Jones tonight. I'm saying it's John Jones. I'm saying that it's Shevchenko against Katlyn. I think Shevchenko is going to have too much. I think that Tafa is going to get past Adams as well. That's a very interesting heavyweight fight. Bektic, I think, will get past Ige, but that is going to be super close, and that is a fight that a lot of people are looking forward to in the featherweight division. And so it's so interesting, that fight. It's so well placed that it's hard to know which way that's going to go. And I also think that Lewis is going to get past Latifi, but again, very close. That could go either way. I've seen people call in that for both sides. I'd say 99% of people that I've spoken to have gone with John Jones, though, in regards to the main event. We've just got a show on at the moment, just running down the card and what we're going to be seeing tonight. I am just having a look to see if I can find ESPN Plus. Should be able to. Somewhere. Might even be on. Boom. Let's go there. John Jones is basically undefeated. You are right. Yes. John Jones is the best. Jones is going to easily crush Reyes. Okay. Bektic. They're just talking about the Bektic fight now. He has gone 2-2. Adams 0-2 in 2019. Don't know if I jotted that down. Okay. Let's see if we can find this ESPN Plus. When is the fight going to start? The fight's not on for a long time. John Jones won't be on for about 5 hours or so. So still a long way to go for that, unfortunately. Okay. Still don't think that's right. John Jones, 100%. If John loses, he should retire. You think so? What makes you say that? ESPN Plus. Watch. I tell you what, trying to find ESPN is very tricky in the UK. ESPN Plus in particular. These early prelims are not going to be easy to find, I don't think. But we'll keep looking. Shout out to Emery's. Shout out to you, Imtiaz. How you doing, buddy? Hope you are well. We are just coming up to the early prelims. So we will hopefully be able to find that. We found them last time. So yeah, tonight two World Championship main events. We've got John Jones with the light heavyweight championship taking on Dominick Reyes. We've got Shevchenko defending her women's flyweight as well. Championship. So 2 champions in action tonight. Okay, I have got no idea if that is ESPN Plus or not. I'm alive. Shout out to you. It's on BT Sport 2. Sadly not. I've got BT Sport 2 and they're just running through the card. BT Sport 2 has got the prelims and it's got the main card. But I'm looking for those early prelims, which are always a nightmare to try and find here in the UK. Early prelims are very, very difficult. I think they're on ESPN Plus as well. But ESPN Plus is not a channel that's easy for us to get here. Shout out to Christopher Tristan Danger. How are you doing? Jake says, Days, the storm is getting worse. Has it come to you yet? No, it hasn't, buddy. No, not yet. We're still... there's a bit of a breeze. Let's put it that way. There's definitely movement outside. But the worst storm to hit the UK in 7 years is expected over the next 12 hours to play out. So, yeah, I mean, look, we should be fine. But that's not my biggest concern right now. My biggest concern is watching ESPN Plus or finding it. I have a site where you can watch the early prelims. Where's that, dude? Where is that? Tell me, because that'll save me from trying to find them. Tony Ferguson is going to get done by TKO. Really? I don't know. I think he's going to do really well against Khabib. Compilation King says the storm right now is crazy. Our lamppost looks like it's going to fall. Oh, really? Dude, that hasn't reached me yet. It's been quite calm. I mean, it's been a little bit blowy. You can tell, you know, there's a bit of a breeze, but nothing drastic. Well, I haven't got lampposts about to come down and stuff like that. That's crazy. I was just on there, dude. James, I was just on there, and I could not find it, to be honest. I could see where the main event was going to be, but I couldn't see the early prelims. And that's what we're currently hunting for. Playing a game of find the early prelims. We try it. There's 4 different streams, isn't there? Let's try a different one. Let's try a different one. What times do the fights start? Well, we've got a little while to go until we get to the prelims and the main card. Yeah, we're playing a game of hunt the early prelims. But John Jones won't be for about 5 hours, so we've got quite a bit of time. You see, look, I've got XFL. I'm actually watching the XFL right now. LA 17, Houston 18. Breaking news. That's on Fox. Did anyone watch the XFL? Has anyone watched any of it today? Did they like it? Will they watch more? There's been lightning in Leeds. Crazy. You're going to NXT in Riddletown. Have fun, my friend. I don't think it started yet. I've put a bet on the first fight and it says in play in like 20 minutes. The odds are not changing. Maybe there's a delay. This is interesting. This might explain why I can't find it if there's been some sort of delay. Because, yeah, I can't find it at all. I'm going on to various channels and I'm just finding lots of different sports. I've got, like I said, the XFL now. This is one for BT Sport 1. I don't care for that. Can we talk about WWE Goldberg versus Wyatt? Absolutely. Yeah, we can talk about that. I think that it's a big name for Wyatt to be facing, and I don't think that he'll lose the title. I think that it's going to be positive for his legacy. I don't think it's going to be a bad thing for him to be facing Goldberg. I know there's a lot of concern that Goldberg's going to win that match, but I don't think he will. I really don't think he will. I think that I think it's just a good name, an established name, a legend for Bray to get a win over, and then he can focus on Roman at WrestleMania. So, yeah, I'm not worried about it personally. What is the result of Lingo versus Alar match? Dude, We're trying to find it. We haven't got there yet. We are struggling. Live stream. Days, call me Ems. Shout out to you, dude. I don't know if you can, dude. I can see people saying you can watch it on Watch Wrestling, but I'm not finding them, is the answer. I'm on there, I can see UFC, and I've clicked on all 4 of the streams, and none of them contain the early prelims. So, again, I don't know if there's any delays or any problems or anything. But it is not on there, seemingly. Which I think it's where I went to last time. I think that's where I watched it last time, and that's where I thought it would be this time. Okay. Well, we'll keep having a look, but prelims we know are going to be on BT, and obviously the main card as well. So I'm not worried about prelims, and I'm not worried about the main card. We know that we can definitely find those. But I really do want to try and find the early prelims. No, that's blocked. Are we allowed to talk XFL? 100%. 100%. What did you think? Did you enjoy it? Early prelims. Khabib or Ferguson? It's a real tough one because I do think that Ferguson is in a really great place at the moment, and it's a fight that I absolutely love. So I keep kind of going back and forth. Part of me thinks that he could definitely do it. Part of me thinks that he could definitely beat Khabib. I think that he's got a very interesting fighting style, and it's so wild and unorthodox. I think that Khabib is going to struggle against it, and struggle to figure it out. But Khabib is so good. I think he will. I think he will figure it out. So, yeah, I've got to go with Khabib, but I do think Ferguson's going to do very well. And honestly, if it goes to decision, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Israel Adesanya or Yao Romero? I think it's Adesanya. Adesanya seems very confident. Adesanya, I think, is coming into this with a lot of confidence and positivity, and I really like Adesanya. I think he is the real deal. I think he is as great as what we hope he is. He is arguably the next major superstar after Conor. This guy's going to be around a long time, Adesanya. He's still so young, you know, and what he's achieved already has been amazing. He needs to kind of break through into the mainstream. Obviously, if he keeps picking up wins, that's going to massively help, but a little bit of showmanship isn't going to go amiss, you know? A little bit of flashiness. We've seen it with his entrance that he made last time. We saw it at the weigh-in. I don't know if you saw the Adesanya weigh-in, but the Adesanya Yao Romero weigh-in was madness. They started like a dance-off, and they were like both dancing around, which, you know, is not going to be to everyone's taste. But honestly, that's the kind of stuff that kind of captures mainstream media's attention. So, yeah, I don't mind it personally. And I really do think he's got a bright future. A really, really bright future. First 2 rounds to Ferguson, but then Khabib destroys Ferguson in the last 3. Could go that way. Yeah, I could go with that. And if it goes to decision and Khabib picks up the win 3-2, 3 rounds to 2, I could go with that. Days, Front Row Sports. Front Row Sports. Front Row Sports. Okay, let me have a look. Front Row Sports, UFC. prelims. What is this thing? What is this? I've gone. I'm in places that I'd never even heard of. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's close this. Oh my god, so many pop-up ads! If you are just joining us, we're just trying to find the early prelims where they were before. Not there this time. And early prelims are always a problem for us in the UK because we don't have ESPN Plus. And the deal that they've got here in the UK is that they show the fights on BT Sport, but on BT Sport right now, it's not the early prelims. So, yeah, it makes it very frustrating. So this is just a little dance that we have to do every once in a while as we try to find the early prelims. But the prelims will be absolutely fine because they're on BT Sport. The main card will be absolutely fine because that's on BT Sport. And we will hopefully get these early prelims up and running soon. Let's try link 1. What is all this? What is all of this? Masvidal or Usman? That's a really great fight, you know. Let me know in the chat which way do you think that's going to go, because I think that's hard to call. I feel like it's Usman, but I don't know. I don't know. I could see Masvidal winning that. Masvidal or Usman? What a year Masvidal had in 2019. I am just absolutely drowning in adverts here. Am I the only one that wants Goldberg to fight Undertaker again? Yes. Yes, you are. It is literally just you. Literally no one else wants to see that fight again. For me, it wasn't a fight that I was that excited about anyway, to be honest. What is going on? Usman is going to sniff his crotch for 25 minutes. Who won Monroe versus Williams? I don't think that fight has taken place yet. I don't think we are quite there. Masvidal by a very close decision. Ooh, I want Masvidal to win so bad. Anyone have Fight Pass? Is that on it? Worst match of the decade was Undertaker Goldberg. Yeah, it wasn't great. Wasn't great. That's why I'm not in such... I know that Goldberg knocked himself out, but I'm really not in a rush to see it again anyway. Even if he hadn't, it's not a fight that I'm, like, desperate to see. It's not a fight that I'm, like, I really care for that much anyway. I was never into WCW. I was always a WWE guy. So, I mean, I would appreciate what they were doing. And I could see that a lot of what they were doing was really cool. But, yeah, I was a WWE guy. So Goldberg, you know, is the enemy in many ways. And I didn't care for it. I didn't care for him. But I could appreciate there was a lot of really cool stuff that was happening on WCW. But, yeah, I was never the biggest Goldberg fan. The Fiend is going to destroy Goldberg. I think he will, bud. I think you're right. I think you're right. I'll tell you what's not right. I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to get this to work. Shout out to Beaver Cleavage. Can't find it, Days. BT Sports is all I can find. Same. Yeah, same. Horrific, innit? I've been trying to talk and look at the same time for a while now, and yeah, normally there's quite a few places that you can go to where you can find them, and I've tried them all and they're not there. So I don't know what's happening tonight with, I don't know what's going on. We've never had these problems before. Normally we can find the early prelims, but yeah, not tonight. But as I said, not to worry. We know that we've got the prelims coming up. We know that we've got the main card. And, you know, I'm quite happy to sit here talking to you guys and just keep trying to look, keep trying to find it. So for the last year and a half, I've been hearing about the baddest woman on the planet. But the last time I came to your show, I dropped you right there. I'm not a fan of the NWA women's title. Something about going in the ring with a picture of yourself on about looks weird. And when someone wins the title and someone else is on the title, I don't mind that, to be honest. And the reason why I don't mind it is because that's what belts were like. The belts used to have pictures of the champions on. I think Fabulous Moolah's women's title, the old NWA title that Moolah held for 20 odd years, that had a picture of Moolah on for 20 odd years, you know. I understand what you're saying, that it looks a bit weird because it's got someone else's picture, but you could say that about the side plates. You know, when you win a title and you hold it up and you've still got the previous person's side plates on, that looks a bit weird as well. Certainly if it's their name and it's quite big. I think Daniel Bryan had it as his name. And it just said like Daniel Bryan, big letters either side. So that can look a little bit strange as well. I do understand what you mean. That does look weird. I do agree with that. It should be that there's someone at ringside that can quickly swap them over. You know, it's like when you get given a trophy and like you see them. I think they do it with like the FA Cup and stuff like that. When a team wins the FA Cup, you actually, as soon as you're getting into like the final few seconds of the match, they go over and there's an engraver that's actually there live engraving the team's name. Thankfully, like they only do it when it's like pretty much set that this team has won, yeah? They're not going to do it if it's 1-0 and there's still 10 minutes to go. But if it's like 2-0 and there's seconds left, then you'll start to see the engraver start to put in the name of the team. So if they can actually engrave things, then why can't they just have someone at ringside that just swaps out the picture? Have the other picture ready. Have the two pictures. You could even show them, you know, who's going to go, which of these is going to go into the belt. I never understood why they didn't do that with side plates. They must already have the other side plates ready. I suppose, though, you wouldn't want to keep making side plates for people that aren't going to win the title. But in regards to a picture, it's not hard, is it? It's not hard to just get a little circular picture of everyone that the champion faces. And just have it there on a little pillow. You can make a big thing out of it. You have a little pillow with these two pictures on. And it's like, which one's going to go into the belt after this? Just build up the drama a little bit more. So, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind pictures on titles. But I agree it does look weird. And I agree there's a better way of doing it. Picture on titles kind of makes it yours, doesn't it, as well, if you think about it? It's like, everyone knows you're the champ, but yeah, it's your picture that's on the belt. Days, try number 5. Try number 5. Number 5, where are you? I think I tried all 5, actually, but I'll try number 5 again. There's a lady. All these are just little pop-ups, aren't they? Super annoying. Dace, I need to see Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair in an Iron Man match. Winner faces Brock. Well, I strongly suggest that you go out and buy some figures then if you need to see that, because I can't see that happening in real life, in all fairness. I think Ric Flair's wrestling days are definitely behind him. What with his recent health scares and everything. Hogan, rumors were that Hogan's been cleared, but honestly, Hogan might have been cleared and might be able to have one more match, but he ain't having that match against the Beast. He's not going in there against Brock. I wouldn't even want fully fit prime Hogan going in there against Brock. It's a bad man. Don't think Okada will go to another company. The only one I can see him going to would be AEW, but only if AEW has that partnership with New Japan. Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm torn on it because I do think that Okada is very loyal to New Japan. So I agree that it seems highly unlikely that he would leave. But equally, there must be an amount of money that, you know, they can put down on the table that would convince him to go. And I hope they put that money down. The problem is that he's not a massive name. Only wrestling fans know of Okada. What you're not getting is someone that's going to bring in the casual fans. So I don't know how big they can afford to go. Someone like Brock Lesnar is a no-brainer. Someone like Brock Lesnar that everyone knows. You just write there you go, name your price kind of a thing. I mean, you'd think that a lot of people now would know of CM Punk. Obviously, he'd competed in the UFC a few times. He's one of the biggest wrestlers, and what with him suing WWE, and you know, you kind of feel like CM Punk got to a big level anyway, so wrestling fans know of him, MMA fans know of him. I wonder if, like, casual fans have heard of him because of all the dramas that have gone on as well. Oh, XFL on BT? No way. XFL's on BT Sport. That's the first XFL ad that I've ever seen on UK TV. It was just a little preview of some upcoming games. So, wow. There you go. I'm impressed. I am impressed. That shows what 200 million can buy. Days, you're in an octagon. Can I be the opponent? No. I'm the ref. I'm a referee. I'm a peacekeeper. That's my role in the UFC. I am the official UFC peacekeeper. So I don't do fighting. I'm a lover, not a fighter. XFL on BT Sports. No way. I know. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea. I haven't even seen an advert or anything for it, but ta-da! There it is. Days, did you see my super chat? Oh, I don't know, dude. Let's have a look. Jamie Todd, shout out to you. Check the tweet. I have sent you a tweet with early prelims. Oh, Jamie Todd, you might be a legend. Well, let's say you are a legend. Not might be. Tweet. How to open laptop Android. Oh, you are a legend. Thank you, Jamie Todd. You are a lifesaver. Thank you to Nails and NY as well. You know, definitely pointed me in the right direction, so really appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. Jamie Todd, thank you, my friend. Really, really appreciate that. Right. So, it looks like we've had... Is this the first fight of the evening? Yeah. So, Lingo versus Zalal. Okay, so we've just missed the first fight, that's all. Thank you, dude. Okay, so 3 rounds, all 3 rounds. Zalal picks up the win. Now, let me just give you a bit of backstory on this fight because it was quite interesting. These were two newcomers. Lingo was better on his feet, and he was okay on the ground, but looking at the highlights, it seems like that's where he's got caught, Lingo. He does possess knockout power, and he did have a size advantage. And if it had stayed on the feet, then Lingo was going to be quite a formidable opponent. Zalal, though, was the underdog going into this. He was a really good grappler. He's going to look to take the back and apply the choke. He lost 2 of his last 3, so he wasn't really coming in high on confidence. He was a little bit green, and I really thought that Lingo was going to win that, to be honest. I did not have Zalal getting the victory there. I can tell you that the bookies had Lingo as the favourite as well. So, yeah, a little bit of an upset in our first fight of the evening. But, they're very cool. He's just talking to Joe Rogan at the moment. And he's just shouting out his trainers, Factory X. So there we go, Zalal with a bit of an upset win. They're just running through the pay-per-view that we're going to see later. Days, I think you'll like Death Note. It's an anime, but it's amazing. I don't really watch anime, to be honest, bud. I've got nothing against anime. I just don't get a chance to watch it. What's with all the Russians tonight? Days, you've become international. Yeah, that's what we do. We attract an international audience for the UFC streams. We branch out. I'm a big player in the Russian community. There's no two ways about it. We're just seeing John Jones backstage. Just a little video package on John Jones. Let's put this into... well, that's not good, is it? Let's say that's not ideal. Let's... okay, studio. Boom, that's better. I'm trying to get the little countdown clock set up so that when the fights actually start, then we can have the countdown clock going. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm always trying to do stuff. You'd think I'd get all this set up beforehand, but yeah, I don't. But yeah, I don't. So there's always that. Let me go over to the chat. Days is the head of the mafia. OBS Studio? Yes, we are in OBS Studio. I use OBS Studio all the time for all of the streaming that we do. Big fan. It can take a little while to kind of get your head around OBS Studio, but some of the stuff that you can do in there is really, really cool. Really cool. And we've always used it. Right, let's tweak this. We're not in any fights or anything. We've just gone through the first of the early prelims, so we are heading towards the next fight, which I think is going to be Andre Ewell taking on Jonathan Martinez. That's going to be in the bantamweight division. So whilst I'm still messing around with this little countdown clock, I can tell you a little bit about this next fight. So, Andre Ewell is the favourite. I've not picked him. I've gone with Jonathan Martinez. Andre Ewell is 15-6. Martinez is 11-2. And Yul is 2-2 in the UFC. So there's not got the best record in the world. No, we do that. And Martinez is on a 2-fight win streak, is still quite young, is 25 years old, is improving all of the time. And yeah, I think that he's got enough here in his UFC debut to get the victory. So I like the look of Jonathan Martinez. His record is 11-2. As we said, Andre Yul is 15-6. They're just talking about John Jones at the moment, so you're not missing anything. Most title fight wins, Jones with 13, GSP with 13 as well, so... Right. Let's take it out of studio mode now that we've got a little countdown clock up in the corner. Days, if you were organised, it would take away from the fun of the stream. To be honest, right, I thought, yeah, we can easily set up a countdown clock, so I wasn't worried about setting up the countdown clock. I'm not worried about that. The drama has been trying to find the early prelims. That's been where the drama's been. I did not expect it to be that problematic. I really didn't. So, apologies to that. We are there now, though. Dominick Reyes, he's on a 6-fight win streak. Of course, he's undefeated anyway. 1.55 knockdowns every 15 minutes. 5 significant strikes every minute. He's got an 84% takedown defense. So, he's got some good numbers behind him. He's got some real good numbers behind him. Prelims are going to start in 53 minutes, so we've still got a little way to go until we get to the prelims. So far, we've had one fight this evening with Zalal picking up the victory, and now we are moving on to Andre Yul taking on Jonathan Martinez. As we said, this is in the bantamweight division. It's a shame doesn't know the word hi in Russian. Yeah, I never studied Russian. Did Zalal win? Zalal did win, yes. If I can find out what... Well, I could say hello in Russian, but I'd have to get my phone to translate. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until we get to the prelims. So I will say hello in Russian as soon as I can. As soon as Google tells me how. As soon as Google tells me how to say hello in Russian, then I definitely will. Okay, so we're just waiting for them to make their ring walks. Martinez making his way out first, fighting out of LA. Apparently he was a problematic kid. I've studied a Russian woman before a long time ago, but I don't think that experience will help me here. Well, look, I studied a Russian woman as well, and then her accent magically disappeared. Lana. I don't know if you've ever heard of her, but yeah, that's the only Russian woman I'm aware of. Back-to-back wins for Martinez. 3 first-round finishes. Finished 8 of 11 wins. 6 coming via knockout. Right, so this is going to be Yul versus Martinez. Hello, famous KJ Carter. Hope you are well, my friend. So, Martinez in the octagon. We're just waiting for Andre Yul to make his way down, and then we will be underway. Man, he is loving it. He's got pink headphones on. He's like, ah! I feel like we're disturbing his moment. That's how it is. He's coming out going, yeah, oh, woo. Do you want a moment? Like, should I be watching this? I don't know. The way he was coming out and like singing to his own theme music. I feel like it was a young girl in a bedroom with like a hairbrush. Woo, yeah, in front of a mirror. I tell you what, I haven't got Andre Yul winning this. I've got Martinez winning this because, as I said, you know, he's on a 2-fight win streak, improving all the time. This is his hometown. He's really good with his kicks and knees. Yeah, I think he's going to have the slight advantage. He's not the bookie's favourite, Martinez, but I think I might want Andre Yul now. Now that I've seen his America's Got Talent audition. Is Zicky Dice fighting? No. Okay, both guys are in there. Thank you, C. Daze is an MMA addict. Yeah, I've always been a fan, dude. I've always been a fan. I've always loved MMA. I think the thing was that when I was growing up, obviously, I didn't know that wrestling was scripted, right? You don't when you're a kid, yeah? No one told me. So I would watch it and I'd believe it. And I just loved the idea that you could have a problem with someone that you could solve in a ring. Do you know what I mean? Like, I remember the Big Boss Man taking on Nails, and it blew my mind that there was a problem in this world between a police officer and a prisoner that could be solved inside of a ring. My little brain was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in the world. We need more of this. And then when you find out it's scripted, you go, gutted. But I think that's why I appreciate UFC so much, you know? Because there's, granted, you don't get the police officer and the prisoner. I really feel like that's something the UFC could branch into. But you do get some real life stories that obviously get settled in the octagon. Probably most famously, Khabib and Conor McGregor. Khabib and his team, surrounded one of Conor's friends. Conor heard this news, jumped on a private jet, went straight over to New York, went up to the tour bus of Khabib and his team and started trashing it. And that all played into their match, their fight that they had. I don't know, that sometimes UFC can be a little bit WWE in its stories. Obviously, most times it's like this fight right here. These two coming in, touching gloves beforehand, and you could see the respect between them. Hate that. I hate respect. I want disrespect. I want them all to hate each other. A couple of jabs coming in from Yul. We are underway with the second fight of the evening. I should put that down, actually, so that people know where we are with things. This is the second fight. There we go. Right, some nice kicks coming in from Yul. Some big left hands to the body as well. Martinez, though, standing his ground in the centre. Doesn't seem phased Just quite happy throwing some shots out. Kicks coming back from Yul. Ooh, nice kick to the body, but Martinez grabbing the leg. Yul goes down and has to quickly pop back up again. Coming forward with some rights and lefts. Big left hand straight down the centre. Nice little combo that doesn't quite connect. So, still trying to feel each other out at this stage. Ooh, went for a head kick by Martinez. I like this. They're going for it. And that looked like it might have been a little bit low, that kick. But the fight carries on. I don't think it connected. He went for a shot on the thigh. Martinez just slips, goes down. Yul is able to capitalise, comes forward with a couple of rights and lefts. Shot to the body. Head kick by Martinez. The fights are real for sure, but outside the ring, certain people try to dramatise the show, UFC management included. I don't mind it personally. To be honest, Troy, I don't care. Having come from the world of like WWE first, WWE was my first love. Still a love of mine now, of course. But I joined UFC later, of course. I was watching WWE in 92, 93. I started watching UFC around 2009, 2010. So I'm totally fine if it's scripted, that outside stuff. I don't mind it. I think what I don't necessarily like is when it's so heated. The hatred seems so real. They have a fight and then afterwards they're like, come here. And they're hugging and shaking hands and he's like, do you know what I mean? I'm sure it's a release when you're in the octagon. I'm sure all that anger just goes and it's done now and you put it behind you and all of that. But yeah, I'm not used to that. Not in WWE. It's very rare that you see two people have a fight in WWE and then they're like, come here, bring it in. Bring it in, big man. Oh. Normally you get 20 million rematches. Obviously, you don't get that in UFC. And I suppose they know it as well, that it's very unlikely that most fights are going to get a rematch. So you might as well just make up after. But that for me is quite jarring when you compare it to the WWE world. But the kind of them making issues outside of the... I love it. I genuinely think it adds to the fights. I genuinely think. And I think UFC do a decent job of trying to give you some backstory. Trying to, tell you about how the two styles are going to... Like tonight, for example, Jon Jones versus Reyes. Reyes is an up-and-comer. He's undefeated. He has got a lot of power. He is definitely going to be a future champion. He has got potentially the skills needed to get through and to hurt Jon Jones. Can he put Jon Jones away? I think he could, but I think all the stars need to line up. And you can kind of create a story out of that. They were saying the other day that Jon Jones has never really fought an up-and-comer. Jon Jones has fought a lot of people his own age, a lot of legends, a lot of established names, but Dominick Reyes is an up-and-comer. Dominick Reyes is 12-0. He's not got this massively extensive MMA career, So this is very interesting for Jon Jones because whenever we've seen UFC fighters, legends taking on up-and-comers, they can sometimes get unstuck. These up-and-comers have got a real advantage because they can watch a lot more tape on you than you can on them. Like Jon Jones' record, can't remember it off the top of my head. Got it written down, is 25-1. But, I mean, you could say 25-0. So there's plenty of matches there for Reyes to watch, for Reyes to try and work out Jon Jones. Not that you're going to be able to, but try and work out Jon Jones. Jon Jones has got 12 fights that he can watch on Reyes. And I'd argue those early fights are going to be redundant now anyway, so it's very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. But that's what I'm saying. These kind of stories, for me, all adds to the drama. Really helps build the fights up. I really feel like UFC could learn even more from WWE. I think that they should maybe look at bringing in some more drama somehow. Maybe not for the top of the card, but maybe just a little bit lower down, you know? Like, what happens, who wins here between Yule and Martinez? I know the winner's going to go on to bigger and better things, and I trust that that will happen. But it'd be cool to know. Win this, and you're going to get into the top 20. Something along those lines, you know? Maybe they should make the rankings a bit bigger. We're underway with round number 2 anyway, and both guys seeming quite comfortable. No dramatic moments. Nice knee to the body by Yule. Yule is certainly looking good. Another knee to the body by Newell. Days, I haven't heard, but are you doing a New Japan watch along? Yes, Beaver Cleavage, we are. Yes, we're sticking around. Crazy, isn't it? So we're doing this UFC watch along. I tell you what, Yule is really throwing in a lot here. He's been throwing in knees. He's been working the left jab. Been doing some lovely stuff. And Martinez has just been like eating it up. He's still there, still very comfortable. But Yule is looking for the big moments. He is definitely the one that's bringing the fight, whereas Martinez is just kind of standing his ground and absorbing a lot of this punishment. In regards to New Japan, yes, I have got no idea what state I'm going to be in for that stream. That stream starts in about, 7 hours or something like that. So we're going to be here watching all of UFC. We're doing the early prelims all the way up till 1 o'clock in the morning. It's currently 20 past midnight here. And then we'll be at the prelims, and then we'll be at the main card. Then I think we'll end the stream. I'll go and have a little cry, and then I'll come back an hour later, half an hour later, however long we've got to do the New Japan stream. And I'm warning you now, there's every chance that I'm going to be falling asleep during that New Japan stream, but I'm sure you guys are going to forgive me. Shots to the body by Yule. Martinez firing some shots back. Again, the story of this fight, Yule really is trying to find ways through, and he's looking at lots of different ways to do that, different angles, knee strikes, flying knees. He's been doing lots of different things, kind of launching himself from the edge of the octagon towards Martinez, who has largely stood his ground in the center. So he really has tried quite a few different things. He's certainly looked the more flashier fighter, and I think a lot of what he's been throwing has been getting through, but Martinez just seems very, very comfortable. I feel like Yule is going to be up on total strikes and significant strikes. The only thing is that Martinez is constantly, when Yule does get close, he is constantly firing back. So I feel like Martinez is going to pick up on stuff. And in fact, round 2 significant strikes are around about 28 to 18 or something along those lines to Yule. So we were right about that. Yule is just getting more through. But Martinez, as we said, he's still in there. And actually, he's got Yule up against the octagon right now, firing some shots off. Yule dropping his hands, which might be a little bit foolish, but I think he's trying to invite Martinez onto him. So his hands are down. He's got no guard up. He could get caught here. This seems foolish to me. I don't know why he's dropping his hands. There's kicks coming in. And at the moment, he's in a little bit of retreat mode, Yule. And now he's getting tagged up against the cage. He just took a right-left combo. And again, his hands are... What is he doing? He gets tripped. Martinez just having a really good minute or so here. But a lot of it is to do with the fact that Yule has just dropped his hands. Well, I don't understand. He was doing really well. Yul was doing really... I don't know if his cardio's gone. I don't know if he's gassed out. I don't know if he's used all his energy. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But towards the end of that round, he was stood on the outside with his hands down. And I think he's trying to invite Martinez on. But the problem is that Martinez didn't need that invitation. And really did hit him with some nice stuff. Well, silly boy. I feel like someone should say to him, keep your hands up, mate. Keep your hands up. Boom. Right, we're going to the third round on this, our second fight of the evening. Let's see if I can find the chat. There we go. Yul is going to get finished. Well, he will if he does that in the third round again. Get the coffee, damn it. LQ says Yul won, Martinez won. I think you're right, bud. Yeah, I've got it that way. So all to play for in the third and final round. NWA coffee. Yeah. Love This Is the NWA podcast, as you guys know. I don't understand Russian. Days. Should WWE put win-losses on the bottom of the screen below the championships? Acknowledge. Because they have done storyline on streak wins and Askers. And oh yeah, I've always thought that. I've always thought that. Wins and losses matter. They absolutely matter. And I said before that I think in order to get a title shot in WWE, you should have to win X amount of matches in a row. I think I said 3. I think I said you've got to win 3 matches in a row. That doesn't guarantee you a title shot. It just makes you eligible for a title shot. There's a big difference. I'm not saying win 3 matches and now you get to face Brock. I'm saying you've got to win 3 matches to be eligible, to even be selected to go for a title. That's just to get you into a number 1 contenders match. You know, the WWE can then have a look, right, who have we got? Wow, look, we've got such and such there on 3. Let's take those ones. There we go. This is our number 1 contenders match. We know how they got there. We know, why they're in the match because they've got 3 wins or more in a row. And honestly, you could have 3 wins. It could be that you've just got a Survivor week because the number 1 contenders match is next weekend or next week or whatever. And then bang, you lose. You've got to win 3 matches all over to get back into contention. And it's like, do you know what I mean? Just think of the drama that would bring to matches. So I think win-loss records are fine. I would be more inclined to go that way and to keep an eye on people's winning streaks and bring in that rule that you've got to have so many wins to be eligible. And honestly, I promise you, we spoke about this on live streams last year. I remember us talking about it last year, about the fact you should have to win so many matches. And then NWA have just brought in the rule, the Lucky 7, which means that if you are the TV champ and you defend it and win 7 times, you get a shot at the main title. So a 7-win streak. If you've got a 7-fight win streak and you're the TV champ, you get a shot at the big title. So I'm not saying they copied us. They clearly didn't. But I love the idea. I think it's brilliant. Right, not a great deal here. We've got Yul that seems to have gone tired. I think his cardio has gone. He's standing on the outside, charging forward with a couple of rights and lefts, but we're not seeing the dynamic striking that he had in the first round and halfway through the second. Martinez just very cool, very calm, very, composed. He's coming in by Yul. He is. I'm probably leaning towards Martinez. I feel that Yul probably is still going to be up on significant strikes and everything. But I do feel like Yul looks more to me like the one that's going to go. Nice front leg kick. And again. Sacrifice the Russians. Why do you not count the one in Jones' record? You said 25-1, but it might as well be 25-0. Was it not a real loss? Yeah, I mean the thing was that he's lost fights, Jones. He's lost against. There's a whole history with John Jones that's not the easiest history to kind of go through. He's had a lot of troubles outside of the ring, and he's been in bad places. Obviously, we know about like the whole drugs failures and the car crashes and all this kind of stuff with John Jones. There's been a lot of dramas, a lot of controversies. As you said, that hit and run incident, and 2019 he was on a battery charge as well. So there's been a lot of stuff happen with John Jones. So I kind of feel like his performances suffered as a result. The loss that he took to it was Matt Hamill. I'm just looking. Matt Hamill from 2009. That's when he last lost. 2009. You're going back 11 years ago. He lost to Matt Hamill, someone who he would beat, and it was a disqualification. Illegal downward elbows. He picked up a DQ. And this is 2009 as he's like really coming through. That was on The Ultimate Fighter, heavyweights finale. He'd been on a few shows, UFC shows before that, but yeah, I mean, look, at this stage he's still establishing himself, and that's his only loss so far. Obviously, he's had a no contest against Daniel Cormier because of drugs. Turinable? No idea. So there's that no contest blemish that's on his record as well. But he'd beaten Cormier before. That was actually a rematch. And as we said, his loss because of elbows. But I do feel like there's been a lot of stuff happening outside of the UFC when it comes to John Jones. And I don't know if he was if it was all together in the in those early stages. Actually, throughout his whole career, there's been moments where he's kind of like had to step away. We've lost a lot of John Jones' time. We should have had more matches than what we've had. I mean, he was fighting quite consistently, and like I think he had. Looking at this, he had tons of fights in 2008. In 2008, he had 7 fights, 3 fights in 2009, 2 in 2010, 4 in 2011, 2 2012, 2 in 2013, just the 1 in 2014, 1 in 2015, 1 in 2016, 1 in 2017, 1 in 2018. So in the space of 5 years, he had 5 fights. We should have been double that. But just waiting. This has gone decision, by the way. So we're just waiting for judges' scorecards. Oh, there's a computer crash. Is that you, Russians? Eh? We're just waiting for the judges' scorecards to come in on this second fight of the evening. We've got, I think, one more early prelim after this, and then we're into the prelims. I've got to tell you, I'm so excited about the prelims. James Krause, last-minute replacement. He is main event in the prelims. It's going to be Trevin Giles versus James Krause. Let's get this scorecard first. 29-28 Martinez. 29-28 Yule. There is a winner. Wow. Booze. I thought Martinez had got it, and they've given it to Andre Ewell, and I am amazed. There's booze in the arena. The crowd don't like it. I don't think Joe Rogan likes it either. Is there no interview for him? Normally they interview the winner. Wow. There we go. I really thought Martinez had got that. It seemed to be 1-1. That third round, he just seemed to stand his ground. It looked to me like Andre Ewell had tired and his cardio wasn't where it needed to be. And they've scored it for him. I don't think there's any time for that interview because they're already now talking about the next fight. So it looks like we are on to the next fight. Right, let's change this over. This is the last fight on the early prelims, and this is going to be Domingo Pilati versus Journey Newson. There we go. Pilati versus Newson. This is bantamweight, and I can tell you that both have got a record of 8-2. Pilati is tall. He is going to look to take the back and try and choke out Newson. Pilati is a very exciting fighter, fights at Southpaw. He's had a few sketchy moments in his previous fights. He is going to be coming in with a range advantage. He might get this on decision. So I've got Pilati getting the victory, but this is close. Newson, question marks as to whether he is UFC caliber. Can miss quite a bit of his shots and kicks. He is faster though, and I do think he's going to be. I think he's got potential. I think there's question marks as to whether he's UFC caliber. I'm not saying he's not, but there's just question marks around it. He can be a little bit pressured, so he can fight on the back foot. I don't think he's going to be the one that's forcing this fight. He's tough, though. There's no two ways about it. He is tough, and we're just looking at him now. Finished 6 of 9 wins, 3 by knockout, 3 by submission. He is a BJJ brown belt. And he has won 6 of his last 7 fights, but a lot of them are against just journeymen, really. So, question marks as to whether he is UFC caliber. If he wins this, no more questions. I think Pilati should get the victory. He is favourite to get the victory, but it's going to be an interesting fight all the same. Interesting fight all of the same. I want to change this camera a little bit. I'm going to move it down. There we go. Boom. That's better. Is that better? I don't know. I don't know. Feels better for me. I keep looking down. Every time I look at the screen, I can't see myself, so... This is the money maker. There's no two ways about it. Shout out to everyone that's joining us anyway. Thank you so much for joining us. I know that this is very, very early in the evening. I know most people will be joining us when the actual show begins. That's not going to be for another few hours. We are heading towards the end of the early prelims. This is our final fight of the evening for the early prelims. And it should be a good one as well. Genuinely looking forward to this. I want to know, the question mark for me here, is Journey Newsom UFC caliber? Is he UFC quality? Dominick Pilati is got 4 first-round finishes. Finished 6 of 8 wins, 2 by knockout, 4 by submission. Awarded contract on Dana White's Contender Series. I like this guy. I've seen a few clips of him. I think I saw one of his fights as well. Both of these guys are 30. years old. Pilati is a little bit taller. He's got a big reach advantage. Both coming in at 135 pounds. As we said, this is in the bantamweight division. Days, a good way to say goodbye to Naito is to have Takahashi beat up Naito. Then Ishii helps and beats him up, and Hiromu beats Naito for the world title, and then Naito goes to WWE. He won't. I don't think Naito's interested. Naito has been very public in speaking out against all of these foreign influences that have come in. You know, he hated Jericho because he said that he felt that they should be promoting New Japan talent. I really feel that Naito is New Japan for life. I can't see Naito leaving. He might do something like towards the end of his career if the opportunity comes up, but I can't see him leaving. Okay, here we go. We're getting things are getting interesting now. The evening's starting to change gears a little bit. We are underway with this final early prelim, the third fight of the evening. Nice head kick coming in by Pilate. It was great. Already within the first 20-odd seconds, and he goes for it again. Newson backing away. Newson definitely felt that. And again, already you're seeing Newson swinging and missing a lot of these shots. Oh, that one hit! That one hit from Newson. Newson managed to get one through. Oh, he is UFC quality. Wow, that was out of nowhere. Crazy, because he was swinging and they were nowhere near. He was swinging, miss, and then this one shot gets through. Bang. I mean, you've got to say, that's awful defense by Pilate. Just went down. He doesn't go out. He does get knocked down, but he doesn't go out. He actually rolls over to try and cover himself. But the problem is that he doesn't defend himself. He kind of goes down, rolls over, but then these shots come into the side of the head. And look, he rolls over, and then he needs to get his arms in the way, but he can't get his arms in the way quick enough, and the ref stops it. He was definitely dazed. I don't think he was out. That's a big win. They're just saying the biggest win of his career. It was really weird because there was a couple of shots that were like nowhere near, just whistled past Pilate, and I was looking at it thinking, he's gonna eat that all day long. He'll take them nowhere near him. He'd already rocked him with a head kick, high kick. Newsom replied with a couple of shots that nowhere near, and then straight down the middle. Straight down the middle with a right. Was it? I don't know. First round. Yeah, he did catch him early. We're just hearing from Joe Rogan. Yeah, it was really good. It's a really good right hand. They're just showing, yeah, so he throws the left, but he doesn't connect with it. He feints the left, and it's the right that follows behind it. So he's won 7 of his last 8 fights now. I'm pleased for him, man. As you said, he can miss a lot of his shots, and we saw that. And the question marks was he UFC caliber? Well, that's a big win for him. That's a big step forward. So, very, very interesting result there for Newson. Pleased for him. Right, let's move on. That should be it for the early prelims. Looks like Fiend is going to have fun with Uno cards in hell. 38 seconds, yes. If it's over that quick, they're going to need some filler. They're just talking to Joe Rogan at the moment. Yeah, they're always prepared for filler. There's enough video packages that they can throw to if they need to, so. Really interesting, though. Great knockout. It wasn't a fluke or anything. He was talking about how he's used it before. You feint with the left and then big right hand follow him from behind. And it connected so clean. He went down. It was, yeah. I don't think he went down and out. He seemed to go down and he seemed to roll. He had the ability to kind of roll back. He didn't just go down and he was out, but he rolled back so that he could kind of cover himself a little bit. But as he's rolled back, before he knows it, he's just getting smashed either side of the head and, done. They're just talking to Dominick Reyes right now. He is 12-0, as we said. What's first on the main card? Have you got any facts or history for us? Well, I've got information on all of the fights, and in regards to the main card, who is first on the main card? I think it's Derrick Lewis. Now, what's really interesting, I can tell you, on the... Do you want the main card or do you want the prelims? Because we can do whichever. Main card has got the likes of Derrick Lewis, who's one of the best heavyweights in the world. He's going to be in action against Latifi. That's a heavyweight fight, and it's a very interesting fight, that one. Few people think Latifi can get the win there, but the thing is that Derrick Lewis is... he's got a big right hand, huge right hand, maybe the most powerful in the UFC. He one-shot KO power, Derrick Lewis. Derrick Lewis is never out of a fight, ever. Because, honestly, even with 10 seconds to go, he can find that right hand, find that moment, and find that win. So, I don't think you can ever write out Derrick Lewis. He's definitely got his weaknesses. He's lost, but when he loses, he tends to lose against the very best. I don't think Latifi is that. I don't think Latifi is the very best. I think that he is interesting. I think that he is an up-and-comer. He's got a record of 14-7. He's coming up from light heavyweight, so it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts. But he is in there with the heaviest of heavyweights. He is in there with a proper heavyweight with a big shot. So that's going to be a very interesting fight. Derrick Lewis against Latifi. Maybe the fight of the night is going to be Bektic versus Ige. That's going to be in the featherweight division. This fight is really interesting because it's so close. The bookmakers have got it Bektic minus 100, Ige plus 100. There's really not much in it between the two. So really, really close. Bektic has got a little bit of a suspect chin, but he's a top 15 fighter, no doubt about that. Great output. He's going to be bigger. He's going to be physical. He is can be a risky striker. Like when he strikes, he leaves himself open. And Ige might be able to take advantage of that. He's very good at faking and creating openings. And stylistically, this fight is very exciting. They're so close that it's so hard to call. So the first fight with Derrick Lewis is an interesting fight. But I think Lewis has got that right hand. That's what it keeps coming back to. He's got that right hand, and I think he'll get the job done. Second fight with Bektic versus Ige. Super close. Don't know which way it's going to go. So there's a lot of interest in that fight. Then that brings us to the third fight on the main card, which is Juan Adams taking on Justin Tafa. This is very interesting as well. This is very interesting because this is in the heavyweight division, but these are two newcomers, up-and-comers. You've got Juan Adams with a record of 5-2. You've got Tafa with a record of 3-1. The thing with Adams is that his commitment is being questioned. Apparently, like, there's messages online of people asking, "Are you going to come to the gym today?" So we don't know what mindset Juan Adams is in. Apparently on social media, he can post some very weird stuff as well. There's been a few question marks around his mentality. So I'm really intrigued by this fight. I don't expect it to be an amazing fight, but I don't know what I expect from Juan Adams. I expect the unexpected. He's got really good stuff, and he's got really bad stuff as well. Like, he's a great wrestler. Not the best wrestler, but he is still a great wrestler. But then he's got a little bit of bad footwork at times, and question marks around his commitment. He looks great. We don't know what his cardio is going to be like. But yeah, Juan Adams is such a... I can't wait to see him. I can't wait to see what we're going to get from him. Because it's so unknown, I've gone with Tafa. I think Tafa is more focused, more committed. I don't think he makes as many mistakes. You could argue he's not as great as what Juan Adams is. If Adams is on his game, on his day, he wins. But we don't know. We don't know which version of him is going to arrive. So that's the third fight on the main card. And then we get to the two championship matches. Then we get to the co-main event, which is Shevchenko versus Katlyn. And this is very interesting because Katlyn is the next in line. She deserves this. She's earned this title shot. But I can't see any way that she is going to win. The reason why I say that this is interesting is because... obviously, she believes that she can. She believes that she knows how to beat Shevchenko. She seems very confident about this, but I don't know what it is. I don't know how she's going to do it. They're just saying that she's got a 63% striking defense. She throws 4.67 significant strikes each minute. 350 significant strikes is the second most in UFC flyweight history, so she's definitely bringing a lot to the octagon. But the problem is she's going in there against one of the most dominant champions in all of UFC. Valentina Shevchenko is actually minus 1,000 to win this. That means you have to bet $1,000 to win 100. It's crazy odds. So the book is, I think pretty much everyone is expecting Shevchenko to win this. If Katlyn can get this done tonight, which she seems to think she can, that's going to blow this division open. That's going to really change this whole division. I'm not expecting it, but again, interesting all the same. Her record is very good. She's 13-2, 13 wins, only 2 defeats. Both are counter strikers as well, so they might be a little bit standing off each other, trying to find the right moment. They both like to throw their shots in when the other person has already committed. If neither's going to commit, it might not make for the best fight. So I'm not sure what to expect with the co-main event. I've got a Shevchenko win. I don't think Katlyn can do it. But of course, she thinks she can. She thinks that she knows as well the secret to beating Shevchenko. We'll have to see if she does. And then we get to the main event, the greatest of all time, Jon Jones, 25-1. And as we said, a lot of stuff happening outside of the octagon, which I think has distracted him. I think that it has meant that he's not fought as often as what we would have liked. I think we looked earlier and he's had 5 fights in 5 years. He's more active now. He's had a couple of fights in 2019. And obviously he's having a fight here in early 2020. I'd expect him to have at least another fight again this year. So it's great that we're starting to see Jon Jones on a more regular basis. It does mean that he's coming into this with some momentum. It does mean that he's coming into this without ring rust. He's coming into this arguably at the top of his game. But he is going in there against Dominick Reyes. Dominick Reyes, up-and-comer, has got the tools to really cause Jon Jones problems. I am reluctant to say that he's got the tools to beat Jon Jones, because beating Jon Jones is not something people do. So what do those tools look like? The only thing I can put it down on is the fact that you've got Jon Jones that can switch up his styles if he gets troubled. But what would need to happen is Dominick Reyes would have to trouble Jon Jones. Jon Jones would then have to delay changing his tactics, and Reyes would have to then get through at that point. That's the only chink in the armour I can find. I think Jon Jones can be worked out. The problem is, when he changes his style on you. I think that Reyes is someone that could work out Jon Jones, but can he get through before Jon Jones just goes and does a different thing, you know? He can put the pressure on, he can sit back, he can fight at long range, he can fight close, he could take it down to the ground, he's a great striker, he can use his hands, he can use his legs. He's the all-round package, Jon Jones. There's a reason why he's regarded as the GOAT. Yes, there's a lot of drama that comes with Jon Jones. Yes, there's a lot of baggage that comes with Jon Jones, and he's not everyone's favourite fighter. He's not my favourite fighter, but what you do get with Jon Jones is you get a MMA fighter at the pinnacle of their profession giving you the best. I mean, you just see stuff in Jon Jones fights that you just don't see in other fights. So that's going to be our main event tonight. So super excited for the main card. And there's a fight that I've got to talk about because it is the main event. It is the main event of the prelims. We are done with the prelims now. So we are going to go over to BT Sport and we'll watch the prelims on there. Early prelims have just finished. James Krause. James Krause. I'm really hoping this is a name that everyone is going to be talking about tomorrow. You've got Trevin Giles. Trevin Giles was meant to be having a fight on this card tonight, and 24 hours ago, around that time, his opponent dropped out. James Krause stepped forward and said, I'll take this fight. Now, what you need to know about James Krause is that he is a cornerman. He is a trainer. He is not meant to be on this card. He is not prepared for this fight. He is last minute step in. He is a fighter. They haven't just got some random guy off the street. He's got a good record, 27 wins, 7 defeats. He is fast. He has got a bad style for Giles. The thing is, though, can he get a victory without preparing for this fight? He is going into this cold. He says that he keeps himself active in the gym. He says that he keeps himself ready for opportunities whenever they arise. But how do you get yourself ready for a UFC fight of this magnitude? Like, this isn't, buried away, on Fight Pass. You know, this isn't Dana White's Contender Series. This is the main event of the prelims for a Jon Jones card, right? This is big. So James Krause coming in at this stage and just taking this fight, he has won so much respect. So much respect. People are urging him to get this victory tonight. So out of all of the fights, amazingly, if there's only one fight I could watch tonight, if there's only one fight that I could see, it's this one. I want to see James Krause versus Trevin Giles. I want to see if Krause can get the job done. What a story it would be if he did. Stepping in last minute, was a corner man. He's come in with this opportunity, not been able to prepare. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. So I've actually got Krause as favourite to win that. There's no bookie odds for it. I've got no... I can't tell you what the bookies are saying because it's so last minute. I haven't got that information. I don't know if that information is out there. I'm sure it will be by the time that we get to the fight. But yeah, really, really interesting stuff on the main card and on the prelims as well. That fight will be our main event of the prelims. So if you are just joining us, shout out to you, my friends. We had a little bit of drama with the early prelims. We really struggled to find them. But then Jamie Todd, absolute legend, came through and helped us out with that and massively, massively appreciated it. We then enjoyed the last couple of early prelim fights. We saw a very interesting, controversial fight. Andre Ewell getting the victory over Martinez, which the crowd didn't agree with. Joe Rogan didn't agree with. And now we find ourselves at the prelims for UFC 247. And also, yeah, I should mention that great knockout. Again, unexpected knockout that we saw courtesy of... go back through my notes. Courtesy of Journey Newson, who KO'd Pilate. We've got Joe Rogan. And the commentators just going through what we're going to be seeing tonight. If he wins, he might still be in Jones's corner later. Easy peasy. Thank you, Nows and NY. Shout out to you, my friend. So we are all set up for tonight then, for what should be an excellent night of action. And there they're showing us the full card. So again, Derrick Lewis with that great right hand taking on Latifi. Match of the night potentially, Bektic versus Ige. We've got the questionable Juan Adams. We don't know who's going to turn up, which Juan we're getting, but him against Tafa. Then we get to the two championship fights with Katlyn against Shevchenko. Katlyn thinks, she's ranked number 1. She thinks she can get the job done. She can't. And then we get to the main event. John Bones Jones. Most title fight victories. That's what's on the line tonight as well. Most title fight victories. If John Jones can get that win tonight, he will get the most victories with 14 title defenses, which is huge. They're just showing like some of the other champions in other sports. Just showing us boxers that have got 31 wins, and there he is. Look, John Bones Jones, 13 and counting. 13 times he has gone into the octagon as champ. 13 times he's walked out with the belt. Exciting, man. Really exciting. Attention, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit subscribe and hit the bell. Shout out to you, Jim Gore. I don't know if I've said hello to you yet, mate. Hope you are well. Shout out to all of our mods that do incredible work. I know I saw C Wrestling around as well. And Nails and NY, Jim Gore. Shout out to all of our usual community that are with us. Just here for like a really good evening. That's what we're here for. They're just running through the fight, so you're not missing anything. They're saying that Chookagian doesn't attack in straight lines, which is true. She does come from lots of different angles. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Right, we should be getting underway. We're about 5 minutes in. Yes, we are. Right. Let's go over and change this on here. Oh, we've already done it. Amazing. I'm so prepared. I didn't even know I'd done it. Jones versus Batista. So John's getting signed from the Contender Series. Yeah, that was a big win over Jin Soo-son. Shout out to Huskus is a legend. Mercy made a good weatherman. He was fun. Right, Mario Bautista is making his way down to the octagon. And this is in the bantamweight division. Now, I've got Johns winning this. This is Johns versus Bautista. Johns is 10-0, undefeated. Bautista 7-1, not a bad record. Bantamweight, as we said. Johns is quite stocky, quite muscular. He's nothing flashy. He's just really well-rounded. He's just solid, hard to beat. And he used to be a state champion wrestler. He's going to bring a lot of power. He's a big takedown specialist, of course, because of his wrestling background. Few question marks over his cardio. We're seeing Bautista, who's made his way down. First of all, he's finished 5 of his 7 wins. 2 by knockout, 3 by submission. His last fight was a win over Jin Soo-son by unanimous decision. 5th most significant strikes in a 3rd round UFC bantamweight fight. So he's the kind of person that, from what we've seen, starts off well and kind of keeps that momentum going. He's not someone that fades in the 3rd round. He's someone that's going to stand in there and stay in there. So he's a really good opponent for Miles Johns. But I do think that Johns is going to find a way of getting him down. I could see this being some kind of submission, maybe TKO victory for Johns. I think Johns is very, very impressive. As we said, nothing flashy, but he just does the basics very, very well. He's just very solid. And with a great record, 10-0. It could be 11-0 tonight against Mario Bautista. Bautista is a volume striker. He's going to throw a lot. And, I think that you're going to see Johns looking for takedowns. And honestly, what with Bautista throwing so much, you would think that he's probably going to leave himself open for takedowns. And I think that's really where Johns can come in and capitalise. I can tell you this is quite a close fight. I've got the bookies saying that Johns is minus 130. Bautista is plus 110. And as we said, big guy, very muscular. And he is undefeated. Former LFA bantamweight champion. Got his contract on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 3, Week 2. I like him. I'm on board with him. I think he's a great talent. Just nothing that flashy. So I'm not expecting this to be a rip-roaring fight. I'm not expecting this to be like an incredible first round or anything like that. But I do think you're going to see something, some kind of finish. I could see it being a submission win for Johns. He does look like an absolute beast in that bantamweight division. An absolute beast. Johns is 25. Bautista 26. Bautista a couple of inches taller. He's got a little bit more on the reach as well. So, Bautista not coming in as like a tiny. But Johns just feels and looks like he's bigger. Bruce Buffer doing the honours anyway, because we are, of course, about to begin. If you are just joining us, welcome. We are here throughout the prelims. We'll be here throughout the main card as well. And again, if you are watching, make sure that you're joining us. Hit that subscribe. Make sure that you're joining the channel. Because we are here every week for the UFC. We do all the fight nights. We do all the big cards. We obviously did that massive Conor McGregor fight the last month. Was it last month? Was it January? It was, wasn't it? Right, they're just doing the introductions. Batista still at plus 105. Here's John's. Let me know who you think's going to win in the chat. Feel free to let me know. Do you think it'll be Johns? Do you think it'll be Bautista? Johns minus 135. Fights out of Dallas, Texas. He's just bobbing around. He looks like a Bailey wacky inflatable arm guy. He's just kind of doing this. Bouncing around, waving his arms around. Okay, here we go then, guys. We are about to get underway with round one. Feels like it's been ages since. I think it's been about half an hour since our last fight. Okay, ref calling him in. So, as we said, not expecting anything flashy. Bautista is going to throw volume. He's going to look to put Johns away. I'm not sure Johns is going to allow him to get too close, to be honest. Okay, standing his ground, Bautista in the middle. We've got Johns on the outside. Went for a head kick, just whistles past by Bautista. Bautista is moving a lot. He has got good footwork. He's kind of not allowing Johns to settle. So Bautista constantly moving around, stepping to the sides. Trying to see if he can create some openings for himself. Big overhand right from Johns, but doesn't connect. And Bautista, again, just in the center, moving around. Stepping to the side. As we said, we wasn't expecting this to be flashy or anything too crazy. We've not really had anything at this stage, but there's a lot of movement in there. Johns is definitely just waiting, biding his time, trying to find the right opportunity. We've seen him, he's a decent striker, Johns, but as we said, you know, I think he would probably look to get Bautista down. I don't think he's going to try and outstrike Bautista, because Bautista is a great striker, a volume striker. I think the power would be with Johns, though. Johns looking very comfortable. Bautista's doing a lot of moving. Johns kind of standing his ground on the outside. Couple of shots coming in from Bautista. We've had a couple of minutes of round one so far. And again, Bautista in the centre. Johns on the outside. Big right hand by Johns. Not sure if he managed to get it through. Bautista, when he's coming in, he is leaving himself exposed. And Johns won't mind that. He is waiting. He is looking for a big shot. He is looking for a right moment. Halfway through round one. Bautista looking for a head kick, but easily blocked by Johns. Bautista's his movement just is dropping down a little bit now. We're not seeing him move around as much as what he was before. So maybe a small victory there for Johns. Seems like this fight is settling down a little bit. I've got Johns winning this. As we said, he is undefeated, 10-0. Bautista 7-1. Both are very good fighters. This is a close fight on the bookies odds. Not much from Johns on this. You would struggle to score this for Johns. Bautista has definitely been the one that's been working harder and taking the fight to Johns. But equally, Bautista has tired. Oh, nice! By Johns, just as I said that. Big right hand, and Bautista's foot in went. He popped up. He goes for a knee strike. That might have just woke Bautista up a little bit. But goes for a head kick. Johns backs away. We've got just over a minute to go in this round. Left hand jab coming forward by Johns. And Johns just started to turn the pressure up a little bit there. Johns just started to get motor in a little bit. We will be starting with UFC 247 in about an hour 45. So we've just gone through these prelims. And as we said, the main event on the prelims, James Krause, can he get that victory? Really am looking forward to that fight. 30-odd seconds left in this. Little bit of a sleeper now. There's been a couple of moments in this. Just comes forward with a knee. Batista is starting to get through a little bit, but I think Johns will be quite happy. I don't think you can score it for Johns. I don't think he is... I don't think he can have many more rounds like that, Johns. I think Johns did what he needed to do. I think what we saw was Bautista came out and was looking for different angles. There was a lot of movement in there. And I think Johns was wise. Just kind of see it out. Kind of settle the fight down. Take it into the second round. But he can't do another one of those rounds. He's got to be a little bit more proactive than what we just saw. You've got to start going. That's exactly what they're saying to him. You've got to start going. He says, I need 3 and 4 shots together. It is true. When he's throwing stuff, you know, we saw a nice overhand right. There was a right that came round. What we're not seeing is combos. And that's what his corner is saying. You need to start going. We need to start seeing these 3-4 shots coming off together. I think that's perfectly fine for Johns, that first round, as a foundation. And I think he can build off it. What he might have done is he might have just taken a little bit of the cardio away from Bautista. But we know that Bautista's not going to tire himself out. He's going to pace himself very well. We're just seeing fans celebrating outside the venue. Of course, we are in Houston, which I think is where the Royal Rumble was, the WWE's Royal Rumble recently. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Super Showdown is on the 27th. Yes, we are doing a watch-along for that. WWE Super Showdown. Of course, we will be doing watch-alongs for Adesanya as well, taking on Yao Romero. That's another big UFC event that's coming up. We've got UFC London coming up as well. I think that's in March. It's a fight night that comes from the O2. So, yeah, there's lots happening. Rumble in Houston. Shout out to Lucan. Hope you are well. Right, we've had a minute of the second round so far. Swing and a miss by Johns. Okay, not a great deal going on here. Johns hasn't brought it like what he was told to. We were hoping that Johns would step this up a little bit. We haven't seen that yet. Bautista's the one that's kind of doing... Oh, knee strike did get through. Did get through. Johns is covering up. The ref's looked and he's called it. Wow. Wow. Those knee strikes were getting closer. I don't think Johns is happy that it's been called. Bautista is very emotional there. Bautista did find a way through those knee strikes. He's frustrated, man. His undefeated record has ended. No, I don't think the Fiend's losing to Goldberg. No. It was a really good knee strike. He does cover up Johns when he goes down. Yeah. He goes down, he's not out, he does cover up. And the thing is, those hammer fists are coming down. He's not throwing anything back. It is hard to throw stuff back when you're trying to make sure you're not getting smashed in the face. So the problem is, when you go down and they're on you that quick, it is very tricky. I'm telling you, a lot of upsets tonight. Johns was favourite to win that, and he has come up short. Before that, Newson was the underdog. He ended up winning. Yule was the favourite, but Yule shouldn't have won, so the upset there was the fact it went to decision and the wrong man won. It should have been Martinez that was the underdog. And Zalal, who was in the first fight, he was the underdog as well. So all the underdogs are winning tonight. What does that mean for Dominick Reyes? What does that mean? Could Dominick Reyes, another underdog, get the victory tonight against John Jones? There we go. Round 2. Knee to the face. Johns goes down. Hammer fists coming in. Referee calls it. So we're just getting the official decision. Jones getting submitted tonight, says Christopher Rogers. Ooh. Called Bautista. Either one, round 2. Hello, Chris Rogers. Hope you are well. They stopped it when he was blocking. Yeah, he was covered. He wasn't completely unresponsive. He hadn't got knocked out or anything, and he seems very frustrated as a result. 8-0 now. Bautista, Rogan just talking to him. Joe was asking, was you seeing that opening for the flying knee? Because he was going for it in round 1, and he was getting closer. It didn't seem to be anywhere near at the start, but it was getting closer towards the end of round 1. And, yeah, there we go. They're just showing a replay of it. It was right on the money. Lovely stuff. Hello, Kevin Wade. Hope you are well. A flying knee finish. It was very cool, Jay. It was very, very cool. Unexpected. Lots of upsets already tonight. It's been an interesting show so far, to be honest. Not gone the way that I was expecting. Looks left. Kind of has a look left. Comes forward. Bang, knee. The way that Jones covers, he kind of covers like this, so he does cover, he does try to protect, but the problem is there's a gap right there, and the knee goes straight through the middle, right on the money. Right, we need to talk about our next fight. Morono taking on Williams. This is Williams' UFC debut. He's on a 6-fight win streak. So he's coming in with bags of confidence, Williams, and he's got an all right record. He's 8-1. Morono is 17-6. Morono is probably the better fighter. He's very focused. He's good with takedowns. He can get submission victories. This is his hometown. I think he's had about 10 UFC fights. His cardio could be questioned. I think he might want to try and get an early finish rather than allowing this to go through all of the rounds. This is Williams' UFC debut. He is going to be bigger than Morono, and he can make a few striking errors. I think he's tough, he's physical. I think Williams has also beaten one of Morono's teammates. So there's a little bit of backstory there between these two. But honestly, Morono is heavy favourite here. He is minus 325. He's known as the Great White. He's taken on Williams that's plus 265. Morono is the favourite. I expect it to go that way. This hasn't been a good night for the favourites so far. So we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. But yeah, I think Morono, this is at welterweight, I should say as well. Hometown, with experience. I think he's the better overall fighter. I've gone with Morono here. But as I said, bad night for favourites so far. Shout out to Sandman882. Dave in real life saying that was a lovely knee strike. It was very cool. We've seen some nice moments tonight. Actually, there's a nice knockout earlier on the early prelims. What channel? Well, I'm watching it on BT Sport, but I think in the US it's on ESPN Plus. It's been a great show, and your watch along has been just as good. Can't wait for New Japan. Thank you, Beaver Cleavage. Appreciate the support, man. We are just at an ad break. Shout out to Wes Heron. Hope you're well. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. Wrathman says it's been an excellent night of exciting action. Days, I think Charlotte's going to interfere at Portland in the Rhea versus Bianca match. Then we get a triple threat at WrestleMania. I hope so, dude. I think that'd be the dream outcome, because I think they've built up Rhea Ripley on NXT, and she had a great Survivor Series weekend. You could say that Rhea stole Survivor Series, Rhea and Shayna Baszler, when it comes to the women. Then you could argue that Bianca stole Royal Rumble, you know? I know Charlotte won it, but Bianca put in a great performance. So if you think that Rhea dominated Survivor Series and Bianca was one of the women that dominated the Royal Rumble, and then Charlotte won the Rumble, putting them three in a match together makes perfect sense. So if we can get there, let's get there. Bianca, Rhea, Charlotte, totally all for it. And I think you could be right. If you look at how they've built each of the women, I think you could be right. We've got 1 hour, 30 minutes till we get to the pay-per-view, till we get to UFC 247. We are edging ever closer all the time. If you are just joining us, welcome. Love having you as a part of this community. Make sure that you're subscribed, because we're here every single week for the UFC. We do all of the fight nights, the big shows. We've got Adesanya versus Yoel Romero coming. Khabib versus Ferguson. We know that Conor McGregor's going to be back later in the year. We think that's going to be against Khabib, maybe. He's probably going to need another fight though, isn't he? Because we know Khabib Ferguson's happening. Dominick Reyes at the press conference, very confident, saying he is the one. John Jones, Dominick Reyes face to face. Dominick Reyes says that John Jones is bothered. He says they're going to be giving me that belt. They're going to be giving me that strap. John Jones saying to Dominick Reyes, you've disrespected the wrong one. Yeah, man. He is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. I know he's done a lot of questionable stuff, but you can't deny his abilities inside the octagon. It's a great little video package we're watching right now, just building up that excitement for Jones versus Reyes. Our main event tonight, going to be absolutely huge. I'll tell you now, if Reyes wins, the world of MMA will lose its mind, right? If Reyes wins tonight, if Reyes gets the victory tonight, if he beats arguably the greatest of all time, if he ends... John Jones has not been beaten since 2009. And as we saw and looked at earlier, there was a lot of stuff, a lot of dramas that happened outside. A lot of things he's been involved in, failed drug tests and, you know, no contests against Cormier and the hit and run and the battery charges. And his loss came via DQ with illegal elbow strikes. So... you know, he got disqualified. If Dominick Reyes can be the one to beat John Jones, that will resonate in a way that I can't think of the last time something that big will have happened. Maybe Conor losing to Khabib, but I think a lot of people thought that Conor was going to lose that match or would definitely struggle. Maybe you've got to go back to Ronda losing the first time. Maybe it would be that level of shock. Tonight could be huge. There's no denying it. Most title fight wins. He is drawn at the moment. With this victory tonight, he will take the lead as most successful title defenses. So there is something on the line here that he could lose. The Art of John. Of course, that's coming up later. We've got a way to go. Let me go down in the chat. I'm a little bit behind with the chat. Daisy, you're having a 30-minute, 1-hour gap between streams? Yeah. Well, there will be a gap. I'm going to try and... I need to... I don't know when this one's going to end, and I actually don't know when New Japan starts, which is a bit of a problem, but I can fire it up now. I'll put Fight on now and see when New Japan actually starts. But I am going to start as soon as I can. The only thing I need to do is I'll probably need to just pop to the toilet, because obviously this stream's going to be like 7-8 hours, and then the next stream potentially is 3-4 hours. So I'll probably grab something to eat, get a coffee, go to the toilet, and then just set the stream up, and then we're good to go, bud. And I've already said you're going to have to forgive me if I'm like not falling asleep, but I don't know. I can't imagine I'm going to be feeling fresh when it comes to that New Japan one. And I'll tell you now, I'm going to be a mess if Dominick Reyes gets the victory tonight. I live for moments like that. I want him to, actually. I want Reyes to get the win. I do like Jones. Nothing but respect for Jones. Right, Morono versus Williams. We were talking about this fight. We kind of ran through it. I think Morono, heavy favourite, should get the victory. Coming from Houston. Hello, Huskus is a legend. He's going to pass out on us. Maybe I will, bud. On purpose. Days, don't fall asleep because of the action in New Japan. I doubt I will, but I'm not expecting to fall asleep. I'm just saying I might not be the freshest that you've ever seen. Right, the Great White taking on the Ox Fighter. Chaos Williams, that is coming up very, very soon. We've just gone to another commercial break. Have I put it on screen? Am I ahead of the game again? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. So, if you are just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe. Let me just run through this next fight, because we've just been swooning over Jon Jones and Dominick Reyes. So, Morono, good fighter, very good fighter. Not the best record in the world, 17-6. And he's good with submission finishes. This is his hometown. He's had 10 UFC fights. Question marks on his cardio. He does bring a lot of experience. And he's heavy favourite, -325. Williams, UFC debut, but he's on a 6-fight win streak. He is bigger than Morono. He does make a few errors, a few striking errors that we've seen in some of his previous fights. He is tough and physical, though. I don't think he's going to bully Morono. I think Morono has got too much ability with... I think he'll take him down. I'm expecting Morono to get a submission win. That's what I'm expecting. Morono, sub-win. But we're going to have to wait and see. Bookies have got Morono -325 and Williams +265. What that means is you've got to bet $325 to win $100 back. Obviously, you get your 325 back as well. Whereas with Williams, you bet 100 and you would get 265 back and your 100 as well. So the bookies are favouring Morono here. My son is excited about this chap and watching it on TV. Shout out to Alex Carino and Alex Carino's son. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it, man. On TV as well. Look at this, guys. We've made it. We're on TVs. We're on TVs. Shout out to you, Alex. Days, there is a movie, Split, and I am 90% sure that Bray took his inspiration from it. I have been told about this film, yes. You should check clips out about a guy who's got 24 personalities, and they are all afraid of one called the Beast. Yeah, you could. You absolutely could have taken inspiration from that. I see Reyes like a Vulcan, meaning heavy hands and KO power, but will not connect. Jon finishes second round, says Victor. Fair play. I mean, I've got my predictions for the main card scrolling along the bottom of the screen. So I'm not expecting Reyes to win. I've gone with Jon Jones. I think most analysts have gone with Jon Jones as well. And obviously he's heavy favourite to win, Jon Jones. But I do think this is one of the more exciting fights that Jon Jones has had, because I do think that Reyes is an up-and-comer who has made a few mistakes, and Dana seemed to want this fight to be a little bit further down the road. Like, if this was next year and Reyes was still undefeated and Jones was still, you know, undefeated-ish, apart from that one DQ loss, then this fight would be incredible. It would be mega. But people haven't heard of Reyes yet. But he is a great talent. He is a great talent. But I think you're right, dude. I think you're right. Right. Both fighters, no ring walks on this one. Both fighters are already in the octagon. Just getting the introductions now for Williams. It should be a big reaction from the crowd for Morono, the hometown boy from Houston. -350 now. Fighting. There we go. Wow, look at that guy. Full-on cowboys in the crowd. Kerry Hatley. Right, we're about to get underway here. I just saw someone saying that Valentina is the best women's fighter of all time. She's definitely in the conversation. But I think Nunes. Right, here we go. We are underway with Morono and Williams. As I said, I think Morono, who's fighting in black, is going to look to take down Williams. Williams charging forward. He's got Morono against the cage. Morono's riding it out, though. Williams, though, with a lot of aggression. Coming down. Big shots. The rest stopping it. What is going on? What is going on? What is happening tonight? He's just jumped on top of the octagon. It's been stopped. Williams wins. Williams came out, right, with this absolute tour de force. Just really drove back Morono. Chaos? No wonder it's called Chaos. That was Chaos. He just came out and he was just swinging away, and he had Morono backed up against the cage. It looked like Morono had ridden that out. We're just going to see it here. Yeah, it's incredible. Look, so they're swinging together, both connecting with shots in the middle. Rights and lefts, big shots coming round. There was a left that rocked Morono back. He staggers back, goes against the cage. Williams is right on him, and he's still coming in. He tries for a takedown. Can't get that takedown. Morono seemed to weather the storm. There was just a couple of shots, and it seems like there's a bit of an uppercut that comes in. Whilst he's like, it's not precision striking, it's flailing. There's no two ways about it. It's just like, he's just trying to throw anything. These two just went to war. The thing was that there was just a couple of shots that got through from Williams. Morono got pushed back. And then he got caught when he was up against the cage. First round finish for Williams, who, can I remind you, was plus 265 underdog. Morono minus 325. This is incredible. We've got Bautista underdog winning. Williams underdog winning. We've got the whole card tonight is underdogs that have won. Zalal was a 165 underdog, won. Martinez was an underdog that should have won, but lost on controversial decision. They were booing. Joe Rogan disagreed. Martinez should have won that fight. He was the underdog, and he should have won. Journey Newson picking up the victory in the early prelims. He was the underdog. Now we've got the likes of Bautista was the underdog. He's just picked up the victory. Williams was the underdog. He's just picked up the victory. It's underdog night. I tell you what, if I'm John Jones and I'm sat backstage right now, I'm getting a little nervous. This is there's something in the water, man. Something magical happening. Incredible. We said he is strong. He is tough. He makes striking errors. Those strikes were not great. There was lots just like this. They didn't need to be great. He had Morono on the ropes. Huge win. 6-fight win streak. That is huge. That is how you make a UFC debut. Wow. What action we're seeing tonight. This has been so fun. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I normally enjoy it anyway, but I've really enjoyed this. It's one of the craziest, most unpredictable nights I've ever known. I don't know if I've ever known a card go this way like this before, where all the underdogs are picking up wins. Yeah, look, driving back, just flailing away. That was a nice uppercut that got it, though. Credit to him for that uppercut. Chaos Williams, good work. Record of 10-1, 5 wins by knockout. Shout out to Beth. Chris saying there are no ropes. It's a really good point. They should introduce some. April. Wow. Portland. We've got Overeem versus Harris. Michelle Waterson. I love her. Michelle Waterson's taking on Esparza. Randy Brown versus Luque. Connolly versus Alex Da Silva. Some good fights there. I like It's always fun to watch Overeem. And I like Michelle Waterson. So that's coming up in April. May 2nd. They've got another fight night in Oklahoma coming up as well. They're just running through the schedule. What we've got coming up this year. Right, and we're going to be going to women's fight now. Is this our first ladies? No, is it? Can't remember. I think it might be our first ladies fight. We've got Lauren Murphy, who's ranked 7th, taking on Andrea Lee. And Andrea Lee's got a lot of fans. She is quite an attractive lady. And she's a very good fighter as well. The KGB, Andrea Lee. So it looks like we're going over to a panel for a little bit, just to maybe fill out a little bit of time. We can talk about Lauren Murphy against Andrea Lee. This is women's flyweight. Murphy is 11-4. Andrea Lee is 11-3. Murphy is coming off a KO win. She's a good pressure fighter. She keeps moving forward. She's made a lot of improvements in recent fights. Lee is probably the better striker, but she is coming off a loss. She lost to Calderwood. She's a volume striker. She can do well at fending off takedowns. Not sure where she's at the moment, though. She didn't look great in her last fight, and I think she parted ways with her old trainer as well. So, in regards to Lee, there's a few question marks here about KGB. Murphy is +3. Well, look, it doesn't matter anymore. Tonight is all about the underdogs. It doesn't matter what your betting odds are they? It's all out the window. It doesn't matter. All the underdogs have risen up and decided they're not going to take it anymore. So, I had gone with Andrea Lee, but I might have to change that to Lauren Murphy. Lauren Murphy +305. Andrea Lee -365. So, Lee is favourite. But again, on tonight of all nights, that means nothing. All the underdogs are picking up victories. Shout out to Trini. Hope you are well. How long to the main card? I think we've got about an hour and 12 minutes. Because we've got this Lauren Murphy, Andrea Lee fight. And then the fight after is the fight I'm most looking forward to. Trevin Giles taking on James Krause. Really looking forward to that. Krause stepping in, lastminute.com. It is, man. Some amazing action. I think a few people were worried about this card. A few fighters that were making their debuts. A few, matches that seemed like they were very obvious which way they were going to go. We've just had upset after upset. We've had some really interesting finishes. Really good stuff, man. It's been a really good night. And we're still an hour and 10 minutes away from the main card. Good stuff. And as we said, we've got a women's flyweight match coming up. Murphy versus Lee. That's good odds. What are your snacks? I'm just munching at the moment on... I've got some beef jerky. I love beef jerky. The problem is, right, in the UK... And I understand this has got nothing to do with the UFC. But in the UK, we only get very small packs of beef jerky. Like in this, there was only 70 grams. But you don't even get 70 grams of beef jerky in there. It just kind of looks quite pathetic when it's in a bowl. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have a bit of it already. But you don't get loads. I was over in America. And, man, the stuff you was getting there was incredible. Like, getting massive packs. I don't know if it's too addictive or what. I don't know what the problem is, but they just don't sell big packs here. It's lovely, man. Really do love it. I only started eating it a couple of years ago. I'd never even tried it before that. I don't even know how I started trying it. I think I just took a chance, but love it. Why not nachos? Don't know. It looks like Kia's food in a bowl. Does look like Kia's food, yeah. She'd love it as well. Has Krause and Giles fought yet? No. No, buddy. No, Brian. That is the main event of the prelims. That fight won't be coming for another half an hour or so. We've got Lauren Murphy versus Andrea Lee. Which, you know, it's never a problem to sit through an Andrea Lee fight. So Lauren Murphy versus Andrea Lee. That's coming up next. And then we've got the fight that has really caught people's imagination. Trevin Giles taking on James Krause. They're just talking the panel about the main event. And are we going over now to the ring walks? Khabib and Ferguson, then whoever wins gets to fight Conor. Seems that way, Lucas, yeah? I know that Dana said after Conor had beaten Cerrone, a lot of people were asking for Masvidal. But Dana's like, no. Masvidal's future is Usman. Like, that's the fight. The champ versus the guy that's just had the best year of 2019. I think Masvidal was voted fighter of 2019. So Masvidal versus Usman is like, that's the fight. Conor wants Khabib. He's not trying to duck and dodge and avoid Khabib. He wants Khabib. So yeah. Conor is adamant that Khabib versus Ferguson is not going to happen. I think Conor's under the impression he can worm his way into it, but they've already announced that it is taking place. Dana, I don't think is suggesting that there's any way of stopping that now. So I think you're right. I think the winner of Khabib versus Ferguson would go on to face Conor. I don't know if Conor would have another fight between now and then. I'd imagine that fight would be at the end of the year because I think, is Khabib and Ferguson in April? I think they're in April, aren't they? Khabib versus Ferguson, because March is Adesanya against Yoel Romero. And then I think it's Khabib Ferguson in April. So you would think that they would want, 6 months getting ready for Conor. So I would imagine they'd be looking at November, December for a Conor fight. Is Conor going to want to have gone from January to December without something in between? Like, Conor could easily fight in May. Conor could fight in May and then fight the winner. So I think Conor said he would ideally like to get 3 fights in this year. So I don't know. I should imagine there's a lot of talks going on at the moment. Conor is just absolutely focused on Khabib, apparently. That's what Dana's saying. He's not interested in Masvidal wearing that robe that remember that robe he turned up in and people were like, what are you doing? That really backfired for Masvidal. But clearly it's going to be Masvidal and Usman. And yeah, I think the winner of Ferguson and Khabib will go on to face Conor. But I'm just wondering if Conor gets one more fight between now and then. Khabib would beat Conor again. to be honest, I didn't see anything in that first fight to suggest that Conor could beat Khabib. The only thing I would say was that Conor was coming off that Mayweather fight. So it is, I suppose, in the realms of possibility that Conor wasn't quite in the right headspace. You know, he'd spent a long time working on his boxing, working on his striking, and you're not going to get that with Khabib. Khabib is known for his takedowns, known for his grappling. What I will say, though, is Khabib, and that's how he won, obviously, rear naked choke, I believe. But yeah, what I would say is, they're just showing us the 5 biggest upsets. Holly Holm defeating Ronda Rousey. Rousey was minus 1,400 for that. If Chookagian was to beat Shevchenko, then that would be the 4th biggest upset in history, UFC history. Yeah, there was nothing to suggest that Conor could win. But was he in the right headspace? That's the question mark. He'll say no. He'll say he learnt a lot. They'll find a way of building up that rematch. Khabib is too technical for Conor. Yeah, I don't disagree. I would favour Khabib in a rematch. When's it going to start? Well, the pay-per-view starts in just over an hour. We've still got 2 fights left on the prelims. We've got a very interesting women's fight coming up, which is Lauren Murphy against Andrea Lee. That's women's flyweight. I think it's ranked number 7. Murphy taking on ranked number 8, Andrea Lee. And then we've got the main event, which is the fight out of all the fights tonight. It's the fight I'm most looking forward to. That is Trevin Giles taking on the last-minute stand-in, the last-minute replacement of James Krause. Really interesting. Really, really interesting. Can James Krause make a massive, massive name for himself? Don't know the bookies' odds on that fight. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. And I do think that he's very dangerous, James Krause. He took the fight on 24 hours notice. 24 hours notice. Both fighters successfully made weight. Giles was left without an opponent. Krause stepped up with next to no notice. Krause was here, going to be in the corner. He stepped in. He's taken the fight. He's going to weigh in today. I know he's not from Texas, but he's going to step in and save this fight for you guys. That's pending that he passes all of his medicals, which he did. The other thing as well is that James Krause has never competed at middleweight. He's actually competing in a weight division he's never fought in before, which is just absolutely incredible. This is a good quote from him as well, from Krause. He says, "Everyone says they're a gangster until it comes time to make gangster moves. 24 hours notice at middleweight against Trevin Giles. I'll see you tomorrow, Houston." That's what he posted yesterday. Really, really good, man. Make a massive name for himself. And he could win it. He could do it. It's not out of the realms of possibility that James Krause could pick up the victory there. I hope he does. And that fight is after this next one. The Golden Bullet. 10 takedowns, most in UFC flyweight history. This is all about Shevchenko. She should get the win. Right. We're still just seeing Shevchenko. I think they're having to fill quite a bit because some of those stoppages. If you are just joining us, it's been... this card will be remembered as the uprising of the underdogs. That's what we've had tonight. We've had all the underdogs rising up. Getting victories when they weren't meant to get victories. So far, every single fight apart from one has been won by the underdog. And even that fight that wasn't won by the underdog should have been won by the underdog. It was a controversial decision. There were boos in the arena when it was read out. Split decision win. Yeah, it should have gone to Martinez. He should have got the win there. Even Joe Rogan saying, how have they scored this for you? Joe Rogan couldn't figure it out. The crowd couldn't figure it out. The underdog should have won that. And every other match, every other fight, the underdog has won so far tonight. It's incredible. It is incredible. I can't remember a night like it. Who let the underdogs out? Yes. Yes, Jeff. Who let the underdogs out? Who. Right, here we go then, friends. Murphy versus Lee. Flyweight. This is, let's call it the main event of the prelims. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Murphy is, I think, ranked 7th. Lee is ranked 8th. So, big fight for both of these women. Lee is the favourite, though. So, I don't know. Maybe that means Murphy's going to win. They're just going through the recent history of both of these. Murphy known as Lucky. Andrea Lee known as the KGB. And we just go to commercial break. If you are joining us and you haven't joined us before, make sure you hit that subscribe. Make sure you join our community. We are looking at kind of growing our UFC community because we're here every single week. So it's cool that there's so many people from like the wrestling community that come and join us because well, it's really appreciated. I know there's a lot of people that are maybe giving UFC a try that haven't given it a try before. And I think this is a really good show for you to be giving it a go on because this is, I mean, you've seen how hard it is to predict winners and predict results. You can watch tape, you can go back, but there's always a puncher's chance. There's always a moment where someone could win. Anyone could win, you know. It's such an interesting sport. But I can't remember a night like this where all of the underdogs are rising up, as we said. Who let the underdogs out? Buddy Murphy. UFC fights. Masvidal versus Nick Diaz this fall, I predict. That would be cool. Yes, they have changed Buddy Murphy's name, but not to Lauren, before anyone asks. This isn't Buddy Murphy we're about to see now. They just took the Buddy away. He's no one's Buddy anymore. Now he's just Murphy. I want to see his face when Katlyn wins. I want to see my face when Katlyn wins. I want to see my face when Dominick Reyes wins. That's what I want to see. Exciting, man. You know, it's a slow news week when the biggest story was Buddy Murphy's name change. Yeah, that's fair play. It was a little quiet, although, you know, big news about Goldberg and The Fiend seems to have split people. Seems to be a bit of concern out there as well, but I wouldn't worry. I really think it's going to be all right. I think I've not heard any rumours of Goldberg being champion at WrestleMania, so all the rumours have been Fiend versus Roman, so I don't think they're taking the title off him. I really don't. If it wasn't Daniel, I really don't think it'll be Goldberg. I don't. So I'm okay. I'm feeling good about it. Right, we're still at commercial break if anyone was wondering. We are at the co-main event of the prelims. This is a women's flyweight. As we said, Murphy versus Lee. Lee is the better striker. She's a volume striker. She's faster. She is coming off a loss. She is very good at fending off takedowns. So she's good at striking. She's got a good takedown defense. So she is difficult to beat. Her record is 11-3. Murphy 11-4. Lee is the favourite. We'll have to see how it plays out. But yeah, I'm expecting this to be. I'm expecting this to be cagey. I'm not expecting a quick finish. But I don't even know what to expect anymore. This is a night of expecting the unexpected. Lee has got a slight reach advantage. 2.5 inch reach advantage. So 3 rounds. Andrea Lee. Big moment for her. She could really move up the rankings here if she gets this victory. But as we said, she is coming off a loss. A lot of support in the crowd. Andrea Lee, of course, fighting out of Texas. So is Lauren Murphy, fighting out of Houston, Texas. Another chance for the crowd to cheer. Okay, here we go. Okay, they're getting ready to get going. And they both come into the center. And we are underway. So, Lee versus Murphy. Lee goes straight into the center. Murphy on the outside. Lee standing her ground in the middle. Just throwing in a head kick, but not landing. Some nice rights and lefts coming in. Front leg kick by Lee. Murphy on the outside. Some nice movement from Lee. Again, she's stepping to the side. And is there a bit of blood? She's covering up her head. Some nice head movement. Oh, there is blood. There's blood on the nose of Murphy. So, straight down the middle. It looks like she has caught Murphy. Yeah. Lee getting through. We've only had a minute so far. This is, I mean, like, Lee is very good. She's a very good striker, as we said. And her takedown defense is very strong as well. There's blood on the face of Lee, but I think that's coming from Murphy. She's falling a little bit short with her kicks. Nice head movement. Murphy missing a kick. Again, gum shields come out. Gum shields out. Not sure from who. Ref stops it. It was Murphy's gum shield. No, it was Lee's gum shield. The ref went to give it to Murphy. Oh, it's come out again. It's come out again. And I think Lee just got a little bit frustrated for a second there that it had come out a second time. Yeah, quite... Oh, she seems angry now. Referee putting it in. You can be penalised. I didn't know you could be penalised if your gum shield came out. So, really interesting fight, this, because it seems like it's quite thought through. Like they're both trying to find openings. Neither are standing back. They're both coming forward. There's a lot of engaging. There's a lot of striking. They're not landing everything, but there's definitely things getting through, as we can see on the face of Murphy. Lee is having to work quite hard. She seems to be relatively comfortable. She seems to be in a bit of a pattern as well. I feel like Murphy needs to mix this up, maybe try for a takedown. I know that Lee's got a good takedown defense, but she needs to mix this up a little. Head kick gets through from Lee. Oh, but Murphy gets through with a right hand down the center. Knees to the midsection by Lee. Oh, nice couple of kicks, but they didn't land from Lee. Spinning back heel kick. Went for a head kick. Murphy just out of range. Both back into the center. I think this has been a really engaging first round. Head strikes. Murphy has actually got 25, Lee 17. So Murphy is doing well here. I think more damage is being done by Lee, but it seems like Murphy is finding a way through. And that's what we're saying. All throughout this first round, they've been engaging with each other. There's been no chasing each other down. Body strikes. This is where we're seeing the big differential. Lee with 19, Murphy with only 2. Big strikes coming into the head. Big left-hand jabs from Murphy. Snapping Lee's head back a little bit there, and there was oohs from the crowd. I'm in love with this first round. Let me tell you, I think it's been solid action. Both coming forward. Both trying to find a way through. Both standing and striking. Nice takedown, knees to the head, but Murphy goes down, Lee's down. We've got less than 30 seconds in this. And Murphy trying to tie up the legs of Lee. She's got Lee up against the cage. Lee trying to spread the legs so that she can't be tied up. She's managed to catch the one leg, but I don't think there's going to be enough time for her to really do anything here or execute anything. Both women get back up to their feet. Lee up against the cage. And that is the end of the first round. I got to tell you, I really enjoyed it. Really, really enjoyed it. Crowd applauding that. Is that the doctor that's come in? Looks like someone's just come in to have a look. Trying to hear what they're saying. Stay behind the double jab. That's what they're saying to Lee. Keep going to the body. This is going to come down to heart. Keep your mouthpiece in. It's really good advice. Keep your mouthpiece in. Okay, here we go. Really good first round. Really enjoyed it. And we're moving on to round number 2. Of course, after this, we've got the fight that I'm most excited for. Giles versus Krause. But we are underway with the second round of Murphy versus Lee. Okay. They were both engaging with each other in that first round, and they're doing exactly the same here in the second. Lee looking for kick to the legs. You can see a little bit of redness coming onto the front leg of Murphy. I think Lee has kind of been mixing up, going after the head, going after the body. Front leg kicks coming in as well. Murphy just seems to be targeting the head, just really going for the head. She did get more headshots than Lee in that first round. But this is just two tough women just standing and banging. Just absolutely throwing it, everything they've got. You heard what they said to Lee. This is going to come down to heart. Oh, they're tagging each other again. Both catching each other at the same time there with roundhouse-like lefts. Didn't seem like there was a great deal of power behind them, but still. Kick to the body by Lee. Shots to the body. Lee driving Murphy back. Nice. Murphy coming forward again. Lee with lots of kicks. Right and left. Murphy coming forward. Left hand straight down the middle. I'm starting to sense that Lee's rhythm is not quite where it was. I said in the first that she had a nice pattern. She had a nice routine. She seemed to be going through the motions. I'm starting to sense now that Murphy's kind of throwing her off that pattern. Because Lee's not able to kind of do the pattern, the same pattern she was doing before. She keeps, like, getting interrupted. She keeps going through, like, her rights, lefts. Like, right, left, and then she's looking for a kick. But Murphy kind of keeps breaking that up, and Lee has to kind of, like, keep resetting. Murphy charging forward into the clinch. Knees coming in by Lee. They break apart. So there was no opportunity there for any takedowns. I've got to tell you, the face of Murphy does look a little bit messy here. There's a decent amount of blood coming out of that nose. We got 2 minutes. How long? 40 minutes, just over 40 minutes until we're actually at UFC 247. Oh, went for a head kick, Lee. She's gone for another head kick. Spinning back elbow, whistles by. There's a smile on the face of Murphy, who I think is quite happy that, you know, she's still in there. She was the underdog. I think she knows that she's kind of thrown Lee off a game a little bit. Lee's starting to look a little more composed now, dare I say. Getting a few shots through. Front leg kick from Lee. Murphy kind of charging Lee back towards the cage. Not with any great venom, in all fairness. They just kind of stagger back a little bit. Both in the clinch right now. And Lee trying to trip Murphy. But they reset back into the center. A couple of strikes coming in by Murphy. It's good stuff so far. Shout out Team CB. 30-odd seconds left in this second round. I would have Lee up here. I feel like Lee has been looking the flashier fighter. I think that she's been mixing up her levels. I feel like Murphy's been solid, but I feel like Lee has as well. My guess is that Lee has probably been getting more joy, but there's a takedown for Murphy, which is going to look good on the judges' scorecards. Right, that's the end of that. So we're going into a third round now. I think Lee's corner is going to be happier with that round. Trying to hear what they're saying. Double jab again. Okay, so Lauren Murphy's corner thinks she's up 2 rounds. I'm not sure I agree. I think if you look at total strikes, I would imagine that Lee's probably up. It feels to me like Lee's getting through with more. The only area that Murphy seems to be getting success is headshots. But Lee is working the body more. I think she's getting more front leg kicks coming in. So we're into the third and final round. I think this is close. I might be leaning to Lee. I'm not sure I agree with Murphy's corner there. Murphy's corner just telling her, we think you're up by 2. The problem she's going to have here is she sits back. She might lose this fight. Certainly if Lee's going to take this. If Lee takes this round, Lee takes this fight. But let's have a look. Yeah, Joe Rogan's saying the same. On paper, it would look like Lee has landed more shots. I agree. I think that's incredible to tell Murphy she's up by 2. Right, front leg kicks coming in. And here we go. Total strikes in this fight. 69 for Murphy. 93 for Lee. Don't get that. Don't understand the corner. I don't know if they're trying to instill confidence. Oh, she gets caught, Murphy. She gets caught and Lee straight on. Guillotine. She needs to roll her. Yeah, she is going to try and roll her over. Look, you can see her setting it up and she's desperately trying to do it, but Murphy's not going to let her roll it. So, Murphy in a bit of trouble here. I don't think she's going to get this. It looks like Murphy will get out. Both women. I tell you, this is good for Lee. This is all good point scoring stuff for Lee. She's got a body lock on as well. Murphy is trying to get out of it. She can't be doing that on the cage. She's got her feet wrapped in the cage. Tingling, shout out to you. Days, the clock isn't working. Oh. Wow, there's 2 minutes 22. There we go. It should be working. Both women get back up, but that was huge for Lee. I think Lee got a lot of points from that exchange. And I really feel like Murphy's getting to the point now where she's going to need a finish here. I think the commentator's saying the judges aren't watching. What? Wow, they're saying there's a judge that isn't watching the fight. Kick to the body by Lee. Yeah, Lee has done a good job of mixing this up. This is going to be so interesting. She's looking for a single leg takedown, Lee, but can't get it. If this goes to judges, this is going to be so interesting. I've got Lee winning this. Comfortably. Knee to the body by Murphy, who's still in this fight with a minute to go. It's been a very interesting fight. They've both thrown a lot at each other. The margins here... They keep talking about the judges. The margins aren't massive. I think both have been landing shots. Murphy has had a few takedowns to her name, but we know Lee is up on total strikes. And Lee trying to get a takedown of her own. I feel like that exchange, that takedown, that submission attempt, I feel like that gives this round to Lee. And you could argue it was 1-1 going into this. There's no way it was 2-0 to Murphy. So on my scorecard, I've got Lee winning this. Charging forward, shots to the body, and Lee looks like she's going to end this fight stronger as well. Driving Murphy back. Murphy with a clinch. And that's the end of the fight. Which way does that go? Let me know. Who do you think won? Who do you think won? I do too, but I could see this being a draw. Not watching? That's what Rogan was saying. Yeah, apparently there's judges that aren't even watching the action tonight. Don't get it. That's literally your only job. The only thing you're there to do. Okay, well, let's see. Lee versus Murphy. That has just finished. We're going to get the decision. Of course, coming up after, we've got the fight that I'm most excited for. James Krause versus Trevin Giles. Right, let's get this decision. Lee. I agree. Lee. And Lee, Strack, says a draw. So everyone said Lee, apart from Lee, who said it would be a draw. Right, here we go. Let's get this decision. Three and 1 in UFC Flyweight. Okay, here we go. Yeah. 29-28 Lee. 29-28 Murphy. 30-27. What the flip? Boos are raining down as another underdog wins. Yeah! What is going on? What is this? Winner by split decision, Lauren Murphy. One of the judges just scored that 30-27. One of the judges just watched that fight and thought that Murphy took every single round. There's someone in this world, just anyone, it doesn't matter that they were a judge, but someone watched that fight and saw Murphy take every single round. And then it turns out that person is a judge that's actually there. No, they're not Andrea Lee fans. They're fans of competent judging. That's what they're fans of. Lots of boos, and Murphy's like, I can tell there's a lot of Andrea Lee fans. I'm an Andrea Lee fan as well. I mean, in all fairness, she doesn't deserve the boos. And they're not booing her. They're booing the decision. Lauren Murphy. Wow. I don't know what's happening. If I tell you what, tonight is the night for Dominick Reyes. Tonight is the night of all the nights. Tonight is the night. It's now or never for him. If you can't beat John Jones on a night like this, you're never beating John Jones. All the underdogs are rising up. Lee Majors in the crowd. Cannoneer. Number 4 ranked middleweight. Aspen Lad. I like Aspen Lad. She looks so humble, doesn't she? Looks so shy. Half an hour till UFC 247. $30.27. We've got a controversy. We have got a controversy. I'm telling you, Joe Rogan was even saying one of the refs wasn't even looking. Maybe WWE's not the only scripted form of combat. Maybe there's a bit of jiggery-pokery going on tonight. John Jones arriving. They're showing us John Jones arriving. They're showing us Dominick Reyes arriving as well. Of course, undefeated. 9 first-round finishes out of those 12 victories. Very, very confident Dominick Reyes. It would completely shake the whole MMA world if John Jones loses tonight. It would be huge. Right, this is the fight. I'm really looking forward to this. This is the fight for me. Forget all the controversies. It is time. The local favourite has never lost in his hometown state. Woo! So, for those of you that don't know, 24 hours notice. James Krause took this fight. Krause is... He was here as a trainer. He was here as a cornerman. And Giles' original opponent wasn't able to make the fight 24 hours ago. Krause stepped up and said, I'll take that. I'll take that fight. He's had no time to prepare. Apparently, he always keeps himself fit and healthy anyway. His record, I mean, he is a fighter. This isn't just a random guy. He is a fighter. He's got a good record of 27-7. But, of course, a lot of those victories coming against nobodies. He is now stepping in there to main event this prelims for this massive show tonight. And he has actually got a very interesting style. He is very dangerous on the mat. He's good with his submissions. He's on a 6-fight win streak. But he is stepping up to middleweight. He's never fought at middleweight. So not only is he not prepared for Giles, not only is this in Giles' hometown, where Giles has never lost, but it's at middleweight where Krause has never fought at. The reason why there's so much excitement about this is because you would normally look at it and go, well, he's going to lose. He's going to lose. But Krause is actually a really good fighter. There's a possibility that Krause could do this. Like, he could get this job done. And just imagine if he does. Imagine saying that you was able to jump in 24 hours notice at a weight division you've never fought at before. For a fight you hadn't prepared at. And you got the job done. It could make a massive star out of James Krause. It really could. It would put him on the map. Firmly on the map. So this is really interesting. Really, really interesting. I think Giles is coming off a 2-fight losing streak as well, just to make it a little bit tastier. So Giles might have never have lost in Houston, but he's not got bags of momentum behind him at the moment. It's so tasty. It really, really is. Really tasty stuff, this. And I'm guessing Krause is going to be an underdog, of course. He's taken the fight with 24 hours notice. So, but I haven't got any bookies odds for you. I can't tell you what the odds are, the Vegas odds or anything, because no one knows. It was, as I said, 24 hours notice. So we'll find out as soon as they do the announcements. But this, if there's one fight I could watch tonight, Of course, I'd want to see John Jones. But, yeah, I'd want to watch this. This next one is the one I've been looking forward to all night. And I think he can do it. I really do. I think he can get the job done. I think he's got a very interesting fighting style. And as we said, maybe a dangerous style for Giles. Let me know your thoughts in the chat, which way you think it's going to go. Horrible judges. Yeah. Good thing for Krause is he didn't have to cut weight. That's true. Days, and I want to see Edge in heaps of matches. Rather see him in 2 matches a month. Yeah, I think you will. They're not going to rush Edge back. He's been out of action for 9 years. Right, Trevin Giles is 27. James Krause is 33. Is a couple of pounds light. Krause. There he is. James Krause. His favourite? They've made him favourite. Minus 120, James Krause. I did not expect that. They've made him favourite, and he took the fight 24 hours ago. Oh, there's nothing in it. Now I've seen the odds. There's nothing in it. So, Krause is, I think, minus 120. Giles is minus 110. There's nothing in it. This is going to be fascinating. I can't wait for this. I don't have to wait for it. It's right now. Steps up, 24 hours notice, and we are underway. Right, standing his ground in the centre. We've got Giles on the outside. He is very calculated. He is a very good fighter. He is very dangerous. This isn't... Oh, nice left hand. Giles is already asking some questions of Krause. Oh, the problem is, Giles is the underdog technically here. So if Giles wins, that would mean another underdog victory. But I don't want him to win. I want Krause to win. So he's taking the back here, Krause. He's looking to get round the back of Giles. He's on his back. So Krause has managed to get round the back of Giles. He's got the arm. He did have the arm under the throat, but Giles managed to get his arm in the way. Oh, man, he just dropped him down on his head. Giles just dropped down straight away, and Krause's head just went smashing into the... Has he got a rear naked? Has he got a rear naked on? He might have got a rear naked on, Krause here. I can't see if it's under the chin or not. No, he has. It's not hot. Yeah, it is. Ah, it's on the chin. It's on... Giles has got the chin underneath the arm. So he is in trouble. Rogan saying he's in deep water, Giles, at the moment. Krause took the back position. And, yeah, Giles is having to work so hard to not allow Krause to get that arm around and get a rear naked choke on. He is getting the arm over, but it's on the chin. You've got to get it under. You've got to get it under the chin. He's gone with the left arm now. He keeps alternating. He's trying to find any way that he can get that arm over the windpipe of Giles. He's got so long to survive. There's still 2 minutes 24 24, 25. So he's still got a long, long time to try and survive here. He keeps just moving and alternating. He's just constantly switching hands. If there's a bit of an opening, he'll fire a shot into the side of the head. He's got a nice leg lock around the waist as well. There's just nowhere for Giles to go. Giles now is trying to hold up his elbows to try and block those shots coming in, but another arm comes around. It's like fighting a snake. That's what it's like. It's like trying to fight a snake. You've got it wrapped around your midsection. Then it's trying to get over your throat, and you're constantly trying to knock it away, and then it's coming around this side, and now he's being pulled back. He's being pulled in so many different directions right now. And he's constantly having to work. You've got to admire. I mean, you might... Oh, I nearly got it. He's nearly got it. Is it on? Is it on? I think, has he got it? He's finally got it on. No, he's sweet. Ah! That is so clever. That was so clever. That was so clever. He had it on, but before he could fully sink it in, Giles managed to turn his head so that he could still keep a bit of room, a bit of space within there before it was fully locked in. It meant that when he was locking it in, he was locking it in on the back of the neck, not on the windpipe. And, I tell you what, he has had to work so hard. He has had to work so hard in that, 2.5 minute period. And actually now he's managing to get on top of Krause, and he's throwing some shots in. Krause might be in a bit of bother here with 30 seconds to go. He's having to cover up. Ref needs to just take a look. Giles having to work so hard. So hard, and now that he's back up onto his feet, Krause just needs to get a clinch here. Needs to get a clinch and just needs to see this round out. It's a Krause round. It's a Krause round, but that's an angry Giles now. It's an angry Giles who's just had to work so hard. Wow, what a round. Best round we've seen so far tonight. He was swinging and he actually caught Krause towards the end of that round. Wow. What action. What action. That escape by Giles for the rear naked choke to be properly applied, which it was, and in that same moment it was applied, for him to spin his head around so that he was face down into the chest of Krause, and you could actually then see that around the back of the neck there was just a little bit of space. He hadn't been able to fully apply it, because you want to be applying that onto the windpipe. That's what you're trying to, cut off the oxygen, aren't you? You're trying to, that's where you're trying to close the gap. But for him to spin around like that, absolutely incredible. Absolutely brilliant. So, I mean, they're just showing people with beers. What are you doing? Should be in there watching this fight. We said this was the fight we were looking forward to. We said if we could watch just one fight, this would be the fight. And that first round, honestly, I'm not just saying it's the best round we've seen so far. Looked like Giles was going to be put away several times. And such heart. Such heart to stay in there. Oh, head kick from Giles. Krause has got it all to do again now. You'd think that Giles is going to be quite frustrated. He's going to want to take this round because he hasn't taken that first. So surely he's going to feel a bit of pressure. He's going to be looking for openings, maybe trying to create some openings. And Krause, I think, needs to try and take that back again. That's what he does best. Great submission specialist, taking the back. Oh, an uppercut just misses from Giles. Uppercut just misses. If you are just joining us, this is the main event of the prelims.
We've gone through the early prelims. We've got... He is catching him, Giles. He is getting through here with some of these strikes. Krause just seems to have slowed a little bit. I feel like Krause probably had to work quite hard trying to find ways in. And maybe his cardio's not quite there because, of course, he's not been in a training camp. He's not been ready for this. He's getting tagged. He's getting pushed back. Giles is teeing off a little bit here, and the ref's having a look. Good head movement, though, by Krause. Krause needs to get into a clinch, and he does. Drives Giles against the octagon. Giles was starting to get through there. But as we said, you know, there's not been a training camp for Krause. There's not been any cardio work for Krause. Krause was sitting on the sofa a couple of days ago. He took this fight with 24 hours notice. He almost took the win in the first round. And this is a really talented fighter that he's in there against. And it's a weight class that he's not used to. These shots that he's eating as well, there's going to be such power behind those. Because, of course, he's coming from welterweight. This is middleweight. He's never fought at middleweight. And we knew that he had the skills to do it. And he almost did it in round 1. But he's struggling now. He's struggling in this second round. I don't know if it's all catching up with him. He's getting caught a lot. 18 distance head strikes by Giles. Only 2 from Krause. So Giles with a lot of those long shots getting through. But looking for a takedown. Couldn't quite get it. Giles pops back up. Now Giles is on top of Krause. Krause is very good on the mat, though, so he could make something out of this. He could make something out of this. It's not... I don't know if this is the right strategy for Giles. Giles is on top of Krause. Krause was looking for an armbar. Yeah, so what the commentators are saying, what Rogan's saying is Giles is doing this because he feels confident. He's sensed that Krause is fading. He feels like now is the time to take it down and see if he can get a finish down. I think he could have got a finish standing, to be honest. He was getting through. He had driven Krause back against the octagon cage a few times. That first round is definitely Krause's. This second round with less than a minute to go is Giles. And, I don't know. I mean, I would fancy Giles now to get the win. I can't see Krause getting a second wind here. Unless he can get round the back again and try and get another rear naked. But he seems to have faded quite a bit. He's having to really fend off Giles. Oh, he's looking for an armbar. Couldn't get it. He's always dangerous. There's a lot of strikes coming down, though. He's covering up. Ref's taking a look. Ref really interested in this. Ref really interested. Krause has got to do more than cover. There's about 10 seconds there where the ref was like, on this. Giles has taken the back of Krause. And that's the end. I think there was a rear naked choke there as well, and I think that the ref was going to call it. I think there was a rear naked choke applied, but we have gone to a third round. That second round was insane as well. Oh, I love the UFC. This is so good. This is good for my soul, this is. I'm telling you, he had that rear naked choke on Giles, and saved by the bell. Saved by the bell. Krause dominates in round 1. Survives in round 2. I fear gets put away in round 3. But what a fight. What a fight. Back and forth. It's like watching 2 different fights. Round 1 and round 2 completely different. What does round 3 have? Don't forget that Giles is the underdog, according to the Vegas odds. If he does win, it's another underdog victory. Right, they touch gloves. as we are into round number 3. Front leg kick by Krause. I've got no idea what Krause can do now. He looked like he faded bad in that second round. And he's getting caught and tagged in the first 20 seconds here as well. Nice right hand. His legs looking a little bit wobbly. He's got to take the back again. He can't stand and bang. He needs to go in for the clinch. He needs to try and get round the back. I think it's the only way that he's getting this victory. Standing is not going to work for Krause. Front leg kick. Yeah, Krause knows he's getting beaten up here. Giles, though, not rushing in. I think Giles knows that. I think Giles knows where Krause is. I think Giles knows that Krause was there for the taking at the end of the second. And Giles actually woos out, but gets caught with a right hand. Little bit of showboating here from Giles, which, I don't know. Look at this. Nice. Good jab. Good front leg kick. Krause is still doing work here, whereas Giles, I think, was starting to enjoy the moment. I think Giles is getting to the point where he's thinking, there's nothing this guy can do that's going to put me away. He doesn't have the power required. Coming up from welterweight, he's a few pounds lighter. Giles knows that he's caused damage to Krause. But we've only got 3 minutes 20, and Giles hasn't done a great deal in this, apart from a bit of showboating. Shake of the head from Krause. Some nice, little bit of teeing off here from Giles. You do get the feeling that if Giles just turns up that momentum a little bit, if Giles goes for this, I don't know what Giles is doing. Giles is standing back. Oh, some big strikes right and left coming in from Giles, though. There's some bombs being thrown. Some big power shots, and there's just over half the round to go. Krause coming forward. This is quite interesting, you know. The third round's a different fight again. It's like Giles knows that he's going to win, and he's just taking his time. He's coming forward, some shots down the middle, swing and a miss. Oh, he could have jumped him. The back was there for the taking if Krause had taken it. But I think Krause is looking up at the clock. He's looking up at the clock. I do not blame him. If he can get this to go the distance, I think it's a big achievement. I think he'll lose, but who knows? Honestly, who knows with these judges? We're under 2 minutes left. They're up against the cage. Swing and a miss by Giles. Krause backing away. Both guys in the centre. They're not really engaging too much now, but I can't blame Krause for that. I feel like Giles is the one that should be forcing this fight. Spinning back elbow. Doesn't connect. That would have been good night Vienna if it had. Round 3. Total strikes. Krause is up. Total strikes. Round 3. 23 for Krause. 15 for Giles. That can soon change. There's only a minute and 20 left. I'm telling you, the judges could look at this and give it to Krause. They could. Round 1 is Krause's. Round 2 is Giles. Round 3, Giles just hasn't come out. He just hasn't come out. There's been a couple of bombs thrown, but it's as if his corner have says, nah, you've got this. But you can't give Giles that first round. You can't give him that first round. And right now, with 50 seconds to go, Krause has landed more total strikes in this third round than Giles has. You can tell that Krause is out on his feet. You can tell that he's out on his feet. He's leaning into him. He's getting tagged and caught. But the last graphic we saw about a minute ago said that Krause had landed more. There's not going to be much in this. There's not going to be much in this at all. He's got Giles against the cage. I think there's a few boos from the crowd. I don't think the crowd appreciate what Krause is doing here. No training camp. No preparation. Takes this fight on 24 hours notice. At a weight division he's never fought in before. Yes, he's a great fighter. But Giles with a knee to the midsection. Giles is looking at the clock as well. I think Giles' cardio has gone. That might be the problem. Wow. Which way do you score that? I'd be giving it Krause. But then I would have given it Krause before the fight, so. Which way? What do you think? It's going to the judges. It is. Wrestling, very efficient stamina-wise. Unless you try to keep going for takedowns. Well, let's see. Let's see which way this goes. This is a fight that could be scored either way. Because for me, it comes down to how do you read that third round. And I wouldn't be surprised if they give it Krause. We saw that graphic with 1:30 to go. And Krause had landed more total strikes. Giles just didn't seem to want to engage. I don't know if his cardio had gone. I mean, he had to work hard in that first round. Second round as well. You know, he was getting joy, but maybe it just took it out of him. Great fight. Should have been on the main card, that. Right. Which way is this going? Which way is this going? Don't forget, that was it for the prelims. Main card coming up next. 4 minutes. Who wins this, though? Krause gets one. Giles gets one. There is a winner. Split. Giles wins it. Another underdog wins. Joe Rogan says, I'm going to talk to both of you. I think that's fair, man. I think it's right that they both get spoken to. I disagree with the decision, but I don't think it's the most controversial thing that I've seen. Yeah, he's singing his praises. He says, this man right here is tough. So there we go. Trevin, Giles picks up the victory. Little bit controversial. Depends how you saw that third round. I really think that Krause would have won that with the camp. You did? You did it? Joe Rogan shakes his hand and thanks him for an excellent fight. And that is my favourite fight of the night so far. Brilliant. You know that he's won a lot of good favour with the UFC over that. Tashawn Watson? I don't know who that is. Couple of Houston Rockets arriving as well. If you are watching, if you are joining us, we are moments away from UFC 247. We've gone through all of the early prelims. Wow. We sort of missed the first, but we were there for the end. And we went through all of the prelims, and now it's time for the main card. Fight number 8. So this is going to be the Derrick Lewis one, the big right hand of Derrick Lewis taking on Latifi. Boom. La 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 la. Good for Krause. See, he needs to work on. Yeah. I think that with a camp he would have been fine, to be honest. With a camp, I think he would have won that. And I'm sure the UFC are going to want to help him out because he's helped them out. So I still think he's going to have a bright future. It's just unfortunate because if he'd have got the win, I think he would have been trending on Twitter. I think people would have been talking about his story. But he just fell short. But I think there's an argument that he did win. I honestly think there's an argument that he took that third round. He definitely took the first. Definitely took the first. And can you imagine if he had been in a camp and worked on his cardio? Could he have done in the second what he did in the first? He looked great in the first. I tell you, Trevin Giles is a fortunate boy. He's a great fighter as well, though. He did so well to get out of that situation. Turning it's one of the best things I've seen. Spinning his head round in that rear naked choke to escape. Crazy. We've got a little Kobe Bryant tribute. We've got... Obviously, Kobe's been honoured at various different sporting events. So we've got the 8 and the 24. I heard actually that Gianna's shirt has been retired. They're just showing all of the people that passed away. Awful. A 9-second moment of silence. There we go. 8 and 24 displayed. We've got a picture of Kobe and his daughter and the names of all of the people that passed away. And Kobe chant breaks out. Sign in the crowd as well. Yeah, I was saying that her number 2 jersey for the team that she played for, I read that they've actually retired that, which I thought was a lovely gesture. Here we go. John Jones. So that's what tonight's all about, friends. It is all about the GOAT. It is all about, arguably, the greatest of all time. We've been talking about it all night. His defeat, his only defeat, came via disqualification 11 years ago. Yes, he's had a lot of dramas outside the ring. We know about the drug failures, the drug testing failures. We know about the hit and run. We know about the battery charges. We know that he is not a golden human being. But looking at the fighter that's inside the octagon, he is one of the greatest because he can mix it up. He can change his styles. You don't know what John Jones you're going to be fighting against. He's faced greats. He's faced legends. He's beaten them all. Now he's facing an up-and-comer. Now he's facing someone that is being touted as the future. Dominick Reyes, undefeated. 12 wins, no defeats. Dominick Reyes, the Devastator, who believes that he knows how to beat John Jones. In the conference, he was very cocky. John Jones even said to him, "You're being disrespectful now." At the weigh-in, when they were face-to-face, he was saying to him, "Are you going to give me that belt now?" Or and John Jones was like, "You're messing with the wrong person. You're talking trash to the wrong person." And maybe that's true. The bookies have got John Jones as favourite. They don't have him as heavy favourite, which I do think is very interesting. Jon Jones is around minus 300, which is a healthy favourite, but it's not like a minus 1,000 or anything like that. When I saw the odds, it was around about minus 3. Dominick Reyes is plus 300. So, yeah, I do think this is going to be very interesting. A lot of people are saying this is it closer than that. They think it's closer. They think that Reyes could prove to be problematic for Jon Jones. But is it too soon? Did Reyes need some more high-profile victories? Certainly Dana seems to think that he did. Dana seems to believe that Dominick Reyes needed to fight a couple more. Get a few more under his belt. And then do this fight early next year. So, I don't know. I don't know if this is the fight that Dana wanted to make right now. I think Dana would have loved if the stars had lined up for Reyes to just have another couple of big high-profile wins. Dana is saying that people are sleeping on Reyes. People aren't giving Reyes the respect that he deserves. It's a big fight. It's a big fight. But it's closer than the co-main event. The co-main event of Shevchenko taking on Katlyn. That is a much bigger gap. I'm expecting, and I think pretty much everyone is expecting Shevchenko to get the victory. She is so dominant that it's hard to see her not winning that co-main event. But I think the main event's closer. I genuinely do. But you can see my predictions. We always put the predictions on screen for the main card. They've been scrolling along the bottom all throughout. I did predict Krause would get the win. I thought that he would get it done. Unfortunately, he didn't. But this is the main card now. I've got Jon Jones, Valentina, I've got Tafa, I've got Bektic, and the next fight that's coming up is Derrick Lewis. Derrick Lewis with that massive right hand. Absolutely massive right hand. Brenton says that Reyes has got bad karma. Right, when are we get into this? We've just seen a video package on Jon Jones. I reckon that fight's going to be... It's hard to say, but I reckon you could say a couple of hours. I think a couple of hours and then we should be there. Joe Rogan, they're just talking about, obviously, the main event. Joe Rogan, Dominick Cruz is at the commentary table as well. Rogan says Jon Jones, arguably the greatest MMA artist of all time, not just UFC. But there is a time when they lose. Great power. That's a really good point from Dominick Cruz. He says that Reyes hasn't tasted loss, doesn't know what loss is like. He's only had victory after victory after victory. So he is coming in, you know, feeling like he's on top of the world, feeling like he's unstoppable. He's going to have, yes, maybe a slight concern that this could be the moment that he gets the L. But look, maybe there needed to be another couple of fights. Maybe he did need to just tune up. But when is the perfect time to fight Jon Jones? Maybe it's tonight. Because if you are just joining us, the story of the night is that all of the underdogs are winning. In the early prelims, the plus 110 underdog Newson got a victory over Pilate. The underdog Martinez should have won. He won the fight. The judges gave it to Yule. There was boos from the crowd. Joe Rogan couldn't believe it. There was no interviews afterwards. Martinez should have won that fight. But unfortunately it went to Yule. But the underdog should have won that one. Zalal, plus 165 underdog. won his fight on the early prelims. Then we got to the prelims. Bautista, plus 110 underdog, won the fight. Williams, plus 265 underdog, won the fight. Lauren Murphy, plus 305 underdog, won the fight. Giles, who amazingly was the underdog, minus 120 compared to minus 110 for Krause. But Giles, underdog, won the fight. It's just been a night of the underdogs. So maybe tonight is the night for Reyes. Let's talk about the next fight, though, because that's going to be Derrick Lewis. Derrick Lewis from the USA taking on Latifi from Sweden. Heavyweight fight. 22-7 for Lewis. Latifi is 14-7. Derrick Lewis has lost a lot of weight. He's coming in smaller than what we've seen before. Big right hand. He is going to give up some takedowns. He's not the best wrestler, but he doesn't easily get put away. But he will get taken down. But the thing is, when he gets back up, he will throw strikes. He will throw volume. And that moment, that comeback is almost worth the takedown. Because 9 times out of 10, they don't put him away. He gets up, resets, and then there's this flurry. And that is where he's most dangerous. That right hand is one of the most dangerous weapons in all of UFC. That right hand is massive. Absolutely huge. And this is a tough one to call. Lewis is favourite, minus 225. Latifi is plus 185. I've gone with Lewis. I think that right hand is the difference maker. I do think Latifi is very good. He is quite small for heavyweight, though. He is coming up from light heavyweight. He is obviously the better wrestler. He's not going to give you many surprises. He will have a speed advantage, but he's not going to have the power. I feel like Lewis has got this. And this is going to be our first fight of the main card. Next fight after that is going to be Bektic taking on Ige. That could be fight of the night. A lot of excitement for that. Those two very, very close. Very, very close. We're just having a look at the rankings. Derrick Lewis is ranked 6th in the heavyweight rankings. And he's beaten a lot of big names, you know. Obviously, Stipe Miocic is out at the moment with injury. Cormier is ranked number 1. Cormier, of course, was at SmackDown on Friday. Latifi isn't ranked. Obviously, just coming up, as we said. Latifi plus 185. Is that what I had? Yes. So, looks like the odds are stuck about the same. But we are getting ready for what should be a big, heavy-hitting fight. And I'm expecting a knockout. I'm expecting Lewis to do this. Even with the weight loss, I think power is power. I don't think that power is dictated so much by your mass. I think he's just got a great right hand, great technique. And even with the weight loss, I still expect that right hand to be one of the most formidable weapons. The problem that people have got is that even though everyone in MMA knows about Derrick Lewis's right hand, everyone knows about it. It's a very hard thing to stop. Like stopping that right hand, not allowing it. Like people have tried lots of different ways to try and not allow that right hand to be the defining factor. But time after time, he hits it. He finds a way through. He's a great heavyweight, Derrick Lewis. His losses have come against big names. He doesn't tend to lose much against, like, the smaller names. Latifi, obviously, is only just moving up. I don't think Latifi is... This is a big fight for Latifi. He can really prove himself here. A win over Derrick Lewis is a big deal. A win over Derrick Lewis really establishes you. I don't think he's going to do it. He's a great MMA fighter. But as we said, he's smaller. But he is going to have a speed advantage. They're just showing like his highlights. He is impressive. He says Lewis is a showman. He's a great fighter. He's excited for the opportunity. Okay, I think they're doing their ring walks now. Yeah, it's a really good point. Megan's saying that, yes, Latifi is smaller. He is going to be the smaller guy. He is moving up from light heavyweight. But Latifi has said time and again that he's used to that in a lot of his fights. Even in light heavyweight, he is the smaller fighter. Stocky, though. He's muscular. He's carrying a lot of muscle. He looks great. He's coming out to rock his music. Let me know which way you think this is going to go. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you join us. We're here every week for the UFC. We do the fight nights. We do the big main cards as well. And as I said, I'd love to see us grow in that UFC community. Because we're here all the time, man. Early prelims. We try to watch it all. And this should be a really good card. Obviously, John Jones at the top. Shevchenko co-main event. That Bektic versus Ige fight is the one that a lot of people are looking forward to. We've got this Latifi against Lewis. We know that we've got Juan Adams as well. Taking on Tafa. And Adams is... There's messages that you can see on his social media of people asking, are you going to turn up to the gym today? So there's real question marks about his commitment. He posts a lot of really random stuff, and his mind just doesn't seem to be in the game. And he's struggling as well. He's 0-2 in 2019. So, but he is favourite taking on Tafa. So we're going to have to see what Adams turns up. I think the frustrating thing about him is he's a very good fighter, but he just his commitment just doesn't seem to be there. I'm amazed that they put him on this high up the card, to be honest. I personally would have preferred Giles and Krause to have been on the main card. But this is a main card fighter any day of the week. The 6th ranked heavyweight UFC fighter, legend, Derrick Lewis, has made his way down. Obviously, it's only a very short ring walk. Some of those ring walks quite long as they go through all the corridors around the back and everything, but not here. Not in Houston. Straight to the action. Really focused. He looks great. He looks great. Most knockouts in UFC history with 10. 4th most wins in UFC history, 13. Finished 19 out of 22 wins. 18 by knockout. That right hand. Yeah, he is bringing a lot to the octagon. He is as dangerous as a heavyweight gets. It's nightmare stuff, isn't it? Just think being locked inside an octagon with Derrick Lewis. It's the kind of thing that nightmares are made of. I don't care if he's lost a lot of weight. When you think of a UFC fighter, Derrick Lewis is the kind of thing you think of. It's the kind of thing I think of. Derrick Lewis, 35. Latifi, 36. Lewis, 6'3". Latifi, 5'10". 261 pounds, Lewis. 246, Latifi. He's giving up height. He's giving up weight. He's giving up reach. I'm leaning to Lewis. I am leaning to Lewis. I know the bigger man doesn't always win. I know that's not how this sport works, but the bigger man that's got the experience of Derrick Lewis, I'll be leaning that way all day long. Right, Bruce Buffer doing the honours. This is our first fight of UFC 247. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. Hit the subscribe if you haven't. As we said, we'd love to grow that community. Thank you for joining us for what should be a very interesting show. Very fun card this evening. Every fight delivering something a little bit different. And then, of course, finishing out with the GOAT. Finishing out with arguably the greatest of all time. So, Latifi fighting out of Sweden. We're 20 minutes into this main card and haven't got started yet. A few boos for Latifi. Big cheers for Lewis. Derrick Lewis fighting out of the USA, fighting out of Houston, Texas. There we go, crowd are loving that. Let me know which way this is going to go, my friends. Krause got robbed. Yeah. WAWN says that weight difference, it's too much. What's happening? Nothing, dude. Nothing's happening at the moment. Latifi's going down, says ADM Shorts. Who you gonna call? Right, well, we are underway, my friends. We are underway with the first fight on the main card. Derrick Lewis, the 6th ranked heavyweight, taking on Latifi that's just moved up from light heavyweight. And obviously Lewis is much heavier, much bigger, standing his ground. There's no need for him to rush him. I'm telling you, that big right. Yeah, Latifi has got to know the problems that possesses. The thing with the heavyweights is that you don't always get, like, full-on action. The heavyweight division is a very interesting division because, obviously, there's no weight limit. And it's where your big hitters are, and it's where your bears are and your bulls, and do you know what I mean? Like, the big guys are up there. So it's interesting from that point of view. But I'm not expecting this to be a classic. Don't get me wrong. I'm not expecting this to be fight of the night. But I am expecting a KO. I am expecting Derrick Lewis to find a way through. Right, Latifi was backed up against the octagon. He just had to throw a few shots to get out. Didn't bother Lewis. Lewis stalking down Latifi. For those of you that watch wrestling, Lewis looks a lot like Mark Henry. You always get a strong Mark Henry vibe from Derrick Lewis. Oh, knee strike, big knee. You can hear the collision. Latifi, though, grabs hold of Lewis. Incredible. He's got him backed up against the cage. That was a big knee strike. Latifi just ate it, though. Grabbed Lewis and has now driven him up against the cage. He's got to be making progress here, otherwise the ref will break them apart. He's got Lewis around the waist. He's trying to get a single leg. He is looking for a single leg. He's got Lewis, though, trying to defend it. Lewis will get taken down. He's got an awful takedown defense. Apparently his strategy wants to try and have Lewis on one leg as much as possible. Trying for that single leg. He's still wrapped around the waist of Lewis. As I said, he's got to be making progress here. Otherwise, the ref will break these apart. They will get reset, and that is bad news for Latifi. Last thing he wants is to be standing there throwing with Derrick Lewis. Ref having a good look. Latifi trying different levels. Shot coming in from Latifi. Not sure at what point the ref's going to call this. Breaking them apart. Latifi doesn't appear to be doing a great deal. There we go. That was it. Nothing was happening. Ref breaks them apart. They go back to the middle. They reset. This is good for Lewis. Lewis not rushing in. I think he knows that Latifi is quick. Oh, nice head kick coming in from Lewis. He's not throwing loads. He's just waiting for that right opening. Look at this. It's coming. It's coming, Latifi. Oh, another head kick gets blocked by Latifi. And Latifi grabs Lewis again. And Latifi drives Lewis up against the cage. Lewis, I think, says a few words to the ref. I think he was saying that something was grabbed. Boos are raining down from the crowd. This is not what the crowd want to be seeing. Looking for a single leg. He's got that leg of Lewis up. This is kind of going the way we thought. So Latifi driving his shoulder into Lewis. He's having a chat with the referee. He's listening to what the ref's saying whilst Latifi is like firing shots into his body. He's like, what? Okay, yeah, cool. They break apart. 15 seconds left. Not the most engaging round, but there's been definitely a few moments from Lewis. Again, grab him. And that's it. End of the first. Right, let's see what they're saying in the corner. So they're saying to Lewis, beautiful job. Your kicks are landing. Switch from the knee to the uppercut. So they just keep saying beautiful job. Yeah, that's big. That was a big knee strike they're showing a replay of. There's been a couple of knee strikes from Derrick Lewis in that round. Derrick Lewis has looked good. He's looked quite quick. He's looked very composed as well. I like what I've seen from Lewis. I don't like what I've seen from Latifi. Oh, look, another kick. With real venom from Lewis. Yeah, I mean, he's getting blocked from Latifi, but big high kicks coming in from Derrick Lewis. Lewis charging forward, strike to the chest. Latifi trying to fight back. Both in the middle. Lewis going for another kick. Left hand jab, but Latifi is keeping his distance. Probably because of that right. Doesn't want to get too close. Doesn't want to allow that right hand to come into play. So there's a distance between the two. And every time Lewis takes a step forward, Latifi takes a step back. So you can see that distance being maintained. Crowd getting a little frustrated with it. Kicks to the body by Lewis. And he went for another knee strike. It seems to be a strategy he's really enjoying, Derrick Lewis. A few knee strikes have been thrown. Boos raining down in this second round again as Latifi has Lewis pinned up against that octagon. cage. We haven't seen the right hand yet. If we had, there's every chance this would be over. He's been trying with the knee strikes instead a lot. His corner did say maybe less of the knee strikes, bring some more uppercuts in. Latifi firing some knees in on Derrick Lewis. Boos still raining down. Still 3 minutes left of this second round. Both in a clinch. Lewis now turning it around. He's got Latifi up against the side of the octagon. Nice forearm elbow strike to the head. He's trying for another knee strike as well. Latifi gets a takedown. Takedown by Latifi. That's a big moment for him. That's probably his best moment so far. Just out of nowhere. Grabs, picks up. It's a big opportunity. Derrick Lewis is a big guy who's got a big right hand, and all of that has been taken away now that he's on the mat. He's been on the mat before. Can Latifi put Lewis away from here? That's the question. We've still got 2 minutes left in this round. Yeah, they're saying that Lewis can explode out of this position very quickly, and we said that flurry of shots when he does is probably when he's at his most dangerous. So this could be the calm before the storm. Could be the calm before the storm. Latifi has got to make something count here, otherwise Lewis is going to get up, and I think he'll make him pay. He might not get the win, but I think he will get through with some shots. But he has been favouring that knee strike, Lewis. Latifi firing some shots to the side of the body, and Lewis seems to be all right with it. Derrick Lewis seems quite comfortable. It doesn't seem to me like Derrick Lewis is struggling here. Latifi not asking enough questions, in my opinion. Loud boos from the crowd. They are hating this fight, and I can understand why. It's not the most engaging thing, but I'm just sitting here waiting for Lewis to get up. I feel like Lewis will get up. He's running out of time, though. He's only got 50-odd seconds. And I think the ref's going to stand him up. No progression being made by Latifi. Latifi just wasted that opportunity. There was the right. First right we've seen. Whistles past the face of Latifi. That right hand. We knew the flurry would come. And another takedown, though. There was that right. Just whistled past the face of Latifi. Latifi survives. Latifi survives. Some shots coming in from Latifi, but time is out. Lots of boos, man. Lots of boos. Do we see what the corners are saying? I'm just getting replays. Let's see what the chat's saying. Grateful One's asleep. That was crazy. I have no idea. Not all heroes wear capes. Can you share a script? They are lying on the mat like two big teddy bears. Total strikes. Wow. I mean, Latifi, 37 total strikes in that second round. Derrick Lewis, 3. Latifi definitely took that second. He even had 2 takedowns in it. I think Lewis took the first. Right, here we go. He needs that right hand. He's not thrown it enough. There was the right hand. He just needs to do more of that. Another right hand, but Latifi ducking out of the way. And another right hand. I think it did get through, but he couldn't follow through. He couldn't get all of it, but that's more right hands already than what we've seen so far in this fight. The one didn't get through. The second one did, but he didn't get all of it. And now Latifi has grabbed Lewis again. He's got him up against the cage. Latifi getting a lot of his strikes when Lewis was down. A lot of knee strikes when he's got him up against the cage. This is all good point scoring stuff. Looking for another takedown. This is going to get to the point where Lewis is going to need a knockout. Let's not forget as well, Latifi is the underdog here. Latifi is the underdog, and I think he's currently winning the fight. 3 minutes 30 to go. People asking when the John Jones fight is going to be. I think you could probably say a couple of hours. Hour and 45, something along those lines. Depends how long the fights go for. This one, of course, has gone the distance, or seemingly is going to go the distance. We've got 3 minutes left in round 3. Derrick Lewis is on his back. He's taking a few shots. Can't afford to be down there for too long. He's got to get up and make something happen now, Derrick Lewis. Latifi on top. Not a great deal of action. Crowd still booing away. Latifi's 3 takedowns. 4 is his personal best in a fight. He's had 3 on Derrick Lewis, but as we said, Derrick Lewis has got a rubbish takedown defense. He gets taken down a lot. Lewis, I think, is slowly getting up. Latifi has grabbed him. Both guys on their feet. They break apart. This is where Lewis needs to go now. He's got 2 minutes. He needs to go. Comes in with a knee. Tries with a big right. Latifi's backed up. This is where Lewis needs to go. He's got to get a finish. He's got 140. 145. Both in a clinch. Latifi grabbing Lewis and driving him back against the cage. It's clever from Latifi. It's what Latifi needs to do. If it goes to judges, I'm expecting Latifi to get it. But you never count Lewis out. You never count Lewis out. 1 minute 20, and he is still in this fight, Lewis. He's frustrated. He's getting driven back here by Latifi. And on a night of underdogs, could this be another underdog that gets a victory? Takedown? No. Lewis on his feet. Latifi getting backed up against the cage. Lewis has got to go here. It's now or never. 50 seconds left. Head kick blocked by Latifi. Tried to follow up with a right. Couldn't get it through. Latifi. He's having to clinch and hang on. And again, he pushes Lewis back. That might have been Lewis's last chance. If he can break out, he might get one more opportunity to get that right. Elbows coming in. There, now he's teeing. He's going after him. Right. I couldn't get it. 20 seconds. They break apart again. Right hand on the chin. Latifi. He's having to try and block and survive. He's having to run away. Another right hand comes in. Latifi ducks down. He looks at the clock. He was getting smashed around the octagon. Latifi was getting teed up and smashed, but Derrick Lewis left that too late. Too late. I don't think any of those rights were, like, perfectly clean. Knee strike didn't quite follow through. I want to see some more of those right hands. We are going to go, judges. I am expecting Latifi to get this. Lewis might need a knockout. Yeah. Lewis has been the aggressor. I think the takedowns, the total strikes, the control time, it's all Latifi's. WAWN says it's a draw for me. Well, let's have a look. Yeah, how did the judges see this one? Who won this? Judges might give it to someone that wasn't even in the fight. That's how rubbish they've been. 29-28 unanimous. Ah! Derrick Lewis! Derrick Lewis! What is going on? I don't get it. I do not understand. Control time, strikes, takedowns. I mean, he got 3 takedowns. Lewis didn't get any. He outstriked him heavily in that second round, to the point where I would imagine he outstriked him in the whole fight. I don't get it. I don't understand. Most wins in heavyweight history. Derrick Lewis is got 14. Does that make him 4th? Just behind Arlovsky, Mia, and Dos Santos. They say that he did hit him with some bombs, but I'd love to see some replays of those right hands, because I don't feel like he really got all of it through. Well, there we go. I predicted Lewis would win. Guys, never in doubt. Never in doubt. All night long, the name Lewis has been scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Called it. Yeah? Called it. Stick with me, my friends. Right, well done to Lewis. You didn't deserve it. Commentators are saying if the judges are watching, they should be ashamed of themselves. Because, of course, Rogan pointed out earlier, one of the judges wasn't even watching the fights. There was a fight earlier where one of the judges was paying no attention. The judging decisions tonight have been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. I don't think that one was horrific. There's a couple of people in the chat saying it could be a draw. I thought that was Latifi. Few people thought it was a draw. I didn't see anyone in the chat saying Lewis has won that, though. I didn't see anyone saying that. I mean, I knew he would. I predicted it, but... Wow. Wow, wow, wow. if you are watching, hit the subscribe. We're here every single week for UFC. And as we said, it'd be great to keep building up that community. I just love watching MMA fights. And we've got some tasty ones on the way. John Jones, of course, and Shevchenko on the way. Right, we need to talk about the next fight, don't we? These judges have screwed my UFC bankroll. Oh, do you know what? I didn't even think about that. People that have actually been betting money on these fights must be absolutely livid. Livid. I would expect Dana to make a comment about the judging tonight. Certainly the fact that it's been pointed out one of them wasn't even looking. Always bet against the odds. The judges had bets on Lewis. Right. Bektic against Ige. This is the fight that people have been looking forward to. If you've watched any MMA fighters talking about this event, and I always watch a few videos before we do the live streams, they've all been buzzing about this next fight. Bektic versus Ige. Expected to be very, very close. This is a featherweight fight. And I think Bektic is slight favourite, -105. Ige is +115. Bektic fighting out of Bosnia. Ige fighting out of the United States. Ige brings a lot of power. He likes to fake to create openings. I think he lost his UFC debut. He's got a record of 12-2. Bektic is 13-2. He can be a risky striker. He is going to be bigger. He is quite physical. He does leave himself open, though. So Ige likes to try and create openings, likes to feint to create them. He's not going to have to worry too much. I think Bektic is going to give him those openings. So this is why it's quite close. I think I've gone with Bektic. I think Bektic could get the job done here. But this is, it's a flip of a coin. And honestly, with the way the judges have been tonight, you probably need to flip that coin a second time. Because this could go any way. Certainly with Bektic's suspect chin, he has been KO'd before by a bit of a jab. There was his last, I don't know if it was his last fight or not, but he got hit with a jab. It was power. There was a lot of power behind it. And it was enough to send him down. It didn't seem like it was... It was the kind of shot that you would expect to rock someone but not knock them out. But Bektic was out. And now there's question marks around his chin. So Bektic versus Ige. Ige brings power. Bektic brings a bit of a suspect chin. But Bektic is a top 15 fighter. There's no two ways about it. He's going to be more physical. He's going to be bigger. I think he's got a better all-round game. He's a good wrestler. A bit of a risky striker. He is going to leave openings. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. Ige could win this. He's got the power. He's got the ability. So we'll have to wait and see. This is the fight people have been most excited for. The fight I was looking forward to was Krause. I was looking forward to Krause against Giles, and it did not disappoint. Really, really enjoyed that. But yeah, this is the one most people are looking forward to. Let me know which way you think it's going to go, Bektic or Ige. New Japan is also coming up. Yes, as soon as this stream finishes, then we are actually going to start a new stream. We are going to start another stream straight after, and we're going to watch New Japan together. I am going to be half asleep for that stream. There's no two ways about it. I'm feeling pretty good now. I'm feeling all right now. We have already been streaming for nearly 5 hours. Nearly 5 hours already. So, here we go. Bektic hoping for a performance that's going to make people sit up and take notice. Ultimate goal is to get a shot at the title. That's what they're both fighting for, and a win here is going to really help both guys. What's happening in New Japan? New Japan have got a show called New Beginnings. It's their big February show. John Moxley's on the card, Naito's on the card, Kenta's on the card, Okada, Switchblade Jay White, Takahashi, Ryu Lee, loads of championship matches. It's their big show for February. Obviously, we had Wrestle Kingdom in January. Okay, so we're just got a video package as we're building towards this. After this, we've then got the final non-title fight, which is Juan Adams taking on Justin Tafa. That's a heavyweight. And then we've got our 2 title fights. Then it's time for Shevchenko against Katlyn and John Jones taking on Dominick Reyes. We've either had underdogs win or hugely controversial decisions. No favourite has won a fight tonight absolutely clean. No favourite has won a fight. Not on the early prelims, not on the prelims, not that last fight. It's either the underdog won or the favourite won via controversial decision. Not even just decision, controversial decision. Ige making his way down. Going to throw the Russians. Are the Oscars tomorrow? I don't know. Days, will Switchblade ever go to WWE? There was rumours around Wrestle Kingdom he was someone that they wanted. I think he's someone they could realistically get as well. I think Switchblade would go, yes. The rumours coming out now, though, that Triple H wants Okada. He's made it his personal mission to get Okada. Of course, Okada's performances at Wrestle Kingdom this year will have heightened that, so I think they're both on WWE's radar. One, because the judges, that's what I hear from commentary. Ige, 4th longest active win streak in UFC featherweight division. 3rd highest striking accuracy amongst active UFC featherweights. Finished 8 of 12 wins, 3 from knockout, 5 by submission. Dan Ige. Really, really great fighter. It's a big opportunity. So Ige making his way into the octagon. We're just waiting for Bektic to make his way down, and then we will be underway with the second fight on this main card. The 9th fight of the night so far. Right, and here comes Bektic. Looking very confident. Fighting, as we said, out of Bosnia. Nice cauliflower ear. Tasty. So Bektic making his way down. Vibing his way down. Singing along to his entrance music. You should have seen Andre Ewell earlier. Andre Ewell, when he was making his way down, he had these bright pink headphones on. And he was like, yeah! He was like doing a full-on dance routine. He was loving it. And he went and won, so fair play. Although it was very controversial. Right, let's get some stats on Bektic. So, second best strike absorption rate in UFC featherweight history. Fifth highest takedown accuracy in UFC featherweight history, 53.1%. Finished 9 of his 13 wins, 7 come in via knockout. So, Bektic, 13 wins, 2 defeats. Ige, 12 wins, 2 defeats. Bektic, bookies favourite, -105, which means that you've got to bet $105 to win $100. Whereas with Ige, if you bet $100, you get $115. Okay, here we go. Not much in between them. 1 inch reach advantage to Ige, but a 1 inch height advantage to Bektic. Both guys are obviously same age, same weight. Interesting. Here we go. A big yeehaw. Bruce Buffer doing the honours, and then we will be underway. I know I keep mentioning it, but I can see there's new people joining us all the time. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you join our little old community. This is the second fight of the evening. On the main card, at least, I should say. Fighting. Out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Kerry Hatley is the ref for this one. Yeah, this is, they're just saying, this is the fight that jumped off the card for a lot of people. This is 2 great fighters going at each other. Lot of excitement around this. Bektic on the outside. Ige standing his ground in the centre. It is a high stakes fight. Nice rights and lefts coming in from Ige. Bektic was trying to find a way through. They lock up into a bit of a clinch. Is that a takedown for Ige? Man, they're just throwing at each other. Ige standing his ground in the centre. Bektic on the outside. Bektic trying to find a way through. There's a little bit of distance between them, but Ige stepping forward. There's already been a nice couple of moments in this fight. Oh, they just collide into each other. They both charge forward at the same time into a clinch. Knees coming in. Ige on top, Bektic on his back. I'm not sure that was a takedown. I think it was more of a slip for Bektic, but Ige is now queuing off. Ige queuing off on Bektic, but Bektic firing back, getting a little bit of distance between him and Ige again. Ige is very composed. He's been caught a few times, but yeah, he seems to want to go for this, Ige. Bektic is not backing down either. Really interesting stuff, man. Fascinating stuff. Again, both connecting. Bektic getting caught, having to back himself away. Ige getting a little bit of joy in these early exchanges. And now he's doing really well in the clinch as well. Bektic is struggling a little bit here. Ige is just doing really, really well when they're fighting at close range. Bektic trying to find an opening and struggling. Ige is, for me, landing more shots in this. Here we go, look, Ige coming forward. Some bombs being thrown to the midsection by Ige. It's really, really good work, this from Ige, who drives the shoulder into Bektic as well. Bektic seems okay. He's not getting this round. But he's definitely still in there. Big strikes coming in. Bektic knows he's going to have to work hard. He does look really sharp, Ige. I do agree with the commentators on that. Uh, 18 significant strikes for Ige, 5 for Bektic. Oh, nice. He can very quickly throw off combos, Bektic. That's exactly what he did. Few rights and lefts coming in, but we know that Ige is up on strikes so far. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Ige has looked better in this round. Ige standing his ground in the centre. Bektic on the outside. A couple of rights and lefts come in by Ige. Head kick whistles past by Bektic. First one we've seen so far. It has been all Ige. Whatever the strategy was for Bektic, it's not the right one. It's been all Ige, which means that if it goes to judges, Bektic will win. Ige drives Bektic back against the side of the octagon. He's stomping on the foot of Bektic. Bektic is going to have to work hard in this next round. 20-odd seconds left in this. Nice. Bektic, rights, left, spinning back heel kick by Ige. Yeah, looking for a leg takedown by Bektic. Spinning back elbow. Doesn't really connect from Bektic. And that's the end of the first round. It's an absolute Ige round. There's no doubt. Not even those judges can see that as a Bektic round. Just hearing what they're saying to... They're telling him to go straight down the middle. Yeah, there is no candy coat in it. He is losing this round. He is losing this fight. Yeah, he fires back Bektic. He has a few moments, but Ige definitely up. Why do I need to see this? Why do I need to see someone buying a drink? Oh, it's because it's Modelo. It's the sponsors. Got to quickly get the sponsors in. Right, here we go. Ige again coming out. First 10 seconds. Rights and lefts to the body by Ige. Bektic trying to stand his ground a little bit more. These two throwing so much at each other. Bektic looking for a takedown. Couldn't quite get it. Now he gets it. But Ige tries to reverse it. So I think that will count as a takedown for Bektic. Yeah, that was a difficult first round. Can he make this count now? He's very good on the mat. 4 minutes left to go. Bektic driving knees into the side of the body, and this is going to be a problem for Ige. He is not just driving those knees, he's like digging those knees in as well. They're big knee strikes that Ige is taking. What Bektic needs to do is he needs to keep getting them shots in. He needs to really make this count. He's got a good position here. He needs to make the most of this. He cannot let Ige get back up. Ige was outstriking him, outthinking him, outworking him. But this is where Bektic should be able to make this count. He's looking for a rear naked. Oh, he couldn't get it. He did have it on, but it was just on the chin. Just on the chin of Ige. And Ige goes down. Ige trying to grab hold of the leg. No, he couldn't get it. I was trying to see what position he was trying to put him into, but Bektic has got a lot of control time here, so even though he's not seemingly getting a lot of strikes in, he is on top. He is getting a lot of control time. This will look good to the judges, we think. I don't know what the judges are watching. I think they're watching SpongeBob SquarePants or something, judging by some of the decisions we've had so far. So this is, yeah, I mean, he needs to make this count. Wear him down. It looks like he's trying to get a choke on. 1 minute 50 odd on the clock. I don't think this is the fight people were hoping for. The first round was great. But this being taken down now, and Bektic just trying to find a good top position, and he has found one. Ige's in trouble here. There's a lot of pressure on the head. Is he going to have to, he's going to tap? Is Ige going to tap? I don't know if there's any way out, and he's got to survive this for 115. So there is a big squeeze being applied right now. Ige is in danger because you know there's going to be a lot of pressure being applied there. Ige is struggling. His head has gone bright red, Ige's. And he is fighting through. He is managing to get out. Yeah. Rogan says a lot of guys would have tapped at that moment. That would have been a moment that would have seen a lot of guys fall to Bektic. But top position for Bektic in round 2. 3 minutes 47. This is a Bektic round. First round, 100% Ige. Second round, 100% Bektic. This is setting up for a tasty third round. Which way does it go? Does it go to the mat and Bektic? Does it stay on the feet and Ige? There we go. Maybe not the most exciting round in the world, but I think in the context of the fight, a very interesting moment, because of course if Ige had taken that round as well, you would really start to be questioning now what can Bektic do. Bektic would have to get a finish in the third. There would have to be a finish. Whereas now it's set up this fight perfectly, where it's 1 round each, and it's a tough one to call. I think whoever wins the third wins the fight. They're saying to Ige, he does not want this fight more than you do. They're trying to get him to dig deep. But in all fairness, he just had to dig deep then to survive what he just went through with Bektic. Nothing but respect, man. Nothing but respect. Right, we're underway. Third and final round. There's just 3 fights to come after this. We got Juan Adams taking on Tafa. We've got Shevchenko and Katlyn. And then, of course, we've got the main event. The GOAT, John Bones Jones. He is in action. John Bones Jones in action against Dominick Reyes. We are well underway here in the third round. 30 seconds have gone so far. Both guys still on their feet. So Rogan thinks that second round is a bit more of a candidate to be a 10-8 than the first round. 4 minutes left here. No one's really stamped their authority on this yet. Under 4 minutes to go. Couple of jabs, left-hand jabs coming in from Ige. Here we go. Look, Bektic driving Ige up against that cage. He's got his shoulder. He's driving that shoulder into Ige. He's pinning him back. He's going to look for a takedown. He's going to look for more control time. Ige needs to try and get out of this. Elbows coming in from Ige. Quite a few elbows coming in. Knee strikes coming in from Bektic. Of course, the next big event. We have got some big fight nights coming up. But March 7th. From Las Vegas, UFC 248. Adesanya takes on Yoel Romero. Huge fight. Absolutely massive fight. Ref separating them here. There was no progress being made by Bektic. Ige wants to get at him, wants to get right on with this. 2 minutes 40. Just got tagged there by Ige. This is a tough round to score so far. I feel like Bektic has had a bit more control time, but he didn't really do a great deal with it. And what we're seeing right now is Ige is, I feel like, getting more shots through than Bektic. Here we go. A couple of jabs coming in, swinging. Big strike drives Bektic back. That's exactly how it is. Ige is the better striker. Bektic is the better on the mat. We've had 1 round on their feet, 1 round on the mat. This round, neither guy has really stamped their authority. I feel like more control time is with Bektic. I think Ige has looked better in this round. 1 minute 40. Tough one to call. Nice kicks. Anything showy now might make the difference. And a big kick to the body by Ige. Significant strikes in round 3. Ige 14. Bektic with 3. Bektic looking for a single leg takedown. Oh, couldn't get it. Ige almost with an armbar. But I don't even think he knew that opportunity was there. It's just the way that they kind of rolled around. I'm leaning to Ige. I'm leaning to Ige. But can Bektic really make anything count here? No is the answer. No, he can't. He can't make it count. Ige gets up. Ige gets up. Takedown here would be an interesting moment. 40 seconds on the clock. No. Into a front headlock. Front headlock, and this is control time for Bektic. And then there's not a great deal at all. Oh, this is so hard. This is so hard to call. Ige doing really well. He's got a really great defense here. He's trying to grab the heel of Bektic. Looking for a leg lock. Yeah, he is. But that's it. Wow. Really great fight. Maybe not the showiest of fights. I think the first round was. Second round probably it dipped. Third round I think was just very confused. But really interesting stuff. Let me know which way you think that's gone. I'd love to know what way you would score that. I honestly think whatever the judges come up with there, I wouldn't argue with. I think if they go a draw, I'd be all right with it. I think a draw would feel quite fair. I think both had moments in that third. I don't know if you can really say anyone dominated the third. Easily Bektic the second. Easily Ige the first. So let me know which way would you go. Tinglin says draw. I would agree with that. Rathman says Ige. Which way is this gonna go? Seems like the chat's not too sure. I don't think even the commentators really know. Bektic has got his hand in the air. He feels like he did enough. We're just waiting a little while. Okay, Bruce Buffer's got the results. Let's go and get those results. Bektic gets one decision. Ige gets one. Winner. Split. Right. Ige gets it. I don't mind that, to be honest. Not much in it. Split decision. Ige gets it. Right, so winners tonight. We've had Ige. Longest active win streaks in the featherweight division. Arnold Allen with 7, Volkanovski with 6, Zabit with 6, and Dan Ige now with 5. So he says that hold in the second wasn't too tight. It certainly looked tight. But I would say that fight lived up to it. 3 very interesting rounds. We didn't know which way it was going to go. And Ige gets the victory in the end. Now, this next fight. Is a little strange. This is our final fight until we get to the big fights. Big fights after this next one. So this is Juan Adams against Justin Tafa. Deshaun Watson, if that means anything to anyone. Russell Westbrook. Okay, this next fight, Adams versus Tafa. So, Juan Adams, 0-2 in 2019. This is a heavyweight fight. His record is 5-2. So, he was 5-0, but he's lost his last 2. Tafa is 3-1. Adams, he was 5-0. He looked like a really exciting prospect, but there's big question marks about his mentality. We've seen social media posts of people asking, are you going to come to the gym? Like, where are you? And he's been sending out some like really random messages, saying some really random stuff. So there's question marks around his commitment. There's question marks around his mentality. He makes mistakes. There's no two ways about it. He's got caught in 2019. He can sometimes have bad footwork. He can sometimes fade in his fights. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know if it's a lack of commitment to his training that's costing him, but clearly there was a lot of excitement around him. He needs this win tonight. He really does need not just a win, but a big result as well. He needs to really show that he's back. So we don't know what Adams is going to turn up. He's taken on Justin Tafa. Tafa's a good striker. Can sometimes rush in. He's, I say not as experienced. He's had 4 fights compared to Adams' 7, so it's not the biggest difference in the world. Adams has got a wrestling advantage, but Tafa has got the power advantage. So the bookies say that Adams is minus 250 favourite. They say that Tafa is plus 210. I've seen a lot of people going for Tafa on this. I've seen a lot of people saying Tafa's winning this. I've gone with Tafa as a result because I don't know what Adams is going to turn up. All I know is that Adams has lost his last 2 fights. So I have to look at it and say, I don't think he's in a great place. Why would I think now is the time that he's going to start winning or get back to winning ways? I'm not sure I do. I'm not sure that Juan Adams is committed. I don't know if I don't know where his head's at, so I've gone with Tafa. But really, really interested to see what Juan Adams is going to turn up. So let me know what you think. Have you got a read on this? Have you got a prediction for this? Which way do you think this next fight goes? Obviously, after this, we've got Shevchenko against Katlyn. That is, I think, a straightforward win for Shevchenko, one of the most dominant women in all of UFC. She's got a great record, 18 wins, 3 defeats. Really, really good stuff. And then, of course, our main event, absolutely huge. The main reason whilst we're all here, Jon Bones Jones taking on Dominick Reyes. If Jon Jones wins, then he will have another victory to his name, making him, I think, the person that has successfully defended his championship more than anyone else. So really a lot to fight for. Certainly Dominick Reyes feels like he can get the victory. I think it'll be Jon Jones, but yeah, looking forward to it, man. We are just at commercial break. We are still waiting to go back to the action. As we said, when we do go back, it will be Adams versus Tafa. And then we are into our championship matches. After UFC, we will have a slight break. We'll just probably grab a coffee and maybe something more substantial to eat than beef jerky, although I did enjoy it. And then we will be back for New Japan Pro Wrestling. How long until Jones got 3 fights? I don't think Shevchenko goes the distance. I'm gonna say probably an hour. Probably an hour, and then we'll be at Jon Jones. Just a little advert for Wilder versus Fury. Of course, we will be covering that fight as well. Massive boxing event coming up. Deontay Wilder versus Tyson Fury. The first fight was absolutely incredible. This fight is going to be even bigger, even tastier. It's a bigger deal. More people will be watching this than that first fight, no doubt about it. Okay, Masvidal was there, partying. Here's Juan Adams and Tafa. Morning, Mamacita Guy 15. Do you like coffee? It's a necessity for me in my life. It's not a case of liking it, it's a case of needing it. Yeah, I do actually. I do like coffee. So this is a heavyweight fight. They do have the talent. They do have the power. They are both big guys. This should be a big, heavy-hitting fight. Juan Adams, the Kraken. Born and raised in Houston. Juan Adams, hometown boy. So we've just got the video packages right now. Do you like coffee crisp? What's that? I don't know what coffee crisp is. I know what toffee crisp is. I am an international serial killer. Okay. Shout out to you, William. Has John Jones fought yet? Not for about an hour, but about an hour away from John Bones Jones. What are your New Japan predictions? I'll worry about that when we get to the New Japan card. But I think Naito retains. And my prediction here is that Tafa will get the victory. He's not the favourite, but it has been a night for the underdogs. Tafa, second UFC appearance, fighting out of New Zealand, I believe. Okay, Tafa making his way down. We should get some Tafa statistics. As we said, not loads of fights. His record 3-1. Does have skills, does have promise. Can he deliver on them? Tafa finished all 3 of his wins by knockout. This is his first fight in the United States. Turned pro in 2017. So, not a great deal to tell you about in regards to Tafa. I like that. The commentator saying this is a fight to find out who is the next up-and-comer. This is 2 fighters early in their careers. One with a record of 5-2. One with a record of 3-1. Who is the real deal? Who is the next big challenger? It's not been a great time for Juan Adams. And as he said, he needs a victory here. Did EC3 get released? I don't believe so. Tafa by KO. Do you think Jones will... I didn't see what it said. Do I think Jones will win? I do. I also think that Dominick Reyes has the ability to cause Jones problems. I don't know if I can say he's got the ability to beat John Jones. But I think the main event is going to be closer than the next fight after this, which is Katlyn versus Shevchenko. Right, okay. Adams has come down. Smile on his face. Okay. Let's get some Juan Adams stats. He's got 4 first-round finishes. He's finished all 5 wins by knockout. So all of Adams' wins have come by knockout. And I think all of Tafa's wins have come by knockout. He was awarded a UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series, Season 2, Week 7. I'm not expecting this to go long. There's nothing about this that says decision to me. This says finish. Someone's getting knocked out. Right, let's see how this plays out. Juan Adams is in there, so is Justin Tafa. Juan Adams, 28, Tafa, 26. Adams, 6'5", Tafa, 6 foot. There's a lot of 6s around here because Juan Adams has got a 6-inch reach advantage as well. Fighting. Shout out to Tiga Show. If you got Jones fights Stylebender. Jones Stylebender would be awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I've got Adesanya beating Yal Romero. Juan Adams, big smile on his face. He seems very comfortable. He's just soaking it in. He seems to be enjoying it. He is a hometown boy. He's going to have the support of the crowd. Here we go then, guys. We are getting ready for our third fight on the main card. Juan Adams versus Tafa. And we are underway. So, as I said, not expecting this to go long. I am expecting someone to get a knockout here. Not sure when it comes. Both of these do enjoy first round finishes. But there's been no rushing out so far. That's quite an interesting point from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan saying that Adams has got to close his hands. He's walking forward with his hands out flat. And that could so easily result in an eye poke. And obviously, you know, he's not going to want that. Not a great deal in this first minute. Adams standing his ground in the centre. Tafa, front leg kicks. Been a couple of front leg kicks coming in from Tafa. Adams still standing there with his hands, his palms open. Adams not doing a great deal here. Not throwing a great deal. Looking for a front leg kick. Couldn't get it. Tafa replies with one. And Adams starting to move forward now into the clinch, but trips, goes down. Couple of quick shots to the head by Tafa. His legs stiffened up. Kick to the front leg by Adams. Oh, nice. Nice. He goes down. I think the ref's calling this. And he does. The ref does call it. Tafa catches Adams. They go over. They go straight over to him. I think he's all right. Yeah, he's all right. I think he's just gutted. Wow. That's bad news for Adams. He got caught. He got caught. First round finish. Knew it wouldn't go long. Want to see a replay of it? He just seemed to charge forward with rights and lefts, and it just seemed to be done. He just managed to get him down. I'm not sure what it was that got through. Okay, here we go. So Adams backing away. There's a right that comes round, drives Adams back. There's an it's an uppercut. It's a right uppercut. It's a right uppercut that sends Adams down, and then Tafa is all over him. Nice right hook. So right hook followed by an uppercut. Down goes Adams. Tafa then hits him as he's going down. But in all fairness, by that point, the ref has already seen enough. So there we go. Tafa with the win. Just a reminder that Tafa was the underdog. Another underdog victory. Amazing. So we're up to fight number 11 of the evening now. So he thanks Houston. Obviously, Houston going to be a little bit disappointed because Adams was their guy. How long is the UFC live stream? It depends how long the fights go for. We've got 2 more fights to go. So we've had 3 fights so far. That obviously a very quick fight, which we thought it would be quick. We didn't know what Juan Adams was going to turn up. Wasn't a great one. First round finish for Justin Tafa. And now this brings us to the 2 championship matches. Now we're at Shevchenko against Katlyn. And we've got Jones versus Reyes. Trey the Truth. Brian Ortega. Happy birthday to my sister, it says on his phone. Curtis Blades is in the crowd as well. Halle Berry is there. Academy Award winning actress Halle Berry. Haven't seen her do much in a long time. I don't even know what she does anymore. I couldn't tell you any film she'd been in recently, Halle Berry. But very cool. Do you think EC3 will get in trouble for a Jericho picture? No. Because I think he was doing Jericho's podcast, which is why they were out together. My money is on Khabib, but Tony is a killer. So I wouldn't be surprised if he won. May the best man win. That's going to be such an epic fight. And I agree. I think the winner gets Conor. Although, you know, it'll be very interesting because if Tony wins, I think Conor wants to avenge the loss to Khabib. So I think Conor specifically wants Khabib, but Tony would have the title. So Tony winning could make things very complicated. I don't know if Conor would go after both. I feel like he might. He might go after maybe Tony first, get the title, and then face Khabib. I feel like those two are on a collision course. I think Khabib will do it because I think he feels like he could get another victory and another massive payday. And Conor will do it because he said he wants that fight. So, interesting stuff. Brody Lee re-signed with Ring of Honor. That's amazing. That means he might work with NWA because they're working together. Think we've got 20 minutes for the next fight, or do you think they'll go on with it? Shout out to DJ Corrupt. I think they'll get on with it, to be honest. We've had a few fights that have gone a distance. So I don't think they're struggling for time. I think there'll be a bit of a video package and whatever for this next one, because of course it is a championship fight. So I'm not expecting them to go back and both of them are going to be in the octagon. I think they're going to really, go through why this is an important fight. It is an important fight because it is the women's flyweight championship, but to be perfectly honest, Shevchenko's winning this. She's minus 1,000, which is the biggest odds of the night. So out of any fight that we've seen so far tonight, Shevchenko is far and away the favourite for this. She is great all round, hard body kicks. She just needs to be patient. She doesn't need to rush him. She's going to land a lot of leg kicks. She's got a very good takedown average, good takedown defense, good takedown accuracy as well. So, she's great with her feet. She's great with takedowns. She's been dominant in this division. She's very powerful. She's got it all. Katlyn is a good fighter. She's very technical, but she is going to struggle to match Valentina in any area. I feel like the only thing she might have is on the ground. If they're both on the ground, then I feel like Katlyn is very evenly matched with Valentina. She's got a height and reach advantage as well, Katlyn. She's good with her footwork, good head movement. She's got good head kicks. She doesn't have enough. That's what it comes down to for me. She does not have enough. She's got skills. That's how you get to this kind of a position. She doesn't have enough. So I'm expecting Shevchenko win. I don't think she's going to race into it. I'm not expecting this to be an early victory or anything like that. So let's see how it plays out. But yeah, I've got Shevchenko winning this next one. Let me know your thoughts, which way you think it's going to go. I'm going to put down the fact that Tafa was victorious. There we go. So far, 2 out of 3 predictions correct on this main card for me so far. Quite happy with that. I'm pretty sure Shevchenko is going to make it another correct one, and maybe John will as well. It might only be the Ige result that I get wrong on the main card. But let's see. Let's not count our chickens yet. Judges are going to give it to her for no KO. Days wants to see the 2 ladies on the ground. I think it'd be interesting. I don't think anyone would deny it wouldn't be interesting. John Jones will win by devastating eye pokes in the first round. Hello, Jesse Kalinn. Hope you're well. Shout out to Jackson Oak as well. Shout out to the Sunny Wolf. Great to see so many new names and people in our community. It's brilliant to see new people joining us all the time. So shout out to all of you. Shout out to Legato Blue Summers, who says, "Hey Days, Shevchenko is a buzzsaw on the feet." Agreed. I've seen a lot of videos about this card because there's been a lot of excitement about this card. I've not seen a single person say that Shevchenko is going to lose this. Not a single person. Yeah, so they're saying that if you're only as good as your last fight, then Katlyn is coming in very impressive. She's improving. She's evolving. This is a tough sell. Anytime you get chance to see Valentina Shevchenko fight is an exciting time, according to Joe Rogan, and I would agree. And obviously the same applies to John Jones as well. Okay, so little video package first, and then we will be underway with our co-main event. Co-main event of the evening. She is absolutely dominant. Great record as well. 18-3. And I don't see that changing. Like, I don't see that loss column changing. Don't forget knee kicks. Good shout. Daisy, I broke my tooth. Sorry to hear that, bud. Anthony says, Reyes will win. There's something crazy in the air. Anthony, I could not agree more. I can't say that I could agree with Reyes winning, but if it's going to happen, tonight would seem like a very justifiable night. For those of you that are just joining us, I can quickly go through the results. Underdog, Newson gets the victory. He was plus 110 underdog. Andre Yule was the favourite. He won, but by controversial decision. When I say that, I mean there was boos in the arena. Joe Rogan couldn't get his head around that, why the judges have scored it that way. In fact, it was a disgrace. So, favourite did win there, but under very controversial fashion. Zalal, in the first fight of the evening, won. He was the underdog. He was plus 165. Bautista won. He was underdog. He was plus 110. Williams won. Underdog, plus 265. Murphy beat Andrea Lee. She was underdog, plus 305. Then we had Giles victorious. He was a slight underdog, but he was victorious. Derrick Lewis was victorious. Was it Lewis? It was Lewis, wasn't it? Lewis was victorious. But again, that was under controversial fashion. Didn't know what we were going to see there. Latifi was the underdog. I feel like Latifi probably should have got that. Ige was the underdog, plus 115. So we had another underdog victory. Tafa just won. He was the underdog, plus 210. Honestly, there's been a couple of favourites that have won out of how many matches? 11. Out of 11 matches, we've had 2 favourites win. And both of those have come via controversial decisions. It's a night for the underdogs. It's a big night for the underdogs. Chookagian, Katlyn Chookagian has made her way down. She came running down. Can she do the impossible? That's what this is. Might as well just call it the impossible. Katlyn Chookagian against Valentina Shevchenko. Okay, she's won 5 of the last 6 fights. Second most significant strikes in UFC Flyweight history. 350. Former Golden Gloves boxing champion. Ranked number 1 in the women's Flyweight division. She stands no chance. That is how great Valentina Shevchenko is. That is how great she is. So, Katlyn is in there. I think she's not going to get blown away. I don't believe that. I don't believe she's going to get blown away. I don't believe she's going to get embarrassed or anything like this. But, yeah, Shevchenko, heavy favourite. Again, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you join us. This is our co-main event of the evening. We've already been streaming for nearly 6 hours. Nearly 6 hours this stream has been. And we're not done. After this, we've got John Bones Jones versus Dominick Reyes. And then after that, we've got a whole new stream. We're going to be watching Japanese wrestling. Why not? Why not? Here comes Valentina Shevchenko. Are the crowd booing? She's getting a long ring walk, isn't she? They're showing her all out the back. She hasn't even got into the arena yet. Here she comes. Yeah, big chorus of boos. Of course, she fights out of Kyrgyzstan, but man, I'd be applauding. She is one of the greatest UFC fighters currently active. One of the greatest female fighters of all time. Huge favourite. I love that shirt of hers as well. Yeah, she's got submission all over the place. Days, we want to see the pig. Is it up here? I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I think it might be upstairs. Jones is going to win. Days needs a sleep. I feel good, actually. Feel all right. Jones will win by controversial Jesus stoppage. That's the best way to win. Days, this is boring compared to wrestling. I don't know, buddy. I think there's been some really interesting fights. A lot of the underdogs getting victories. A lot of controversial decisions. And some of these stars that you watch are stars that are really at the top of their game. You only get to see them a couple of times a year. You know, like Shevchenko, she's UFC Flyweight champion and absolutely dominant. It's a real pleasure to watch her compete, and that's what we're going to see right now. Here we go. Let's enjoy this. Let's sit back and let's enjoy Shevchenko versus Katlyn. How many fights for John? This is the co-main event, my friend. So John Bones Jones is next. We've got Valentina Shevchenko against Katlyn coming up now. They're both 31. Katlyn 4 inches taller. She's got a 1.5 inch reach advantage as well. Not much in this. UFC Flyweight Championship on the line. Bruce Buffer doing the honours as we speak. Jacob Montalvo is the ref for this. 5 rounds, because it is a title fight. I'm not sure it's going to go that far. So, Bruce Buffer doing the honours. Thank you for the channel. Sustainability Advisor, thank you for the support, my friend. Genuinely appreciate it. Everyone that's joining us, really, really appreciate it. It's just nice to kind of watch these shows with fellow fans, kind of share our thoughts and whatever, and I encourage you to do that in the chat. It's why I keep saying, like, if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, genuinely hit the subscribe, because I'm always looking to bring in and grow that UFC community. We've been doing these streams for about 15 months. We do the fight nights, we do the big monthly shows, and yeah, just love them. Absolutely love them. I can tell you that Shevchenko is now minus 1,200. So her odds have increased. As heavy a favourite as you can get. I don't even know if she would be that big of a favourite if she was fighting on no one. If they were just going to award her a victory, I don't know if she'd be minus 1,200. It's a big, big, big favourite, Shevchenko. Let's see if she can justify it, shall we? Man, if she loses. Oh, if she loses. It'd be incredible. Nothing like a UFC championship fight. Okay, we are underway. This is our co-main event. Shevchenko standing her ground in the centre. Chookagian on the outside, moving around. How do you get through? Such a big opportunity this is for Katlyn. Absolutely huge. You've just got to beat one of the best female MMA fighters ever. That's all, mate. Good luck. We said before, you know, look, there's 5 rounds to this. This is a championship fight. So 5-round championship fight. There is absolutely no need for anyone to rush this. Shevchenko kind of standing her ground. She's letting Katlyn bring the fight to her. Neither woman has faced any drama yet in this first 1 minute 20. Oh, little flurry from Shevchenko already. Shevchenko standing in the middle. Front leg kick. Katlyn keeps switching her stances, which is really cool. She charges forward and out of nowhere, Shevchenko with a back elbow. That was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Came out of nowhere. It was a thing of beauty. I was just singing Katlyn's praises. She's got good movement and she was switching her stances and she just went in and Shevchenko out of nowhere just pulls out this elbow. Just incredible. Front leg kick by Shevchenko. Halfway through the first round, it's been very, very cagey. Front leg kick by Katlyn. Neither woman has been troubled too much. Nice combo by Shevchenko there. Shot to the body, shot to the side, leg kick as well. You can see a little bit of red starting to appear on that front leg of Katlyn. That's the only kind of sign that any damage has been done on either fighter so far. Not a great deal thrown, not a great deal landed. But when Shevchenko does throw, she throws combos. As the chat was saying, she's like a buzzsaw. She is a volume striker. And she's not committed herself to a great deal yet. High kick coming in by Katlyn and Shevchenko getting out of the way. Front leg kick by Katlyn, but she nearly leaves herself open to a big left hand by Shevchenko. If you give Shevchenko any opening, she's taken it. Oh, grabs the leg. Gets a takedown. Shevchenko with a takedown. Now, Katlyn's all right on the ground. She's not going to get completely outclassed on the ground. Of course, she doesn't want to be on her back, and she doesn't want Shevchenko on top of her. But other than that, you know, she's relatively comfortable. She's got a decent ground game, so I wouldn't be too concerned about her at this stage. Shevchenko is someone, though, that can get submissions, whether she's on top, whether she's underneath. We've got 30-odd seconds. We're still in the first round here. Probably the biggest moment we've had so far is this takedown. Well, we got 20-odd seconds. Elbows coming in. I feel like this is a Shevchenko round, largely because of that takedown. I don't think there was a great deal to separate them before that. Oh, they just changed camera angle, so we couldn't quite see what she threw. I think it was a forearm. Shevchenko, I believe, with a forearm. Oh, look at the blood. Look at the blood. There was something right at the end. I think it was a forearm. It's caught her right on the edge of the eye. Just above, actually. Just here. It must have been that one strike. One strike's super vicious. It's busted her open, and now there's blood. And obviously, Shevchenko just looks like she's been to the shops. She had no problem at all. And then over in the corner, you got Katlyn. Her face is like messed up. There's blood pouring down. They haven't done a good job with it. There's still blood pouring down. I think it needed a little bit more. Yeah, look, it was right at the end. It was. Right. Caught her right on there. Here we go. It's actually, the cut's not in the worst place because it's over here. So the blood's kind of running down the side. So her vision should be all right. Okay, we're underway. Oh, I need to change the round, don't I? Just fascinated. How can you not love this? Blood. And it's pouring down the face of Katlyn right now. So we're into the second round. 4 minutes 20 left in this second round. We're only just underway. Shevchenko looking very calm, composed. Spinning back heel kick drives Katlyn back. There's been nothing that we've seen so far to suggest that Katlyn's getting this victory. Going for a head kick, Katlyn. Shevchenko moves out the way. Charging forward, kick to the body by Shevchenko. Chookagian, Katlyn is working here. She's throwing a lot of stuff. She's just not landing a great deal. Shevchenko, right-left combo. Don't think she got much of it. Goes for a kick. Kick coming in by Katlyn. Shevchenko, very composed. She's not racing in. She's not trying to force this fight. She's just looking for openings, trying to make the most of it, picking off her shots, asking questions of Katlyn. Katlyn is the one that's starting to look a little rattled here. Katlyn's the one that looks like you're getting that urgency coming through from Katlyn. I think her vision's all right. There's definitely blood coming down her face. She got through there with a right. Couldn't really get a great deal behind it. No opportunities. There's just no way through for Katlyn, and you can see she's getting a little bit frustrated here. She's constantly looking, trying to switch angles. Looking for a front leg kick. Some nice little combos coming back from Shevchenko. Right, left, and front leg kick. And again, you can see the red appearing on the front. Oh! Head kick, and it lands by Shevchenko. Oh, look at this. Don't mess with me. Shevchenko now going through the gears. She is so good. She is it's just an honor. And a takedown for Shevchenko. Seeing her land that head kick then. She couldn't get like a great deal of power behind it. She's so good. She is. She's got her down. She's got Katlyn down. She can now get some control time. She was already up in strikes as well. Katlyn's got blood coming down her face. She's got her front leg like starting to go red at the leg kicks that she's taken. She was starting to get a little bit impatient as well because I think she knew that first round had gone to Shevchenko. This second round is going to go to Shevchenko. Yeah, shots to the body, shots to the head. She's kind of mixing up the levels here, Shevchenko. Such an honor to watch this. It really is. Yeah, they've got. She has got an arm wrapped around the throat of Katlyn. She could really, if she drove her shoulder in, put more pressure onto it, she could really be asking some questions there. But she changes position. 20 seconds left. Don't forget, after this, we got John Bones Jones. The main event of UFC 247. Forearm strikes. And there we go. End of the round. She survives, Katlyn. She didn't seem to be in like deep waters or deep trouble towards the end, but it's that pressure that just gets built up, you know, like you lose the first, now she's lost the second. You know, I mean, there's only 3 rounds left. She's 2 rounds down. Shout out to everyone that's joining us in the chat. That head kick. Oh, my God, it was so good. Oh, they just showed it again in real time. It is beautiful. It's weird to call a kick like that beautiful, but it absolutely is. It's like a baby panda. Strikes absorbed, 24 to the head, 14 to the body, 10 to the legs. So she is taking shots all over the body. We're underway. Round number 3. Katlyn's still in this. She is still in this. She's not been in, like, great trouble. She's been in trouble. Not great trouble. Another head kick coming in from Shevchenko, but doesn't land it. High kick coming in by Katlyn, but it's blocked by Shevchenko. Shevchenko on the outside. Front leg kick by Katlyn. Katlyn goes in with a knee. Tries to switch for a guillotine, but couldn't get it, and Valentina takes her down. That's our 3rd takedown by Shevchenko. And she's left her head exposed, Katlyn. So a couple of quick shots coming in. Looks like another elbow strike, and this could be problematic here for Katlyn because she was busted anyway. And she could be really going to town on that cut. We can file this in trouble territory again. Her head is exposed. Is the ref stopping this? He has stopped it. He has stopped it. The ref has stopped it. Shevchenko gets the win. The takedown was there, and the head was exposed. Shots were coming in by Valentina Shevchenko. And honestly, it got to the point where Katlyn wasn't able to defend herself because her arms were like tied up by Shevchenko. She couldn't defend herself. It was just bang, bang, bang. The blood was getting worse. The ref saw enough. He stops it. Shevchenko, round 3. Victory. I don't even know. I don't know who stops this woman. I don't think there's anyone in this division that can beat her. She's that good. We are getting towards main event time, my friends. Trying to see Katlyn trying to block these. She manages to get her arm wrapped around the leg of Shevchenko, just trying to stop some of these shots coming in. But it's not enough to defend it. It's not enough for the ref, and the ref's like, nah. And there we go. 8th knockout from the crucifix position. So, ref stops it. Shevchenko gets the win. And still... So far, I have only got one main card result incorrect. And that's Ige. It was one-sided. Shout out to Legato Blue Summers, who says Jones by GNP. So, Rogan just talking to Valentina right now. She expected a ground kick KO. Yeah. Shevchenko says she still feels like there are women out there for her to face. It'd be great if she could name them. Absolutely. She just wants to thank her team. Okay, Valentina says she's really pleased that she defended it in Houston for 2.5 years. This was her home. So she thanks Houston. She says that this was a really big moment for her to come back and defend the title there. She's classy, man. Classy. I love her. So she didn't really call anyone or name anyone. I suppose that's not really for her to do, is it? Like, it's for the challengers to chase after her. And Joe Rogan was like, what's it like to not have any obvious opponents? To not have anyone obvious for you to face? She was like, I still feel like there's girls out there. I mean, there are definitely girls out there, but just none of them that can beat you. Carlos Correa from the Houston Astros. Usman's there. Kamaru Usman. Masvidal. Masvidal and Usman. Yal Romero in the crowd. Of course, he fighting 248 against Adesanya. That's our main event of the next event. But it's time for the main event of tonight. And actually, do you know what? We've spoken about this fight, but we haven't necessarily run through the fight. Jon Bones Jones with a record of 25-1. That one defeat from 2009. DQ with illegal elbows. He has been absolutely dominant. He's taken on Dominick Reyes, who is undefeated. He has got a record of 12-0. I can tell you that Jones can fight at close or at long range. He has faced former middleweights, and he has got solid basics. He is a little bit predictable. Dominick Reyes is really someone that is bigger than Jon Bones Jones. Reyes is like 6'5", and this is what I mean by Jones has faced like former middleweights and people like that. This is an out and out light heavyweight. This is a big guy that's undefeated. That's the next big prospect. That's got the skills to cause problems. Let's put it that way. He's got the skills to cause problems. I'm reluctant to say he's got the skills to beat Jon Jones, because beating Jon Jones is not something that happens, but he has got the skills to cause problems for Jon Jones. So, yeah, I think the size is going to be quite interesting. But Jones, is creative. He's got durability. He's got fight IQ. He's well-rounded. He's going to have a 7-inch reach advantage. He doesn't tire. He gets better as the fights goes on. He's got various techniques. He's got oblique kicks. He's got shoulder bumps. He's got so many different things, weapons in his arsenal. It's hard not to see Jon Jones winning this, but Reyes has got power. He's got a bright future. He's an up-and-comer. He's very efficient. He can strike from various different angles. He could pose problems for Jon Jones. I'm really into this. I'm really into this fight. Dana came out and said people aren't giving, Reyes the credit that he deserves. A lot of people are saying this is too soon. And in all fairness, Dana did say I would rather Reyes had a couple more fights. I would rather that Reyes had, gone out there and picked up another couple of victories. And maybe this time next year would have been a bit better for this fight. This is the way the cards have fallen. It's happening tonight. Jon Jones taking on an up-and-comer, taking on a big name for the future, a bright prospect, a future champion, undoubtedly. And honestly, legends get caught a little bit off guard when they're taking up-and-comers. They take on up-and-comers because they can't review their tapes, can they? They haven't got enough footage to go back and watch. Just think of all of the action that Dominick Reyes can watch on Jon Jones. I mean, I don't know if you can watch that and figure out Jon Jones, but he's got a lot of tape and a lot of stuff that he can watch, a lot of patterns and setups and things that, he can try and exploit. Jones hasn't really got that luxury with Dominick Reyes. He's on a 7-fight win streak. Of course, was it before that he had the no contest? No, Adesanya. They're talking about Adesanya Romero. When was the John Jones no contest? It was against Daniel Cormier, wasn't it? Let's have a look. John Jones, of course, had a no contest against Cormier because of drugs. A lot of controversies. He's not the most popular fighter, John Jones. Jones has won 3 fights since that no contest. We were talking about this. We've been robbed of John Jones in many ways. He had 2 fights in 2012, two fights in 2013, 1 fight in 2014, 1 fight in 2015, 1 fight in 2016, 1 fight in 2017 was his no contest. 2018, we got 1 fight as well. Thankfully, in 2019, we had 2 fights, and I would expect at least another fight this year from John Jones. Yeah, here we are, headlining the second UFC pay-per-view of 2020, the GOAT, arguably the greatest of all time, a man that definitely divides opinion. Let me know which way you think it's going to go. Do you think Reyes can do it? I think that this is a closer fight than what we just saw with Shevchenko. I'd love to know your thoughts. Which way do you think this goes? The longer fight will suit, I think, John Jones. The longer the fight goes, John Jones is as good in the later rounds as he is in the early rounds. He will, with this victory, have successfully defended a championship more times than anyone else in the UFC. I think he's currently on 13. He would move to the all-time lead of 14. He will have successfully defended his title. So, he has been fighting 5-round matches. Granted, a lot of his matches haven't gone that far, but he has been involved in 5-round fights a lot. A lot. Reyes is undefeated. He says, look, I'm an animal. I'm undefeated. I'm tall. He is tall, 6'5". I've got that winning mindset. You're going to need that and the rest, buddy. So, we're just seeing the video packages. This is, of course, our main event. Get your thoughts across. Jones is a drug abuser and a cheat. There's a lot of people that feel that way. You're not alone in that opinion. So, there's been a bit of disrespect as well. We're just seeing this video package. Dominick Reyes says, are you going to give me that belt now when the two came face to face? John Jones was like, you just disrespected the wrong man. There's a bit of heat between these two. These aren't two friends stepping in there in a friendly contest. These two don't seem to get on. I'm not sure that the hatred is that intense. You know, this isn't Connor levels. But, yeah, I think it adds a little bit of spice to this. Little bit of spice as we move towards this main event. We've had the video package. So, time for the ring walks. Reyes making his way down. They were recreational drugs. The GOAT. Reyes in the 3rd round, says Unbroken 1010. Oh, did I? Did I miss the super chat? Go up. Ah, yes, there it is. Shout out Nails and NY. Hope you... Wow, I can't believe you're still here. Been here since the start and I'm exhausted. I don't know how you do it. I'm going to sleep in the hopes of coming back for New Japan, but no promises. Shout out Nails and NY. I can't believe you're going to bed as John Jones is walking out or about to walk out. Shout out to you though, buddy. Thank you very much, Mitchy Mitch. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Shout out to everyone that's subscribed. Really appreciate it. As we said, you know, we're trying to build up that UFC community. We've got a great wrestling community. And it's great to see so many of those people joining us tonight. Like Nails and NY. Who seemingly has gone to bed for the main event. But yeah, anyone that's watching, thank you. Anyone that's subscribed, really appreciate it. This is the main event. We have been here for 6 hours, 25 minutes. Quick little break and then we'll be back for a second stream of some Japanese wrestling. But we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on this. Dominick Reyes, undefeated, 12-0, 9 first round finishes, 4 in 55 seconds or less. Finished 9 of his 12 wins. I think it said 7 by submission. Deep breath by Dominick Reyes. This is career-defining stuff. So Reyes is inside the octagon. Dominick is much taller. Reyes walking around is very focused. Everyone wants John to lose. Days, when is UFC Days channel coming? I don't know. I was thinking of turning the second channel over to like a UFC one and just doing a few more videos on it and talks. I read up about it quite a bit, so you know, suppose we should talk about it a little bit more. At the moment, we've got the watch-alongs every week. We are here every week. We do all the fight nights. But it doesn't matter what week you watch the UFC, you're not going to see a better fighter than the man that's about to walk out now. Love him or hate him, and a lot of people hate him, got to respect what he can do and what he has done inside the octagon. John Bones Jones, the GOAT. Right, making his way out. John Jones making his way down. I've got Jones winning this, maybe in the third. Might be very similar to what we've seen with Shevchenko. So far, of the 4 matches that we've had, I managed to get 3 correct. And just the Ige one, I think it was, that didn't go the way that I expected. But I've not seen many people not expecting this man to get a victory tonight. Trying to set the record for the most championship wins tonight. John Bones Jones. He has finished the best of the best. I think the crowd boos for John Jones. Jones. Steroids Jones. Reyes has got it tonight. Well, Reyes has definitely got the support. It is a tough challenge, this, for John. I don't think this is a straightforward fight at all. So they're saying if he does win this tonight, there's no doubt is the greatest of all time. UFC light heavyweight champion, 13 UFC title wins, 17 fight unbeaten streak, 16-0 with 1 no contest, 19 most wins, 1,359 significant strikes as well. His statistics are crazy. I like this from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan saying that what he wants to see is someone test Jon Jones. That's what we want. We want to see the greatest be pushed to their limits, to their, we've not seen him tested. There's been too many Jon Jones fights where he's looked bored. Yeah. Here we go. Jon Bones Jones getting in. It is time. Jon Jones in the octagon. Dominick Reyes in the octagon. It is the main event of UFC 247. Get your final thoughts. Get your final predictions in the chat. Which way do you think it's going to go? Jon Jones, 6'4", 204 pound. 84.5 reach, and that is a 7.5 inch reach advantage over Dominick Reyes. Reyes comes in at 205. This is the main event. Jon Bones Jones. I feel like Jones will win. I feel like Reyes isn't going to get blown away. Okay, Bruce Buffer just doing the honours right now. I'd like this to be a 5-round fight, actually. I'd like Reyes to really test Jon Jones. I don't think he'll finish Jones, but I'd like to see them trade in rounds. I think that'd be really interesting. That's what we want to see. We want to see Jon Jones get tested. I mean, if Jones gets tested and this is a split decision and a little bit of controversy in there, then, could set up a massive rematch. I don't know who else there is out there for Jones. It's time. Bruce Buffer doing the honours. This is, of course, the light heavyweight. Fighting. Right, Dominick Reyes getting his introduction, fighting out of Victorville, California. He is plus 375. Looks like the odds have widened a bit today. Ranked number 4 in the light heavyweight division. Dominick the Devastator Reyes getting his introduction. Few mixture there of cheers and boos for Dominick. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. He is now minus 550 favourite, so odds have really widened today. Undisputed light heavyweight champion. Is he pound for pound as well? I'm sure he is. Do you know what? They released the pound for pound rankings. I can't remember who was number one. I think I would have been surprised if it wasn't Jon Jones. Right. This is what we're here for. Reyes standing over Jones. Not the biggest height difference in the world, but still interesting. Significant. Here we go then, friends. We are getting ready for the main event of UFC 247. Dominick Reyes, Jon Jones. Introductions are done. Jones on his knees. Right, we're underway. Reyes comes into the center. Charges forward with a left. They go straight into a clinch and they exchange knees. Kick out by Jones. Yeah, Dominick Reyes not messing around. Dominick Reyes kind of showing no fear whatsoever, just going straight in there, charging forward. Yeah, he's already firing some kicks. Went for a head kick, but it got blocked by Jon Jones. Reyes can't really allow Jones to get into his rhythm. Jones already working that front leg kick, which he does a lot. Reyes coming forward. Oh, he's trying to catch Jones there. Reyes is asking questions here. First minute in, and this has not gone all Jon Jones' way. Both guys kicking at the same time. Jon standing his ground. Reyes has got some nice movement. As we said, he can throw shots at various angles. Couple of hooks, right hooks, but whistle past the head of Jon Jones. Jones. Yeah, looking for an inside leg kick. I don't know if he got it or not, Reyes. Jones switching his stance. Yeah, it's a good point. This Jon Jones isn't being able to settle into his rhythm. He's not being able to settle into his pace. Reyes is constantly, 2 minutes into this fight, and he's asked, oh, and he punched Jones down! Jones shot! I don't know if that was a slip. Oh, I tell you what, though, the strikes that are getting through, Jones is having to back against the cage. This is huge! This is huge! I tell you what, that's going to have sent a message to Reyes that what he's doing is working here. He's got Jon Jones backed up against the cage. Jones looks very composed. Make no mistake about it. He steps forward. He kind of resets. So there's no drama or anything at this stage, but there was drama then. I don't know if that was a slip from Jon or if it was a shot that got through. There was definitely a strike thrown at the same time. But I couldn't see if he blocked it and slipped or if it connected and he went down. My suspicion is he blocked it and slipped. And then Reyes followed through. And there were some nice moments there. Some real eye-catching stuff. We said that Reyes has got the tools to ask questions. He can pose trouble for Jon Jones. This is maybe more trouble for Jones than what we were expecting, though. Round one, I think you would say, is a Reyes round. There's kicks coming in and Jones doesn't look settled. He's not been allowed to settle. Back kick coming in from Reyes. Significant strikes, 19-10 for Reyes. At what point do we start believe that we're watching history. At what point do we all freak out? I think I'm doing it. Low kick by Reyes. We've got 1:10 on the clock. Round number 1. Fascinating round. Jon Jones, yeah, always coming forward. Always looking to attack the legs. Always looks composed. I mean, he's back to the centre. He's trying to dictate the pace of it. Reyes, a bit of the sting has gone out of the fight at this stage. Jones goes for a kick to the body. Doesn't quite land it. Went for a head kick. That was nice from Jones. Reyes knows. Oh, another one, but it's blocked. He has used a lot of energy early, so Reyes, I think, is having to just see out this round now. This could potentially go 5 rounds. Huge moment. Wow, there we go. End of the round. End of the round. I think it's a Reyes round. We're going to go to this replay now. It's a strike to the body. That's what it was. So it was a left strike. I knew he had thrown something. It lands right on the body, and that's what sends Jon Jones down. I think it's more the push of the strike rather than the ferocity of the strike. But we're just seeing the Jon Jones head kick. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Dream first round. The kind of thing that you hope to see. The kind of thing that really gets your mouth watering. Dream first round. Here we go. This could happen. What happens here? I think that first round is Reyes. I really do. I think that first round is Reyes. We saw on strikes that Reyes was up. I think he had the most significant moments as well. So I think he's up on strikes. I think he managed to get that knockdown. I think they would they class it as a knockdown? I feel like they would. It was a strike that landed to a knockdown. So on replay, it certainly suggests it. So I'd be giving that to Reyes, that first round. We're underway now in the second. Just strikes coming in. Just strikes for Reyes. Just adding up. Nothing really dangerous. Just like inside leg kicks, things like that. Jon Jones replying. And Jon Jones is getting backed up again here by Reyes. Reyes unloading on Jones. Jones getting backed up against the cage. Referee not too interested. Jones, good head movement, getting out of the way. He's having to run out of the way, and there's so many questions being asked to Jon Jones right now. Brilliant. A lot of energy is being used by Reyes. This might work in Jones's favour as we get to the later rounds. Yeah, this is, I don't know. I mean, it's great for Reyes right now, but there could be a sting in the tail. That's what makes this so fascinating. You know, 1.5 rounds in, and you'd say Reyes is winning this, but there's still so long to go. So long to go. But there's been a couple of moments in both rounds. Jon Jones has looked in trouble. Jones trying to grab the leg of Reyes, and Reyes probably needs to do a little bit of conserving of energy. He's kind of getting chased down a little bit by Jon now. Jon never moves that quick. He just slowly keeps moving forward, keeps putting pressure on, keeps going for the legs. Can switch up his style if he needs to. But certainly the bigger moments so far have belonged to Reyes. Reyes with shots to the body now. Yeah, Reyes on the back foot quite a bit here. Yeah, it's hard. This is hard. They're saying that Reyes has never experienced 5 rounds before, like, against a world-class fighter like this. Reyes has had 40 strikes at distance. Jones, 21. So far, all of the numbers they're throwing up looking great for Reyes. What's his cardio like, though? Can he keep this up? Has Jones been keeping stuff back in the tank? What's going to happen when Jones gets a clinch on? There's been a lot of questions asked by Reyes, but there's still a lot of questions to ask Reyes as well. Nice jab. Left-hand jab by Jones. 1 minute 30 left in the second round. Yeah, he has got bags of experience, Jon Jones, and he's having to use it all in there against Reyes that's looked really good in these early rounds. Went for a head kick, think it got blocked by Reyes. Kick to the body by Jones. It's hard to know if Reyes is tiring or conserving energy. It's hard to know which way that is, but it feels like past couple of minutes, Reyes has been more retreating, and that was a big overhand left by Reyes, though, just as I said that. Less than a minute, 40-odd seconds to go. Yeah, lots of significant strikes coming in by Reyes. They're saying that he's already landed more than some of Jones's previous opponents. 30 seconds left in this second round. I would say the last 3 minutes have been all Jones, apart from a couple of moments. A couple of shots coming in there, though. Reyes just warning Jones not to get too close. He's not going to allow Jones to dictate this completely, even if Jones has dictated the past few minutes. Tough round to call. I'd be leaning towards Reyes again, but I don't think it was as clean as the first round. Reyes throws his hand up in the air. Let me know in the chat which way you think this is. Absolute scenes. Absolute scenes. There's not many people that expected this to go this way. My boy wins 18k if Jones loses. Tense times. Significant strikes. Reyes 21-12 in round 1. 27-21 in round 2. So Reyes taking significant strikes in both of those rounds. So even though Jones was moving forward, was the aggressor, Reyes was still getting more significant strikes. Wow. Huge. Huge. As big as it gets. As big as it gets. Into round number 3. Jones takes a deep breath. Right. Inside leg kick by Jones. Kick back by Reyes. Reyes seems to have a little bit of energy about him. Head kick by Reyes! Jones still stands. Jones still stands. Few little flurry coming through and a knee strike as well. Jones has got to respect what Reyes is doing here. He's got to respect what Reyes is doing. It's going to be, I tell you what, by the end of this round, it's going to be real interesting because I think there's an argument that Reyes has taken rounds 1 and 2. What happens if he takes 3? Reyes lunging forward. Right hand jab. Kick to the body. Jon Jones keeps moving forward. Yeah, he does keep that pressure. Jab straight down the center. Kick by Reyes. We wanted to see Jon Jones tested. That's exactly what we're getting right now. He is just moving forward. Kick to the body by Jones. Tries to go for a shot to the midsection, but couldn't quite land it. Reyes, inside leg kick. Outside leg kick. They are keeping a great pace. There's not much standing off. Jones is always walking forward, always moving forward. And Reyes is always there. So Reyes on the outside. What we got? 3 minutes left. Kick to the body by Reyes. Oh, spinning back heel kick by Jones. Absolutely fascinating stuff. If you are just joining us, Jones in trouble. That's the headline. Jones in trouble. Reyes round 1. Reyes round 2. I would say round 3 very even. Jones very comfortable though. Still in there. Not looking in trouble. Nice shots coming in from Reyes again. Yeah, he goes in, fires off some shots, and then gets out of there. John going for a clinch. This could be interesting now. Here we go. Jones with some strikes to the thighs. This could be a very significant moment. Reyes breaks away. Whoa, good escape by Reyes. Jones stalking down Reyes. Here we go. Just a fake out by Jones there. Jones just very cool, very collected. Don't know when he's going to turn up the pressure here. He does throw a big right hand. Head kick comes back from Reyes. Round 3 significant strikes. 16 out of 33 for Reyes. 10 out of 20 for Jones. Reyes is taking this on significant strikes as well. 1 minute left. Oh. I gotta tell you, if this was a 3-round fight, Reyes would win. Let that sink in. Reyes versus John Jones. If it was 3 rounds, Reyes wins. Wow, who knows with these judges, actually, in all fairness. They've been a nightmare tonight. John Jones in there. Still in there. Still fighting at quite a methodical pace and taking his time. Oh, big left hand. Onto Jones. Leg kick by Jones. 17 seconds to go. Reyes is backed up a little bit against the cage here. Yeah, it's a good point by Joe Rogan saying that the strength, the stamina of Reyes is being sapped. Nice kick! Nice kick by Jones! Drives Reyes back, but that's the end of the round. Too late. Too late from John Jones. I think that's a difficult round to score. I think what you could say is that John Jones is constantly moving forward. So if you want to look at the aggressor, then you would have to say that it's John Jones. John Jones is constantly moving forward, but the significant strikes are coming from Reyes. Reyes is the one that in round 1, round 2, and I believe round 3 is the man that got more through than what John Jones did. So I feel like Reyes rounds 1 and 2. I feel like that could go either way for rounds 3. Honestly, I don't know. You could say this is 2-1 if you want to be really conservative. Or realistically, it could be 3-0 to Reyes. However you want to look at this, Jones is not winning right now. As we go into round 4. A depth that Reyes hasn't gone to before. This is what's known as the deep waters. That's where we are now. We're starting to go into the deep waters. This is where Reyes needs to be very clever. Conserve some of that energy. Hopefully he's been conserving it throughout rounds 1, 2, and 3. Jon Jones has got the experience here, but he's being backed up against the cage as Reyes is teeing off on him a little bit. A few rights and lefts coming in. Jones goes in for the clinch. Jones tries for a takedown. This is getting a bit scrappy now, and that's going to favour Reyes. Jones has got him around the double legs, and it is a takedown for Jones. It is a takedown for Jones. Reyes getting right back up onto his feet, though. Jones was round the back for a second there, but couldn't maintain that position. Great defense. Great defense by Reyes. Turning the body. Making it as difficult as possible for Jones to actually grab him and take him down. Knee strike coming in. I think you've got to say that the strategy did not work in rounds 1, 2, and 3. So I think trying to mix this up a little bit. Going for some takedowns. Driving him into the cage. Going for the waist. Looking for double legs. You would feel like that would be a wise move by Jon Jones. 3 minutes 30 on the clock. Absolutely incredible scenes. If this goes to judges, it's going to be one of the most tense moments in the history of the UFC. No exaggeration. No exaggeration. If this goes to judges, it will be one of the most tense moments. Because right now, Reyes is winning. Jones, here we go. Drives him against the cage. Trying to pick him up. He takes the back. Jones has got round the back of Reyes. Whoa. He goes for a knee to the face, but Reyes managing to break out. There's a couple of moments here where you might just start to lean towards Jones taking round 4. There's a few boos coming in from the crowd. Takedown defense, 6 out of 7, 86% takedown defense. Strikes coming in and he's landing them on the head. Reyes teeing off a little bit. Jones firing back. He's catching the leg of Reyes. Jones. Reyes having to move around quite a bit. A lot of movement in there from Jones. A lot of movement in there from Reyes. Jones has done, I think, a better job of conserving his, but he is also a little bit down in this fight. I don't think the gap is that wide. Right now, I feel like Jones could be taking this. This is where fights are won. This is where champions show what they're made of. This is deep. Gets driven against the cage. Knee to the body by Jones. Reyes backing away. We are in round 4. We have got 1 minute 30 left. Big strike coming in from Jon Jones. He is putting on constant pressure, but he's also getting constantly tagged. He's constantly getting caught by Reyes. And whatever happens from here, Reyes has shown that he belongs. Reyes has shown that he is what he says that he is. He is standing in there, going toe-to-toe with Jon Jones. And right now, there's a real argument that he's winning. He is on the front foot, Jon Jones, putting the pressure onto Reyes. Reyes not getting as much through now. I don't know if that's a sign of him fatiguing and maybe the cardio. If Jones has got anything in the locker, he might want to up the tempo a little. Goes for a head kick, Reyes, but it's blocked by Jones. Big left hand hook. Left hook by Jones. Charging forward. Couple of rights and lefts by Reyes. Just about 10 seconds left in this round. Another tricky one to call, but I'd be leaning towards Jones for this one. Nice. 20 minutes down. We are into a fifth and final round. If you are watching and you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe, smash the subscribe. Make sure you join us. We're here for all of the big UFC shows every single week. We're here for the fight nights. We're here for UFC 247 right now and back for 248. With, of course, Adesanya taking on Yoel Romero. We've also got Khabib versus Ferguson and Conor McGregor and Usman versus Masvidal, and such a stacked year for the UFC. And, of course, we've got all these great fight nights coming up as well. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you're joining us and being an active part of our UFC community as we move to the fifth and final round of what has been a real treat. A real treat. I can tell you that Reyes has had significant strikes, more significant strikes in every single round. Every single round, Reyes has landed more significant strikes than Jon Jones. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what we're watching. This is incredible. It could be history. It could absolutely be history. This could be... Oh, look. And I think Jones is grabbing and taking down Reyes. I tell you what we could have here. We could have Reyes taking rounds 1 and 2. We could have Jones taking 4 and 5, and then it comes down to who was the better in the third. How do you feel about Jones being the aggressor compared to Reyes landing more significant shots in each round? Like, how do you score it? To be perfectly honest, I feel like Jones is fresh. Looking at him, he seems like he is... Oh, some nice strikes coming in from Reyes, though. I mean, I feel like Reyes is definitely tired as the fight has gone on. He is relentless. That pressure has really wore Reyes down, but Reyes just keeps finding shots. 3 minutes 20. Jones coming forward, but getting caught. Every time Jones fires something in, Reyes fires back. Low kick again. 3 minutes left in this. Jones has been advancing for 43% compared to Reyes, who's only advanced for 9%. This is what we're saying. How do you call it? Which way does it go? This is where you find out what you're made of. 2 minutes 50 left in a 5-round fight. Two minutes 30. If whatever Jon has got left in the tank, I really feel he needs to empty it. He is getting a lot of strikes in. I do feel like Jon is taking this round. I feel like he took the fourth, and I feel that Reyes took the first and the second, and it was a coin toss on the third. And if this goes to judges, I don't know. Oh, big left hand. It's advancing versus significant strikes. Reyes, 98 total strikes. Jon Jones, 87. It's not the biggest gap in the world, but it's a gap. And we're talking about Jon Jones losing. Reyes is still having to move a lot on the outside. Head kick just whistles past by Jon Jones. We're getting down to the final 1 minute 30. That's where we are with this. Reyes, rounds 1 and 2 for me. Jones, rounds 3 and 4. Coin toss for round 3. If this goes to judges, it's anyone's. I don't think you could argue if they give it to Jones. I don't think you could argue if they give it to Reyes. I don't think you could argue if they score it a draw. And in fact, a draw might be a fair result. Because Jones is still advancing. Still walking down Reyes. Still landing leg kicks. It is incredible to watch. The stamina, the cardio of Jon Jones is such a strength of his. Reyes definitely tired. I'm not sure he's got as much to give. He's not landing as much anymore. A couple of shots are a little bit loose now. Another kick coming in from Jones. Significant strikes. This is the first round that Jones has landed more significant strikes than Reyes. 21-16 with 25 seconds to go. We're coming down to the final 20 seconds. Reyes throwing a couple of shots in. And Reyes is doing whatever he can to keep away from Jones. And Jones getting a little bit frustrated. This is going to judges. This is going to judges. It's gone to judges. Jon Bones Jones throws his hands in the air. So does Dominick Reyes. 5 rounds of incredible championship fighting. And we don't know who has won. If that goes as a draw, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Has Dominick Reyes slayed the dragon? Jon Bones Jones is sat on top of the octagon. He's not celebrating. He did throw his hands up. There's a smile on his face. Oh, whatever happens, Dominick Reyes belongs. Dominick Reyes has arrived. Great kicks to the body from Jon Jones. They're just showing us like replays as we're going through the different rounds. 5 rounds of action. For me, Reyes, rounds 1 and 2. Round 3 is when this started to turn. This is where I think Reyes started to get a little tired. Jon, though, I think took rounds 4 and 5. Still shots coming in, but don't forget Reyes landed more significant strikes in rounds 1, 2, 3, 4. Jones more significant strikes in 5. Jones, though, advancing all throughout this fight. Jones was the one that was marching Reyes down all throughout the fight. And this is what I say, how do you weigh all of that up? I know that Reyes was up on total strikes as well. Could that give him the edge? Total strikes. Yeah. It is Reyes rounds 1, 2, 3. And it's Jones 4 and 5. So total strikes. Reyes takes rounds 1, 2, and 3. Rounds 3, though, was 23 total strikes to 19 for Jon Jones. So very, very close in rounds 3. How have the judges scored this? I don't know. I don't know. Right, here we go. Bruce Buffer. I don't think Dana knows. After 5 rounds. I don't know. It's unanimous. Still, Jon Bones Jones by unanimous decision. It's, I don't agree with it. I don't agree. Unanimous. There's a show of respect now between Jon Jones and Reyes, and unanimous decision doesn't seem right. Boos raining down for Jon Bones Jones. And he's done it. He's done it. Most title fight victories in UFC history. 14. He passes GSP. I thought it was Anu. I really thought it was Anu. I was waiting for it, and I really thought he was going to say Anu. Jones says, I couldn't keep him down for too long, but I was taking him down. There's going to be a lot of people that saw that fight as Reyes. A lot of people that will have seen that as Reyes. I think draw. I think draw. He says, I turned it on in the 5th. He says, I completely dominated the 5th. It is true. I mean, he did get more significant strikes, total strikes in the 5th, but John Jones says he believes with his whole heart that he won that fight. Wow. I would love to see a rematch between them two. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. I'm sure Reyes against John Jones 2. It's got to be in the thoughts. He says, it's an incredible hard thing that I've done tonight. And Dominic was a lot better than I thought he was. Well, yeah, he might have won the fight. Yeah. So John has spoke about going to heavyweight. So he says that he's going to talk to his coaches, figure out what they're going to do. Wow. So there we go. John Bones Jones picks up the victory. The arena begins to empty. Let's see what Dominick Reyes has got to say. I want to know if how he feels. Does he think that he won it? He says that he thinks that, or he feels that he won 1-3. So Reyes believes that he did take that 3rd. I'm not sure. Well, that's true. It does prove that. No. Rogan asks, was there anything surprising about this fight? And he says no. Rigged. Yes. Shout out Christopher Rogers. John Jones, let's go. Oh my God. Real drama. I can see that drama playing out in the chat. Thank you to everyone that's joined us. Of course, we're going to still stick around a little bit. We're just going to stick around and see what Reyes is saying. Yeah. Yeah, Rogan saying you've shown that you've got championship caliber and that you can compete amongst the best. Dominick Reyes thanking everyone. It's going to be, I'm telling you, I don't even need to look at social media. There's going to be so many people saying that Reyes took that. I think what surprises me more is that it was unanimous. I think that's what really surprises me. The fact that John Jones won unanimous. It's real respect. We're just seeing John Jones. He actually just stopped Reyes before he went to leave. Big smiles between the two of them. A real great sign of respect. I don't know how Reyes is going to feel. I should imagine he is gutted, of course, but he's going to have a lot of people saying that he won that fight. He's just gone 5 rounds with the greatest, and people are going to be saying that he should have won it. In fact, Joe Rogan saying that the judges' decisions tonight, it is true. I think it seems to me like Joe Rogan is questioning this decision. For anyone to think this was 4-1 John Jones, that person is insane. Well, it is true. It is true. If you thought it was 4-1 to John Jones, you probably are insane. Yeah, 4-1. One of the scorecards, one of the judges scored that 4-1 to John Jones. Wow. It is absolutely incredible. It is absolutely incredible. I feel like there's a few big talking points that are going to come out of tonight. I feel like one of the big talking points is just how great Shevchenko is, Valentina Shevchenko. I think that's going to be a major talking point because she was so dominant. I know she was heavy favourite, but it's another tick for her tonight. I think another one talking point is going to be Reyes and just how great Reyes did. I think that he exceeded the majority of people's expectations. I'm not sure really what people expected from Dominick Reyes. Whatever it was, he exceeded it. There's a lot of people that are going to be saying that he should have taken this fight tonight. He should have beaten John Jones. And then the third one's going to be the judging. The judging has been absolutely atrocious. Some real controversial decisions. I'm not saying that this was controversial. I think that a unanimous decision is strange. That all judges saw it as being a victory for John Jones. And certainly if they're saying that one of the judges saw it as 4 rounds to 1, I think that is madness. It's 48-47, 48-47, 49-46. That 49-46, that has got to be questioned. That has got to be questioned. How has anyone seen that as 49-46? Earlier, another strange decision when we saw Andrea Ewell. Andrea Ewell was victorious in a fight that it was a no-brainer. He had lost it. He had lost the fight. That came very early on the show. That was only the second fight. That was on the early prelims. Andrea Ewell taking on Jonathan Martinez. And Ewell getting the decision there. And honestly, there was boos raining down as that decision was being read out. It was absolutely incredible. So they're saying that they've got a scoring system that's been taken from boxing. That is true. It's really interesting. They're just saying that there's many different systems for scoring a fight. Each commission has different ways of scoring it. So it can be different depending where you are as to how the fights are scored. It is causing problems for fighters that, I mean, you don't know what... I've got to be honest. Look, John Jones winning that by decision. As I said, I think Reyes took rounds 1 and 2. I think third round, flip of a coin, and I think John Jones 4 and 5. So if you think that the 5th round was so dominant for Jones that he edges it, I can live with that. I've got no issue with the 48-47s. 48-47, I can absolutely live with that score. But I don't know anyone that's going to be able to justify that 49-46. 4 rounds to John Jones and only 1 round to Dominick Reyes is absolute madness. Madness. I don't know what new scoring system they could bring in, but Joe Rogan's saying that they do need a new system that really takes a look at all of the different skills that are on show. Kind of, scores all of those different skills. There is so much that you have to mark. There's so much that you have to look at. I mean, as you said, how do you score advancing and compare it to total strikes? So how do you look at total strikes? How do you look at significant strikes? How do you score that and the impact of that compared to someone that's constantly moving forward, constantly trying to, dictate a fight and have a fight? It could be that, like what we saw with Dominick Reyes, he got more significant strikes, but he was on the back foot all the time. He was coming in, shot, onto the back foot, and then he was constantly having to go back as John Jones was coming forward. Now, Jones wasn't able to do a great deal with that forward advancing, but how do you compare that forward advancing? How do you score that compared to the number of takedowns? Like, what does a takedown give you in a fight? And how do you score a takedown compared to if a fighter had more total strikes? Or what about, I don't know, advancing or takedown defense? It's a statistic that gets thrown around. Do people actually get scored on takedown defense? What if they try to take you down, but you keep managing to block it, you keep managing to get out? That's a skill that you get measured on, takedown defense. So I kind of feel like they are right. There's areas that definitely could be scored better. I think it would need to be simple, and I think trying to score a UFC fight simply is a tricky thing to do. I don't think that's an easy thing to do. But I don't know, the other side of me thinks, do these controversial decisions make sport? We all love something to talk about. We all love something to give our opinions on, and maybe these controversial decisions are just part and parcel of sport. They happen in all sports, controversial moments. Don't know. Interesting. 3-5 to Reyes, and they gave it to Jones. Days, call Vince McMahon, tell him to fire the judges. Worst judges ever. A lot of people are mad. Hand still says spit-filled lungs. They could have made a much better scoring system long time ago. You are right. I don't know why, but I do feel like tonight, of all of the nights, it really got exposed. I mean, we've had controversial judging decisions in the past, but you only tend to get, like, say, 1. Like, tonight, I feel like there was about 3 throughout the whole evening. Big controversial moments. I feel like Derrick Lewis was a bit of a controversial moment. Certainly Andre Ewell, there was boos in the building when he was scored as winning that fight. And as we said, Joe Rogan on commentary said couldn't believe what he had just seen. And then, of course, we just get this with John Jones. John Jones victorious. And I personally, I don't mind it. If he's going to have been victorious, it needs to have been by a point. It needs to have been by the closest of margins. That person that scored it 49-46 has got issues. Has got problems. Talking about decisions, yeah. ESPN confirmed Reyes really won the fight. He got gifted the decision. Jones looks surprised by his win. Joe Rogan was right for calling out the judges. Yep. I completely agree, buddy. Completely agree. I completely agree with the chat. 37 minutes until New Japan. Okay, Anthony. That's all right. I can do it. I can do it. We'll I tell you what we'll do. We'll stick around for I can see there's a few people that want to get their points across. So I'm totally fine with people doing that. So we're going to stick around for a few more minutes. MMA isn't gymnastics, says Andrew Frost, or figure skating. They have got to tighten up the judges. Yep, fair, really good point. Completely agree. Days, you're the best. Shout out to you, Beaver Cleavage. Habib is the GOAT. Yeah. There's no doubt Jones is good. He's amazing, but he still lost that fight. Can't run away, got no ring control, and would hope to win the fight. Well, yeah, that's a fair point as well, you know. Reyes was on the back foot throughout the majority of that fight. We need Jones Reyes too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, Jones had said before this fight that he was interested in moving up to heavyweight. And they did speak to him about that after the fight. He didn't really commit to anything. He didn't say that he was going to do that. He said he was going to have to go away and talk to his coaches. To be honest, in light heavyweight, I don't really know who there is. I mean, there is obviously the Reyes rematch, which I think if the noise is quite loud, Jones might be tempted to do that. But it all depends what's being said. Obviously, I haven't seen social media. I haven't seen Twitter, so I don't know what's being said. I also feel like I don't need to look because I know that social media is going to be in meltdown. I fully expect people to be saying that Jones got the victory there. Because it was close. It was definitely close. It was a close fight. He got took into the deep waters. Reyes comes out looking like a massive star. They're showing us the upcoming schedule. UFC Fight Night. We've got Blachowicz, Anderson 2. That is on February 15th. That's next weekend. We are here for that. We've got Felder versus Hooker. Fight Night. That's the week after. Benavidez versus Figueiredo. That is on February 29th. And then March 7th. So every weekend we have got UFC action now. 3 fight nights coming up. And then in 4 weeks' time, Adesanya versus Romero. What should be an absolutely incredible night. But of course, we are back for those fight nights. We will be back for those fight nights. So we're back next Saturday. So if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Make sure you join us. Join our UFC community because we will be back next week for that UFC fight night. And there we go. Plenty of talking points. Plenty of controversy. Plenty of... dodgy judging decisions. Unfortunately, we didn't just get the one tonight with John Jones. There was quite a few, and absolutely incredible. Really do appreciate you guys joining us. We do need to unfortunately go now because we have been streaming for 7 hours, 23 minutes, and in half an hour, I've got another stream coming. So I need to go. But I really do appreciate it. Again, if you're watching, you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed UFC 247. And hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.